The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding
My Lords, I should like to notify the House of the retirement with effect from today of the Noble Lord Harrison, pursuant to Section 1 of the House of Lords Reform Act 2014. On behalf of the House, I should like to thank the Noble Lord for his much valued service to the House. First oral question, Baroness Thornton.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question in my name on the order paper. My Lords, the Government is committed to improving protections for victims of rape so that they're not subjected to unnecessary and intrusive requests for information. We have changed the law to minimise the requests for digital information, and we are consulting on new statutory duties to ensure that police requests for third-party material are both necessary and proportionate. We are working closely with the police and other criminal justice partners to consider the ICO recommendations.
Thank the Noble Lady for that answer. My Lords, it's hardly surprising that rape prosecutions fell by nearly 60% in 4 years, even though the number of reports to the police increased, and that the proportion of rape complainants dropping out of cases has risen from 25% to 43% over the last 5 years. Because partly it must be due to the fact that when someone summons up the courage to make a complaint about rape, they are asked to sign a form agreeing access to any information that the police or CPS might care to go fishing for: counselling, school reports, and of course social media. So would the Noble Lady care to confirm whether it is the case that if a rape victim seeks support and rape counselling during the period between reporting the rape and the case coming to court, that the police may also access, if they choose, that particular information? And can the Noble Lady say, as the ICO put it, if you don't comply, we will come back with an enforcement hat on? So what is the time scale for the change?
Well, that point about if you don't comply, I think is absolutely the opposite to what the Home Office's and the police and the CPS's approach will be. The aim is to encourage people through, victims through a very clear process on whether to hand over digital information. Our aim is to have that process within 24 hours. And that's what we're aiming to do, because it is not right that someone A feels compelled to hand over their phone and B feels that the prosecution won't go accordingly if they fail to do so.
Yet again, it appears that the law and the rules set by the police and the CPS restricting access to rape victim-sensitive personal information are not making a practical difference. Is this not a reflection of a culture in the police, the CPS and the courts that does not treat women fairly? What are the government going to do to address this?
Well, I can't disagree with the Noble Lord that the rape review, the things that we're doing for victims now are long overdue, and that there has been a culture along the chain of letting women down, and indeed we should and are making sure that both referrals and prosecutions go forward.
Concern about non-disclosure of evidence was an issue a long time ago when I was Attorney General. The balance has swung the other way in excessive intrusion. As Defence Counsel in many rape cases, there is an even more fundamental problem in ensuring that justice is done, as juries are reluctant to convict where the defence is consent. Will the Attorney General lean on the DPP to publish statistics distinguishing consent cases from stranger rapes so that effective prosecutions can succeed in the former?
Well, I think that is the whole point of the criminal justice system, that evidence that comes forward distinguishes between consent and non-consent.
But I wonder if the Noble Lady would readdress my noble friend's question about counselling in particular, because it's a real concern of women after they've made a report, that they should be able to get some help, some therapy or counselling in the considerable period before trial, and the fear that that might be exposed to a fishing expedition will affect attrition rates.
Thank
I do apologise. I only answered one part of the Noble Lady's a few questions, but I'm glad the Noble Lady, Lady Chakrabarti, has come forward. I don't know if she knows about opsoteria, but opsoteria was a process by which the victim from end to end would be supported through the system, and notwithstanding the need to secure justice and the right outcome based on evidence. But I believe that initially 5 forces were part of the pilot. There's now 14 more. So I hope that actually, as a national way of following due process and consistency, this will be a model for the future.
Lady, the Minister will be well aware of the widely reported in the media about children not being believed by police officers when they reported rape, including in places like Rotherham. Does she believe that there is some significant changes in that pattern of behaviour from police officers in particular forces? And leading off to Noble Lady Chakrabarti's questions about provision of support for women and children, there is a decimation of organisations supporting women in particular. Does she believe that there are adequate resources for that available through the government and local authorities?
Well, I'd say to the Noble Lady that our FORG strategy comes with a significant amount of funding. That's the first aspect on funding. But on children and Rotherham, I couldn't agree more with her. And in fact, I can think of other parts of the country where the culture of the area actually makes some of the leaders in that area completely blind to what is going on under their noses.
The Minister has already confirmed that she doesn't believe that the price of justice for rape victims in this country should be that their whole personal life is laid bare. And it's causing victims to walk away before their case even reaches court, making them feel doubly victimised. The recommendations in this report are very modest, to say the least. So why can't the Chief Constables and the CPO just get on with implementing them now? Do they seriously need to be officially told to work together to implement consistent and proportionate treatment of victims? Or shall we just stand by as already dismal prosecution rates get even worse?
Well, one thing I feel a bit disappointed about is that the report doesn't actually reflect some of the powers that I know the Noble Lady was instrumental in bringing forward in the PCSC Act, and they will both help to protect privacy and, I hope, improve consistency across the piece.
My Lords, no one is more concerned than I am that people who have been the victims of rape are dealt with sensitively and properly. But could I put a point which may not prove popular here? Surely there is always the possibility in the system that someone might make a malicious charge, and therefore it is important to have sufficient evidence, and if all evidence or a lot of the evidence is closed off, that again could cause problems and injustice to somebody else.
Well, I would totally agree with my noble friend and refer her to the comments that I made earlier. Nevertheless, I think it is also important in that whole balancing act that people don't feel that they have to hand over their mobile phones, or indeed that their prosecution won't go forward if they don't.
Victims of crime are not expected to hand over such sensitive information as in the case of rape, and I think that is what is unfair. Actually, the victim in this case can be asked to divulge far more information than the person accused. And I hope the Minister can confirm that women should not expect to have personal information about the impact that attack has had on them to the defendant, to the person who actually has raped them.
Well, I hope that the Noble Lady would agree that I have actually made that point throughout my answers, that it is all a balance about justice being served, evidence being brought forward, but people not, victims in particular, not feeling coerced in having to do it.
My Lords, it's quite clear that it's very complex in relation to charges of rape and the information that you may or may not have to hand over. And obviously at that moment somebody has had an enormous trauma, whether it turns out to be a criminal offence or not. So can my noble friend, the Minister, please outline what awareness and what publicity is the Department doing to make sure that women generally are aware of what you can and can't be asked at that moment before, unfortunately, women are in that situation?
Well, what we're working towards, and we're hoping to implement by the beginning of the next Parliament, is that the process and the regulations around it are absolutely clear about what is expected of the police, and there's training to back this up, in terms of what people will be asked to hand over, if you like, and there's an aim towards not more than 24 hours, because for many people, not only is it their phone, it's their entire life.
Second oral question, Lord Holmes of Richmond.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask a question standing in my name on the order paper.
The government wants to ensure that people, regardless of their background or income, have access to useful, affordable financial products and services. To tackle financial exclusion, the government convenes the Financial Inclusion Policy Forum, which brings together ministers, regulators and industry and the third sector to provide leadership and promote collaboration. Since 2019, the government has allocated £100 million of dormant assets funding to support Fair for All Finances work to improve access to affordable credit.
My Lords, would my noble friend agree that financial inclusion doesn't just bring economic benefits to the individual financially included, it brings economic, social and psychological benefits to all of us. To that end, would she agree it's high time that we revisit the question of a have regard to financial inclusion duty for the FCA?
Well, my Lords, I'd absolutely agree with the sentiments expressed by my noble friend about the importance of financial inclusion, and the government does recognise that there has been a strong interest in the proposal for the FCA to be given a separate have regards to financial inclusion. However, at present, the government's position remains that we believe the FCA's existing objectives and regulatory principles are already well aligned with the objectives of financial inclusion, and we don't believe that a separate have regards to financial inclusion would necessarily lead to a different approach or tangible improvements over the current arrangements to the aim that we all want to see, which is greater financial inclusion and less exclusion.
The government says that it's in favour of this, but it's watching as banks close in many communities. Many poor areas have no bank at a time when those banks have seen soaring profits. When is the government going to act to do something about this, to make sure people have access to banking services?
Well, my Lords, there are existing obligations that are enforced by the Payment Services Regulator, but noble Lords will also know that the government's committed to legislating to protect access to cash, and that legislation, those measures will be included in the forthcoming Financial Services Bill.
Does tangible improvement include wider social ownership of assets, wider ownership of popular capitalism? Capitalism isn't very popular at all, and so maybe some reinforcements to spread the benefits of capital beyond those who benefit anyway because they've got capital in the first place.
I would agree with the sentiments expressed by my noble friend, and I think that access to capital is something that that should be offered to the widest range of people so that they can benefit from it.
The biggest barriers to financial inclusion are poverty and regressive taxation that robs people of disposable income. Some 14.5 million people already live in poverty. The poorest 10% of households pay 47.6% of their income in direct and indirect taxes, compared to 33.5% by the richest 10%. Can the Minister explain how and why the government has created this shameful position of exclusion?
Well, I would say to the noble lord that in the £37 billion of financial support offered to people this year to support them with the high costs of living, that has been targeted at those on the lowest incomes and those least able to pay. So the government has taken progressive measures to help protect people against rising costs of living.
Would the Minister agree with me that if you fail 35% of our children at school, then you are going to have a lot of financial exclusion?
My Lords, I would agree that school is a very important place to start for people's life chances and also their financial understanding. I'm pleased to say that under this government, the achievement gap for children at school between those in the poorest households and those in the wealthiest households has collapsed, has narrowed, and that's something we need to continue to make progress on.
My Lords, pursuing the point on poverty that we've just heard about, is the Minister aware that the poverty premium, which is the extra costs that people in poverty or on low income pay for essential products and services, costs the average low-income household some £430 a year, which is the equivalent to some 10 weeks' grocery bills? So could the noble lady, the Minister, explain why she doesn't think that actually giving the Financial Conduct Authority specific powers to tackle financial inclusion, including the poverty premium, isn't a good idea? I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
Well, my Lords, I am aware of the poverty premium, and it can exist in different ways in different sectors. There is already work underway to tackle that poverty premium. For example, the other week in questions, I spoke about work in the insurance sector to ensure those with pre-existing conditions or those who are older can access products. We're continuing to work through the Financial Policy Inclusion Forum to make sure things like the poverty premium are tackled.
My Lords, according to evidence from the Centre for Financial Education, financial habits are formed at around the age of 7. They also tell us that only 20% of primary school children are receiving financial education. That's despite personal, social, health and economic education being a compulsory subject. It's probably too wide a subject for many teachers to be able to cover everything that's required. What is the Treasury doing to work with the Department of Education to ensure that every child from primary school upwards gets decent financial education?
Well, there are a number of different avenues through which financial education is taught at schools, including through the maths curriculum and the citizenship education, as well as PSHE. So the government's well aware of the importance of this topic and continues to work with the Department for Education to make sure that schools and teachers have the resources to ensure children can learn about it.
My Lords, my Lords. Thank you. My Lords, I'm grateful to the Noble Lord for giving way. Following on from the Noble Lady Baroness Tyler's question about the poverty premium, which sees those who can least afford it forced to pay more for essential goods and services, can the Noble Lady and the Minister say what government is doing to work with energy providers to prevent them charging more for electricity which is accessed via a prepayment meter?
Well, my Lords, prepayment meter customers are covered by the price cap, so do receive protection there, but it is a higher rate for prepayment customers, and Ofgem believe that is necessary to reflect higher operation costs and risks. However, there are a robust a set of rules in place to protect prepayment meter customers, ensuring that if suppliers identify that they're in a vulnerable situation, including where they're self-connecting or self-rationing their supply, they must be offered additional support credit. And in doing so, suppliers must consider also their ability to pay back that credit. So there is a robust set of support available to people in that situation.
My Lords, given that the given that the government has done well in reducing the taper rate, is it not still the case that people in work on universal credit are paying an effective marginal rate of tax of 55%? That is 10% more than the highest paid people in the country. So while we're talking about tax cuts, as we appear to be in the Conservative Party at the moment, would it not be a good idea to reduce the effective marginal rate of tax of those who are poorest in order to encourage people back into work or in work to value their contribution to society?
Can I agree with my noble friend's sentiments? And as he has pointed out, a cut to the taper rate of universal credit is essentially a tax cut for those on the lowest wages, and also proves to make sure that the incentives are aligned to take on more work and bring home more money. So I would totally agree with him, but I couldn't speculate on any future policies in that direction.
My Lords, I'd like to congratulate Lord Holmes of Richmond on his tenacity on this subject. It's a tenacity that's got to me, the fact that stands out to me, that 22% of adults have less than £100 in savings. And they're not just unlucky, they are victims. They are victims of policies by firms ranging from car parks to banks to reduce costs and hence make more profits. What we need is a comprehensive, holistic approach. Now, the government is going some way down that road, but the Financial Inclusion Commission wrote to Mr. John Glenn, setting out a comprehensive way forward, including the concept of a have regard duty on the FCA. Is that letter being responded to, and how does it fit in with the government's general approach?
My Lords, I'm sure that letter will be responded to, although I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the work of my honourable friend John Glenn, who I think it was addressed to as Economic Secretary to the Treasury. He has done a huge amount in post to promote financial inclusion, but can I reassure noble Lords that work will continue. The FCA has, for example, consulted on its new consumer duty, and the noble Lord referenced those who don't have access to savings, and of course the government has the Help to Save programme to ensure that those who are on low incomes get more support to save so that they have a financial buffer for when times are tough for themselves too.
Oral question, Baroness Bonham Carter of Yarnbury.
I beg leave to ask a question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, as set out in the White Paper, the Government is taking action to support British broadcasters and our creative industries more widely. Among other things, we're supporting original British content by including it in a new, more focused public service remit for television. We'll continue to support our highly skilled and innovative creative industries through world-leading creative sector tax reliefs and by protecting the UK's hugely successful terms of trade regime.
I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his reply. My Lords, our PSBs are the backbone of our creative industries. They support original British content, talent, skills and exceptional journalism. Does the Noble Lord the Minister agree that this will become increasingly difficult as BBC funding continues to be depleted, coupled with the commitment to sell Channel 4 off? Something, my Lords, which the independent film, TV production and advertising sectors are against. Will the Noble Lord the Minister accept that pursuing this is completely inappropriate, considering it is deeply unpopular among the industry, among the public? 92% of those responding to the government's own consultation were against. It is not a manifesto commitment, and that he is now a minister in a caretaker government. I see no mandate there, my Lords.
Well, my Lords, it remains the policy of Her Majesty's government to make sure that our public service broadcasters are equipped for the decades ahead. As we've discussed in debates before, that we may disagree on it, I hope all noble lords would agree that Channel 4 needs to have the investment to be able to compete with the American streaming giants, and I look forward to debating this more with noble lords. In relation to the BBC will continue to receive around £3.7 billion in annual public funding, which allows it to deliver its mission and public purposes.
My Lords, does not the, I think it's out, does not the present political interregnum give the government the opportunity to think again on its whole broadcasting policy? not just television. If they are pushing ahead, will he say what is their future policy on supporting BBC Radio, which still has a massive audience in this country, and abroad for that matter, and today serves us well in its reports on the Ukraine conflict? Will he say what the policy of the government is on this?
Well, the Noble Lord is absolutely right about the vital role played by BBC Radio, both the national and local radio stations. I greatly enjoyed the programme last night celebrating the centenary of The Wasteland, which, like the BBC, turns 100 last year. That is sort of distinctly British content that only the BBC can provide. Any incoming Prime Minister and administration will, I'm sure, see the same challenges which beset the BBC and Channel 4 in continuing to do the excellent work that they do in an increasingly competitive field, and want to make sure that in relation to the BBC, the declining number of people paying the licence fee, and in relation to Channel 4, its reliance on live advertising, are things which need to be addressed to make sure that they continue to be sustainable in the future.
My Lords, may I congratulate my noble friend on staying in his post. He is a sea of calm amidst a frenzy of turbulence. May I actually congratulate the government on the broadcasting white paper. I know he had nothing to do with it, but it's an excellent, a truly excellent piece of work. And I thought I would be dramatically changing this subject, but the noble Lord Fowler did raise the importance of radio. May I point out that radio is one of our most successful creative industries, and perhaps my noble friend could update us on the progress of digital radio, where Britain leads the world.
I'm conscious I still have some many years to go to equal my noble friend's length of tenure in office, but the government remains committed to legislating to give effect to the conclusions of the 2017 consultation on radio deregulation as soon as parliamentary time allows. We're very keen to continue as well the cooperation between the BBC and commercial and community radio as the digital radio and audio review encouraged.
The Minister will be aware that Wales has a vibrant television and film industry, and that back-to-back films have been exported to over 100 countries. Given that ministerial responsibility for the creative arts in Wales is devolved, but that for television is not, will he ensure that S4C is adequately funded in order to maximise the benefit that comes from this sector?
The forthcoming media bill will remove the current geographic broadcasting restrictions so that S4C can broaden its reach and offer its content on a range of new platforms throughout the UK and indeed internationally. But the recent funding settlement ensured that S4C was able to continue the work that is much valued in Wales and more widely.
My Lords. In the government's Up Next policy paper, it claims that public service broadcasters develop skills and talent, drive growth right across the creative industries. Would the Minister undertake to widen the government's vision for broadcasting to ensure that we also hear how skills and talents will be developed among pupils, students and young performers and designers, when at present curriculum incentive and public investment are so often lacking in this area in our schools, colleges and universities?
The Right Reverend Pellet points to an important issue in talking of skills. The British Film Institute has looked at this very carefully and published its Film and High-End TV Skills Review at the end of last month, which we strongly welcome and look forward to discussing with the industry to see how they engage with the findings. The government, of course, is doing its bit by, for instance, it's the new pilots of flexible apprenticeships and through its regular support of more than £2 million a year to the National Film and Television School.
My Lords,
given the current cost of living crisis is problematic across all sectors and can have a particularly adverse impact on the creative industries, which are sensitive to changes in economic conditions, even without the continued fallout from the pandemic, I'm wondering what assessment the department's made of the impact of inflation and energy price increases across the whole sector, whether on huge production companies, small venues or the dedicated workforce that keeps the show on the road?
Well, we talk about the inflation and energy bills with all of the sectors and industries that DCMS has the privilege of representing. I spoke about them this morning with the Imperial War Museum, whom I visited. Our settlement for the BBC, as I say, will ensure that it continues to receive around £3.7 billion in annual public funding, which will allow it to deliver its mission and public purposes.
My Lords, I declare an interest as a television producer. The White Paper gives the public service broadcasters the right to be able to move their content onto less-watched digital channels. Can the Noble Lord the Minister confirm that if Channel 4 is privatised, the new owners will have the right to be able to move Channel 4 News and any other public service broadcaster to, say, digital channel like E4, or even a specially set-up obscure digital channel?
Well, these details and more will be set out in the media bill, which I look forward to debating with Noble Lords. But as they're giving Channel 4 the freedom to diversify its revenue streams, as well as to address issues like the intellectual property of the content it provides, are important in making sure it can continue to compete in the years to come.
My Lord.
My Lords, this side, it's a long time since we've been on. Come on, front bench. We move quickly. Very few people agree with the analysis he's made or the solutions he's put forward for either Channel 4 or the BBC. Could I put it to him again that it would be far better to withdraw this rather ill-thought-out white paper and allow the new Secretary of State coming into office in September to look at these matters afresh? And if he doesn't think there's going to be a new Secretary of State, would he like to take a bet on it?
My Lords, it remains the policy of Her Majesty's Government to take forward the work which went into the White Paper.
My Lords, the independent television sector in Scotland is worth over £300 million to our economy. I declare an interest as a board member of Creative Scotland. So why does a Conservative government propose to undermine the successful and growing business model of entrepreneurial producers to create a bureaucratic, grant-giving, centrally directed levelling up fund? And how would this fund support the regional production centres in any way more efficiently and successfully than the current ownership model of Channel 4?
Well, my noble friend points to the success of independent production companies which are privately owned. We want to ensure that Channel 4, whose remit was to promote that important sector 40 years ago, is able to continue to commission from them at a time when the costs are going up because of the greater budgets and commissioning spending of the American streaming giants.
Fourth oral question, Lord Brown of Ladyton.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, the consensus-based agreement reached at the WTO's 12th Ministerial Conference streamlines compulsory licensing processes for developing countries to manufacture and export COVID-19 vaccines, whilst preserving the incentives to innovation that the international IP system provides. We welcome that the agreement does not undermine the existing IP framework, which has been key to the effective response to the pandemic.
My Lords, regrettably, the Noble Lord the Minister's reply, I don't blame him for this, probably he was following his brief, but it didn't address the issue that without the inclusion of a waiver of trade secrets, essential access to critical manufacturing know-how and clinical data, and therefore to the ability to be able to manufacture currently new vaccines is denied. So why is this our government's policy? And why did our negotiators, who spent 18 months resisting this waiver completely, try to weaken the text further by requesting the deletion of the reference to the possibility of expanding the agreement on TRIPS and COVID-19 to include therapeutics and diagnostics in 6 months' time? Who on earth instructed them to do that?
Well, I disagree with the Noble Lord. We think this is a very good agreement, and the government has seen no evidence that IP rights, including the protection of undisclosed information or trade secrets, are any barrier to accessing COVID-19. The problem actually now is that we're seeing supply effectively outstrip demand with the current level of vaccine production. There is evidence by reports of a South African COVID-19 vaccine plant being at risk of closure because it has no orders, and the Serum Institute of India halving production of AstraZeneca's vaccine due to no new orders.
My Lords, I hear what my noble friend the Minister is saying around supply now, but if all the donated vaccines the G7 committed to had been donated in 2021, around 600,000 lives would have been saved. But, my Lords, I'd like to ask about the finances here, because the UK has delivered some of the vaccines that it committed to. But I understand from the British Medical Journal that the government has charged donated vaccines to the aid budget at much more than they paid for them, and that has meant that there's been further cuts to life-saving UK aid programmes. So can my noble friend the Minister explain why the government has counted each vaccine as £3.26 of aid spending, despite paying just £2.30 for doses in the first place?
I thank my noble friend for the question. All vaccine dose donations will be reported as official development assistance and be included in the 0.5% total. 2021 expenditure has been published in the UK Statistics on International Development and by the OECD Development Assistance Committee. In 2021, we donated 30.8 million doses of AstraZeneca, which we reported at cost in line with the DAC guidance.
Will Lord the Minister say what the government is doing to prepare for the next pandemic, the next global pandemic comes along, and to make sure there's better and more equitable distribution of vaccines to developing countries when that happens? And if this is such a wonderful agreement, why were we the last people to accept it?
My noble lord makes, of course, a very good point, and we think that the best answer to future vaccine development is best achieved by preserving the intellectual property system. We think this is a good consensus-based agreement that all member states could go along with, and it's a good agreement for both vaccine manufacturers and for developing countries.
My Lords, under the existing intellectual property system, as of June of this year, 72.9% of people in high-income countries have been vaccinated with at least one dose of COVID-19, whereas only 17.94% of people in low-income countries have been vaccinated. The UN Special Rapporteur on Discrimination and the Office of the UN High Commission on Human Rights have attributed this directly to the existing TRIPS intellectual property system. What is the moral justification for that?
I think the noble lord is wrong with the points that he makes. The problem is not with vaccine production. There is an excess number of vaccines now being produced. The problem is with the healthcare systems of individual countries that are unable to store, distribute and inject those vaccines, which is why we are working with developing countries to help them with that. We know that that's the case because of the problems that we had rolling out the vaccine in this country, which is, of course, has a very advanced healthcare system. So I repeat the point, the problem is not with vaccine productions. There are already excess vaccines being produced. The problem is with the healthcare systems in those countries which enable them to be distributed and put into people's arms.
The government cut by nearly 60% the support for countries to have their health systems to distribute the vaccines when they became available. And why was it that when countries needed the vaccines, at the early stage of this, the government vehemently opposed this move at the WTO? And returning to the question of the noble lady Baroness Sugg, can the Minister be very clear in response to whether the vaccine support is within or over and above the 0.5% cap? Because in March, in a donation to Bangladesh, the government said the cost of this donation has been funded through UK ODA and will come over and above the ODA spending target of 0.5% of GNI if needed. That is not what the Minister just told the House. So which is it?
Well, as the position is, as I just repeated to Baroness Sugg earlier, that all vaccine dose donations will be reported as official development assistance and be included within the 0.5%. I think the noble lord is being very unfair about the UK's support. We are, in fact, a leader of international support in response to the pandemic. We spent over $2.1 billion since 2020 to address its impacts. That includes up to $829 million to support the global development, manufacture and delivery of vaccines, treatments and tests in lower income countries.
My Lords,
the deal that was agreed at the WTO conference obviously fell short of what was initially proposed, and even after 18 months, discussions on extending the waiver to treatments and tests has been postponed again by another 6 months. Surely it is in our own self-interest, sharing clinical data, sharing research on vaccine productions. It's in our own self-interest, but a poor substitute would be a relationship or speaking to the pharmaceutical industry. Can I ask, has Her Majesty's Government had any representations with the British pharmaceutical corporations to try and bypass these obstacles that exist?
Well, the UK government has regular meetings with pharmaceutical companies, and of course we want to see the maximum amount of support offered to lower income countries, and I just outlined the support that we are providing. But we agreed at the meeting to a consensus-based decision that does not waive IP rights but streamlines the processes for developing countries using compulsory licensing to produce and export COVID-19 vaccines.
I've been listening very carefully to what the Noble Lord has said so far. I didn't hear him answer the question that the Noble Lady, Lady Sugg, asked him, which was about the difference between the price that was paid and the price that was charged for the vaccines. Can he have another go at explaining that difference?
Good question. I did answer the question, but let me repeat the answer again. In 2021, we donated 30.8 million doses of AstraZeneca, if Noble Lords would listen, which we reported at cost in line with the DAC guidance.
This question of intellectual property is going to be really important going forward into future pandemics as well. It is not absolute. We gave up liberties. People stayed at home and didn't go to work. All sorts of sacrifices were made. Why can't Big Pharma make their little bit of sacrifice as well?
Well, they are making their sacrifices is the answer to the Noble Lady's question, and I agree with her about the sacrifices that have been made. But if we want Big Pharma to invest, the private sector to invest, then we need to preserve the intellectual property regime, because next time it will require billions of pounds worth of investment and production and research, and that is best achieved by preserving the intellectual property regime. But we might need to make sure that developing countries have access to these vaccines, which we have done. And many of these countries do not have the facilities, the knowledge, the expertise, or the know-how to produce these vaccines.
The developed countries have been accused of aligning themselves with the narrative of the pharmaceutical industry, as shown. Does the Minister accept that the development of these vaccines was not dependent on the innovation of the private sector, but rather came out of public investment and research? Can he explain why these companies were allowed to influence these vital discussions?
The Noble Lady is partly right. Of course, there was substantial public research, but we also need the facilities in the private sector to help with the development, the production and the distribution of those vaccines. So it was a partnership, and the House is eager to criticise Big Pharma, but AstraZeneca produced all of these vaccines at cost and donated many of them to the third world as well. They've done a fantastic job for which we should be grateful.
My Lords, that concludes oral questions for today. Private notice question on coronavirus. New cases. Baroness Mern.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask a question of which I have given private notice. The question is as follows. To ask Her Majesty's Government what assessment they have made of the recent rise in COVID cases across the UK to 2.7 million infections over the last week.
We continue to see COVID-19 case rates and hospitalisations rise in all age groups, with the largest increases in hospitalisations and ICU admissions in those aged 75 and older. But a large proportion of those hospitalised are admitted for reasons other than COVID. However, COVID is identified due to the increasing case rates in the community and the high rates of testing in hospital, including among those with no respiratory symptoms. Current data does not point to cases becoming more severe.
My Lords, with a stark rise in infections, many people, particularly the clinically vulnerable, carers and older people, are feeling anxious. Yet the Government has been noticeably silent, perhaps being somewhat distracted. We might be through the worst of COVID, but it evidently hasn't gone away. Individuals, organisations and businesses still want guidance. So I have two questions for the Noble Lord the Minister. Is the government planning any campaigns, perhaps involving scientists and others, to highlight current risks and encourage the take-up of booster jabs? And are there plans to reintroduce mandatory mask wearing in hospitals, which the chair of the JVCI considers sensible?
Well, I think I would have to strongly disagree with the Noble Baroness on the fact saying that the government's doing nothing. We rely on the UK HSA. They monitor rates and they give us advice as well with the JCVI. At the moment, when I had my briefing from the UK HSA, so we're continuing to monitor cases. And as many Noble Lords will remember, when we announced the Living with COVID strategy, we were always ready to stand up measures should the case rates rise so much that our health system was under pressure, but also what we managed to do is break the link between infection, hospitalisations and death. If that gets out of control, then of course we will stand up the measures that we had previously.
My Lords, why does the government not reintroduce free COVID tests for everyone in England and financial support for those who do the right thing and self-isolate, especially in the face of the cost of living crisis?
Well, I know the Noble Lord will be aware of the different balances and trade-offs that government has to consider. At one stage, I think we spent £2 billion in a short period on testing. Therefore, a number of other people in the health system were saying, surely that money should be better spent elsewhere, given the backlog due to lockdown. And it's always a difficult trade-off between where you spend this money. At the moment, there are people who are still eligible for free tests, certain social and healthcare workers, but also people visiting and some carers. And all this will be continue to be monitored. Should the number of cases spiral out of control, then clearly we would look to reintroduce free testing at some stage if it needed that.
My Lords, as COVID is clearly here to stay, and as we will be into autumn within 2 months or thereabouts, what plans does Her Majesty's Government have to give a dose to everyone in autumn along with the flu vaccine?
Well, my noble friend raised a very important question, and indeed we are waiting for advice later this week from the JCVI on the autumn programme. At the moment, there have been various reports, but we are waiting for confirmation of whether it will be the existing cohort of 75 and over or 70 and over, or whether we are doing it to wider groups. That is being considered and will be announced later this week.
My Lords, Baroness Merron. My Lords, Noble Lord the Minister mentioned £2 billion being spent in a month on COVID tests. That includes PCR tests as well. Could you let us know what proportion of that £2 billion was spent on lateral flow tests? And if necessary, looking down the road this winter, is the government prepared with vaccines, with free lateral flow tests for businesses and for citizens, as well as the antiviral programme? Are we ready for it just in case?
Well, we continue to monitor the situation. The UK Health Security Agency and I, and also the Secretary of State, we have regular meetings with the UK HSA who tell us about the various issues of concern. Noble Lords will know about the outbreak of monkeypox in certain communities. We'll also know about the discovery of the polio vaccine in the sewage, but not leading to cases. And clearly, we constantly talk about the COVID cases. We are monitoring numbers. UK HSA looks at the ONS numbers as well, and we are planning for the autumn, but we've also got plans should the number of cases start leading from infection to hospitalisation and possibly death.
My Lord, Baroness Merron is absolutely right. This appears to be creeping up on the government unawares. The level is going up particularly high in Scotland. The last time round, there was a lot of confusion because different reactions were evident in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England, which caused confusion. In order to deal with this quickly and in a coordinated way, can I ask the Minister to get together the chief medical officers of all 4 countries as quickly as possible to come up with a plan?
Well, I think Noble Lord will be aware that health policy is devolved to local devolved, and there are times when devolved administrations want to go their own way and not follow England. I'm sure Noble Lord have been in meetings with the devolved administration. Sometimes they do want to go their own way. So, for example, when we reduced some of the measures, the devolved administrations were sceptical of what we had done in England. When the data showed that the measures that they had left in place in Scotland were no more effective than us removing some of those restrictions, it demonstrates exactly why. We talk to the devolved administrations all the time, but we also respect the devolved settlement, and we have to agree to disagree at times.
My Lords, would my noble friend agree that we have lived with flu all our lives, and I completely agree with his assertion that if this particular illness is not proving more deadly than illnesses that we have lived with for a long time, what would be the purpose of upsetting the economic recovery and causing so much extra cost to the public purse, unless, as he rightly says, if serious hospitalisation cases and deaths were to increase suddenly?
Yes, my noble friend makes a very important point. You always have to look upon these things in the round. You have to look at the trade-offs. Many noble lords will recognise the fact that when we went into lockdown, there are many build-ups in parts of the backlog. There was an increase in mental health. There was an increase in people suffering from mental health issues, even larger than even before. And so clearly we have to look at this as a trade-off. We do have a living with COVID strategy. We constantly get updated by UKHSA. They are looking at all this data, and we are all ready to stand up should we need to stand up.
My Lords, my Lords, my Lords.
Welcome inroads into NHS waiting lists are now being reversed. What plans does the government have to ensure that as COVID pressures mount over the winter in particular, that crucial NHS services and diagnoses are sustained, particularly, for example, early diagnosis of cancers?
Well, the noble and gallant Lord makes a very important point that we have to look clearly continue with a living with COVID strategy, keep an eye on COVID cases, but also be aware that we need to clear the backlog, and people have missed appointments. And one of the things we are doing is looking more at diagnostics. Many noble lords will be aware about 80% of the waiting list are people waiting for diagnosis, and of those people who are waiting for surgery, more than about 80% of them don't need to stay overnight in hospital. We want to make sure we get the right balance, monitoring what's going on with COVID, at the same time clearing the backlog.
My Lords.
Clearing the backlog. Can I ask him this? He said earlier that the instant rise is now leading to increased hospitalisations. What impact, my Lords, is that now having on the backlog?
In fact, I asked this very same question when I had the briefing with UKHSA officials earlier on. They said they are still focusing on the backlog. If it gets to a point where it is affecting the backlog, then clearly measures may well have to be introduced.
My Lords.
I declare my interest as in the register as a non-executive director of Chesterfield NHS Hospitals Trust. In light of the last two questions, last year the government awarded £6 billion extra to the NHS to deal with COVID cost pressures. There was an assumption that there would be no COVID in the NHS by June, and all funding stopped. In light of the rising cases and issues to do with the pressures, is the government going to reinstate NHS COVID monies? Because if not, it will eat into the day-to-day budgets of our NHS.
Of course. As I said, we are keeping everything under review. One of the things that was very clear about the living with COVID strategy, the reason we call it living with COVID as opposed to we've got over COVID, because we knew it could come back at any time. We've seen that with Omicron variant. We've seen some medication less effective against the Omicron variant, and we are continuing to monitor it, but we are ready to stand up measures that we may need to be stood up if a number of cases dictate so, on the advice of the JCVI and the UKHSA.
My Lords, my Lords.
This side.
Are increasing by the day. Can the noble Lord the Minister say what is driving this rise in number? Are there particular groups that are driving the rise? And if that is so, what is the policy? Is the policy based on that information?
What we are finding is that clearly vaccination is the best way to break that link between catching COVID and also hospitalisations. Sadly, there's still a large part of our population that still hasn't been vaccinated. And even with the third booster, 80% of that age group has come forward, and there's still a 20% of the older age group that have not yet come forward. What we're doing is trying to target those groups that have not yet been vaccinated to make sure that we offer them the best protection possible.
My Lord, does my noble friend think that an inquiry will be carried out into the COVID pandemic? And if there is one, do you think it'll prove that every mutation made this virus more transmissible but less lethal?
I mean, undoubtedly there will be an inquiry. In fact, the government did announce that there was going to be an inquiry into COVID, and even then there will also be lots of independent inquiries and lots of academics writing about this, about what different countries got right and what different countries got wrong. When I speak to my friends from other countries and other health ministers, we all look back and say there were things that we could have done differently in various ways if we'd had that knowledge. But we've also got to be very careful about the fallacy of hindsight, saying that we would have acted differently had we been in that situation. We can learn from hindsight. We have to make sure that we learn that for future pandemics.
My lords, would the noble Lord the Minister take up the offer made by Lord Fuchs to have a meeting of the 4 chief medical officers of the regions and nations of the UK to explore further possibilities and further solutions in relation to COVID? Only last week in Northern Ireland, I heard 2 separate virologists indicating that reducing the advisory limit for self-isolation to 5 days was a dangerous precedent because many people in that group would still remain positive and thereby spreading COVID in the local area. So in view of that, and in view of the rising levels of COVID and other respiratory viruses, would the noble Lord the Minister immediately talk to his ministerial colleagues and set up such a meeting?
One of the things that we do in department, as being in the Department of Health and Social Care, is we do have regular meetings with our counterparts in the devolved administrations regularly, and all the ministers do. The Noble can deny this, but I can tell the Noble we regularly have meetings with devolved administrations. Clearly, what I can do is go back to the department and see who's next due to have a meeting with their devolved counterparts and ask them whether we can put COVID on the agenda. That's what I can commit to do.
Does the Noble Lord the Minister not agree that his dismissal of hindsight is one of the most useless ways of looking at this? Surely, with an infection like this, which is continuing, hindsight is really important, and we should be looking all the time to see how we can change our practice.
The point I was making is that there's a benefit of hindsight, but there's also the fallacy of hindsight. The benefit of hindsight is that we learn from mistakes we did in the past. We all learn from mistakes, and we all learn from previous action what worked and what didn't work, and particularly in local contexts. I'm told by some of my friends in other countries, what you did in England may not necessarily have worked in our country, and vice versa. There's also the fallacy of hindsight when people say, I can tell you that had I been in that same situation 18 months ago or 2 years ago, I would have done something completely different with the information I had then. That's what is known as the fallacy of hindsight in social sciences.
My Lords, can I just be sure? Sorry, pardon me. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Okay, can I? I really apologise, Baroness. Can I just be clear about something? One of the mistakes we made before was not paying attention early enough to predictive modelling from the NHS. So now I'd just like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister, we're not sitting on any information that we're getting from the NHS now about what the exponential rate that may occur in this virus? Please, can you reassure me on that?
Of course, we rely on data from the UK Health Security Agency. They monitor this. They also look at ONS data. They also get data on hospitalisations and the capacity of the NHS to absorb the increase in patient numbers if there are increasing patient numbers. That's where we take our advice from, and that's what would trigger future actions should they be needed.
My Lords, I confirm that there is anxiety about the rise of COVID cases, but less about the virus itself than a worry that politicians might introduce some of the over-the-top restrictions that led to such collateral damage during the last 2 years.
And who
hindsight or not, I'm just making that point. People are nervous. Very specifically, could the Minister comment on the fact that some care homes, for example, at the moment, are using the rise in COVID cases to continue to now lock down care homes, carry on restricting visits with relatives, which we now know is damaging the mental and physical health of so many elderly care home residents who suffered so inhumanely, not from COVID, but our response to COVID. And could he actually encourage those care homes to open up and be a bit more confident, please?
Well, can I start by paying tribute to the Noble Baroness for her championing of civil liberties issues and also making sure there was a debate on these issues. What's really important as we look at care homes, I will take this back to my ministerial colleagues who's in charge of social care, and I'll give it a pleasure. I'll take it back to her.
Message from the Commons that they have passed the Supply and Appropriations Main Estimates Bill, to which they desire the agreement of your Lordships.
My Lords, Supply and Appropriation Main Estimates Bill. I beg to move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be now read a first time. As many as that opinion shall say content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it. Business of the House. Lord Ashton of Hyde on behalf of the Lord Privy Seal.
My Lords, on behalf of my noble friend, the Leader of the House, I beg to move the first motion standing in her name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many are as of that opinion shall say content. Content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it. Second business of the House motion. Lord Ashton of Hyde on behalf of the Lord Privy Seal.
My Lords, on behalf of my noble friend, the Leader of the House, I beg to move the second motion standing in her name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many are as of that opinion shall say content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it. Third reading of the UK Infrastructure Bank Bill. Baroness Penn.
My Lords, before we progress with third reading, I will make a very brief statement on legislative consent in relation to the bill. My officials have worked closely with their counterparts in the devolved administrations throughout the set-up of the bank and the passage of this bill. All three administrations have welcomed the establishment of a national infrastructure bank. The bank has also been developing its own relationships with the devolved administrations and their institutions, for example, the Scottish National Investment Bank. And I am pleased that the bank has now completed a deal in all 4 nations of the UK. We are continuing to discuss the requirements for legislative consent with the devolved administrations, and I am grateful for their continued engagement on this. My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. As many are as of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the bill do now pass.
The question is that this bill do now pass.
My Lords, much has happened since last week's report stage when your Lordships passed 2 sensible amendments. These changes would considerably strengthen the bill's climate and levelling up credentials, ensuring greater external support for the bank and its works. The Prime Minister has rightly said that the business of government must go on over the coming weeks and months. In that spirit, I hope the Treasury will reconsider its opposition to these amendments. That will ensure the next Prime Minister gets a stronger bill on the statute books. If ministers, whether the current crop or their successors, do not like the current wording, they are welcome to change it. However, simply overturning the amendments would show poor judgment. The economic picture has become gloomier. Dealing with the climate and biodiversity crisis is ever more pressing. The bank, through this revised bill, can play an important role in both battles, supporting the creation of good jobs and doing more to protect nature. When one of the many leadership hopeful assumes the office of Prime Minister, these issues must be at the front of their minds. Until then, my Lords, I would like to thank the noble Baroness Lady Penn and the noble Lord Viscount Younger of Lecky for taking this bill through its Lord's stages.
They have been ably supported by a range of Treasury officials to whom I am also grateful. I am even more grateful to my Labour Party policy advisor Dan Stevens for his invaluable advice and help. In the meantime, I wish the bank well as it continues finding its feet and coming to its initial investment.
My Lords, my colleagues and I obviously support the creation of the UK Infrastructure Bank. We regret that it doesn't have the genuine operational independence, which was a clear statutory characteristic of the Green Investment Bank, sold off by this government as soon as coalition ended, but we are where we are. The work in this House has significantly improved the bill. The government amended it to provide absolute clarity on UKIP's role in supporting investment in energy efficiency, and we thank the Minister for that. Your Lordships from all sides of the House supported further changes to establish that the bank's objectives extend to nature-based solutions of the circular economy, and I hope the government will not attempt to reverse these meaningful improvements. The bill, however, has followed what has become a consistent government thrust to diminish Parliament and enhance the power of the executive. I won't repeat all our previous arguments about Henry VIII powers and the power of direction. The government has promised to amend the framework document by the end of the year to assure us that not only the directions will be made public, including their content, but also any objections made by the bank to such directions, including letters of reservation. This transparency is vital, and I thank the Minister personally for making sure we got a meaningful response to this issue, with not just a commitment to remove the gagging clauses originally in the framework document, but to assure that there must be full transparency through publication of the relevant documents. I want to thank the Minister and her team for their openness and their willingness to meet. I want to thank peers around this House who work together to get improvement. There are too many to name. But I do believe that the government's nightmare is an amendment in the name of Baroness Noakes, supported by Lord Tunnicliffe, Lord Vore, Baroness Bennett and me. But last of all, let me thank my own ranks. Sarah Pugh and Moo Sweedy in the Whip's office, who provided us with organisation and backing, Lord Sharkey and Teverson, who brought their particular and extensive expertise to bear on this bill, and who have earned and enjoy the respect of this House. My thanks.
My Lords, I'd like to thank all noble lords for their constructive approach to each stage of this bill, in particular the noble Lord Lord Tunnicliffe and the noble Baroness Lady Kramer. The level of scrutiny and debate on the bill demonstrates the importance of the bank's mission and has served to demonstrate once again the expertise of this House on topics from corporate governance through to the definition of infrastructure and our target for tackling climate change. Although this is a short bill, something that may be welcomed, it is an important one given the bank's potential to deliver a step change in tackling climate change and supporting levelling up, through supporting the development of high-quality infrastructure across the whole of the UK. I'm therefore pleased to see the bill progress towards becoming law, supporting the bank to become a fully fledged, operationally independent institution, able to deliver on its mandate as agreed by this House. And I'd like to thank all noble lords on all benches for working constructively on this, both during debates and in the many separate discussions which I have had on this bill. Finally, let me recognise the work of the Parliamentary Council in both drafting this bill and supporting its progress during passage so far, as well as House staff, the excellent bill team and my noble friend Viscount Younger for his support. I know I'm not alone in this House in looking forward to seeing the impact of the bank's investments in improving the vital infrastructure of this country. I beg to move.
The question is that this bill do now pass. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it. Motion for debate. The free trade agreement between the UK and Australia. Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town.
Before opening, may I first thank and pay tribute to the very recent Trade Minister, the noble Lord Grimstone, who worked very closely and openly with the committee
not just to facilitate our access to documents and briefings and to answer our very many questions, but particularly to negotiate within Whitehall that very welcome exchange of letters on how future trade deals will be handled. Of course, his resignation, rather different from the other 60, other than the noble Lord Greenhay, his resignation took place on Friday and was not to get rid of Prime Minister Johnson, but as a result of Mr. Johnson's leaving. In the Lords, we always do something a little different. For myself, having gone through 4 ministers when I was dealing with Brexit on the front bench, and I've now lost a trade minister in my new role, I'm beginning to take this slightly personally. But may I welcome the noble Viscount Younger to the wicket, and hoping he found time between the Wimbledon finals, sorry Australia, to peruse the 2,000-page document on Australia deal, and that Team Grimstone will be there to help him answer our very many questions. My Lords, this debate is important for 3 reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, because this is the first time that this House has debated a new post-Brexit trade deal, which is not just a rollover from our EU days, but is, if you like, a from-scratch non-European trade agreement. Secondly, because it gives the House a chance to consider the deal within the government's wider diplomatic, defence, foreign affairs, environmental and indeed its domestic objectives. Or at least it would be good to debate within that context, if only the government had set out a trade policy which goes beyond the nebulous global Britain, which is simply about more trade, and went wider than that. And thirdly, again from it being a novel agreement, and the first since 1973 for which our government has had responsibility and come to our committee, it gives this House the opportunity to consider whether our ability and our powers to scrutinise negotiating objectives and a resultant deal are actually sufficient for the task that's been given us. So if I could start with the first of those, the actual deal. How do we assess it? The International Agreements Committee welcomes the agreement, especially the provisions facilitating trade in services, including financial and legal services, the mobility, digital, consumer protection, and its support for SMEs. In particular, improved mobility for UK professionals seeking to work in Australia, together with a new framework on mutual recognition of professional qualifications, and the ban on data localisation, are all likely to be beneficial. We note, as the government itself acknowledges, that the expectations of increased trade are not enormous. I think 0.08% of GDP by 2035, and only very slight in goods, given that existing Australian tariffs are already very low. However, it does have other advantages, not least in helping pave the way for the UK's potential entrance into CPTPP. And it was right for the government to prioritise Australia as a segue into that. We raised a query, however, as to whether the desire for speed reduced the chance of obtaining more from the negotiations. And we highlighted the fears of many in our farming communities, particularly in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, that they may have been sold short, with the safeguard for their produce insufficient for the new competition that they may face, particularly given the differences in Australian farming practices. It's true that Australia's focus on Asia may mean that our farmers will be insulated from the competition from this new deal. But there's a fear that the unconditional approach to removing agricultural tariffs could set a precedent. If a similar approach with the US, Brazil or Argentina would have a cumulative effect, that could be damaging to our farmers and our wider agri-food sectors. While the TAC and the FSA, FSS that's food standards and all of that, didn't raise any significant worries about food standards and safety, the impact of increased competition on vulnerable farming communities does remain of concern. More time in negotiating might also have enabled our negotiators to obtain more on climate than is in the deal with, of course, the former Australian government. Given that the new Premier and his government are far more sympathetic to tackling climate change, we've urged ministers to seek more ambitious moves in this direction through the joint committee set up under the deal. More generally, desire for a quick result and with a trusted ally might have led to Australia's very clear trade objectives and focus, giving them a better deal than perhaps we could have obtained. Turning to my second point, given this is the first deal negotiated from scratch, it provides an insight into the government's vision for post-Brexit change. However, the government finds it regrettable that the agreement cannot be placed in the context of a published trade policy, and thus understood in relation to other policy priorities, be those on climate or in line, as I said, with our diplomatic defence alignments, or indeed with the government's own desire to safeguard its right to regulate for public policy reasons, including the promotion of public health and morals. Since all trade deals involve trade-offs and compromises, Parliament needs to be able to judge the outcome of any FTA against the government's overall objectives, but these need to be set out in an agreed policy with Parliament and as well as being made publicly available. We asked ministers a year ago to set out their ambitions for trade in this new era. Without such a framework, Parliament can't judge the success or otherwise of a trade agreement. The government demurred, leaving us scratching our heads as to the extent to which any outcome meets the government's wider objectives for its trading partnerships. For Australia, this may not matter so much. It's a friendly nation, a close ally, with whom we already have extensive and pretty much free trade. But not all future deals will look like this. Following the invasion of Ukraine, with its impact on global security, on food security, supply chains and vulnerabilities, on just-in-time processes, on our environmental commitments, and on the need for strong, resilient relations with friendly states, such an overarching framework is even more urgent. Furthermore, as Russia, and perhaps alongside China, has devalued any commitment to a rules-based global order on trade or anything else, the UK needs to ground its trading and international relations firmly in a trusted, ordered and rules-based environment. That is what we need to see the government spell out. And our committee is not alone in seeking a proper trade framework. The International Chamber of Commerce says the UK has an opportunity to design a trade policy that creates an economy that is prosperous, that is fair, and that is green. And it shouldn't be difficult for ministers to lay out their trade ambitions, acknowledging their wider global objectives. Much is scattered around amongst various official documents, listing the government's commitment to universal human rights, the rule of law, fairness, and equality, as guiding all aspects of our international policy, including our approach to trade. So they say it sometimes, but not in that framework. And indeed, the DIT's strategic approach for a deal with Mexico highlights its commitment to uphold high environmental, labour, public health, food safety and animal welfare standards, and the interests of consumers, producers and businesses. So given the enunciations emanating from Anne-Marie Trevelyan, why the resistance to publishing the objectives and the red lines as a trade policy? Such a benchmark would help us understand how the emerging agreements with individual American states, like the one with Indiana, and those with India and the Gulf, fit into the picture and embed respect for human rights and the environment within them. Indeed, without a trade policy against which we can rank any deal, what exactly is it that we're meant to conclude? So thirdly and lastly, in this new trading environment, is our committee, on behalf of the House, able to scrutinise trade deals effectively? The answer is yes and no. In the case of Australia, the government gave us 3 months with those 2,000-odd pages, delivered to me on Boxing Day, to study, to take evidence and to report. But the Act only requires 21 sitting days. That is impossible for any trade deal. So what we would like to ask the Minister is to give us an assurance that months rather than days will be available to us to do the job that we've been given. In addition, we're uncomfortable as to whether devolved governments have sufficient input into trade agreements which impinge on their competences. We also lack environmental impact assessments, and indeed we don't have sufficiently granular impact assessments to judge even the government's projected outcomes, let alone to test these against other data or to hear from independent analysts of the likely impacts. And above all, of course, the Lords can only opine on a deal, and even the Commons can only delay ratification. This is far less traction than the European Parliament, the US Congress, or other legislatures have. Yet if parliamentarians are excluded from greater oversight of agreements with major impact on people's lives, we risk worsening public concerns about the trade impacting negatively on some sections of society. And if we believe, as we do, on free and increased trade, any lack of trust in it cannot be a good thing. Whilst we welcome the Grimstone rules and the Grimstone commitment to a debate on negotiating objectives, which we saw in action on CPTPP, and we expect to have our report on India, that offer came too late for this particular set of negotiations, but in future we will hope to have greater input. We're delighted that this first opportunity to report to the House is on a deal with a friendly, reliable ally, and that the agreement, with some hiccups, is one we can endorse. I thank our committee and Secretariat for the amazing work that they have done on this, and the witnesses for their input and their insight. I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, may I offer congratulations to the noble Baroness Hayter for securing this debate. And I'm sure anybody who's read their report will have something to say on it. I declare my interest as a member of the NFU in Scotland and the former president of the National Sheep Association and a long-term sheep farmer. My Lords, the UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement has inevitably been a baptism by fire for the Trade and Agricultural Commission. The fact that the International Agreements Committee's report, including at para 70, states that their findings in a limited number of areas were mainly positive makes one wonder whether they have an adequate remit to do the job that we expected of them. The briefings I have had from several agricultural bodies were quite the opposite. In their call for evidence from the agricultural community, the TAC's main question was whether the agreement would affect the maintenance of the UK's regulatory standards in relation to animal or plant health, welfare or environment protection. From that, my Lords, it appears that what we have is a regulation and agricultural commission, not a trade and agricultural commission. Would my noble friend the Minister not agree that the remit should ensure that greater emphasis is placed on trade? for any future reports. The only reference to agricultural trade that found its way into the report we're debating today, my lords, is the government estimate that the agreement would lead to a 0.07% drop in gross value added for agriculture, forestry and fishing. Then it mentions that up to 6 times that value is the fall expected in the price of beef and sheep products. As far as I can see, most sections of the agricultural industry have made their excoriating views known whenever they had a chance. The NFU's brief sums it up by saying it is a one-sided deal with Australians achieving all that they asked for and British farmers sacrificed for political gain. There are great misgivings, my lord, at the promise of achieving a zero tariff regime for this and subsequent trade deals, though presently it will be cushioned by a 16-year lead-in period. Even our agreement with the EU, where we have a much more level playing field, if we exceed our tariff rate quota for beef, I believe we will be subject to a 20% tariff. Can my noble friend the Minister say whether the most favoured nation rules of the WTO will mean that any agreement hereafter with other countries will require to follow this pattern, or will zero tariff be the rule? The report states that Trade and Agricultural Committee findings were mainly positive, and this might be true for the criteria at the level of carcass meat imports we can expect from Australia. But it may not take long, my lords, before we see producers beginning to press for more of the animal welfare and climate change standards that apply in that part of the world to apply to our production here. I will give 2 examples. Our animal health standards are enforced by law. In Australia, at the federal level, they only have guidelines that are non-binding. In the deal, we have undertaken not to go back on ours, so their animals in fields don't have to be checked for their welfare every day, whereas we have the cost of doing so. Second, we have, in the agricultural community, we've been subject to constantly reducing animal transport times, as many lords will know, and the distances, so that some areas can no longer sell their stock unless they break the journey for livestock with an enforced rest period. The RSPCA found that in Australia, sheep and cattle are transported for up to 48 hours in hot weather, and sometimes without food or water, only to mention 2 of the anomalies. What hope can my noble friend the Minister offer that they will be anxious to move towards our restricting practices when they are quite happy with what they have now, and the agreement states clearly that they should be under no obligation to do so? The same thing applies, my lords, to our regulations and undertakings on environmental issues. I attended the COP24 in Glasgow this summer, and we were treated to a stream of UK ministers and under-ministers telling us that the country was going to be in the forefront in achieving the Paris Agreement, and telling everyone else that they should do so. Yet when we come to conditions for an agreement on investment and services, all that flies out the window, and we have an agreement at the level we see in this treaty.
My Lords, I declare my interest as a member of the UK Hydrogen Commission. My Lords, it's a pleasure to speak in this debate. As a member of the International Agreements Committee, I pay particular tribute to our Chair, Lady Hayter, and to our committee clerk, Jennifer Martin Cole-Morgan, and her team for producing such an informative report. I regret that the Noble Lord Grimston has stood down from his ministerial post, although, like Lady Hayter, I'm surprised that it was because Boris Johnson was leaving rather than because he was staying, a decision entirely beyond my comprehension, I have to admit. Nevertheless, Lord Grimston was a capable minister who engaged constructively with our committee, and we will miss him from our deliberations. I intend to focus most of my remarks on the Environment chapter of the Australia FTA. But before I do so, I want to touch briefly on the wider context of the deal and the circumstances in which it was concluded. We are debating this free trade agreement against the backdrop of a catastrophic decline in the UK's trade performance. Just last month, we learnt that the current account deficit stood at a staggering 8.3% of GDP in the first quarter of 2022, the worst figures ever recorded. This has further weakened sterling and added to additional upward pressures on inflation. As Howard Dean, the former candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination, once remarked, unfortunately, "I told you so" is an incredibly unsuccessful campaign slogan. And of course he is correct. Yet the Brexiteers in this House and in the other place can't be allowed simply to slip away from the devastating consequences they have inflicted on our country and its economy. Neither is it any good for them to try and blame COVID for our woes, because our trade performance isn't only shocking in absolute terms, it is even more so in comparative terms. The government's own assessment predicts that the UK-Australia FTA will have a positive impact on GDP, as we heard from Lady Hayter, of 0.08%, a welcome, albeit modest, contribution to our national wealth. But it hardly lives up to the deluded imperial nostalgia of the Brexiters, who seem to think that the old empire was just waiting to fill the trade gap left by Brexit. My Lords, the biggest impact of the FTA, as we heard from the noble Duke, the Duke of Montrose, will be found in agriculture, where tariffs will effectively be removed altogether, albeit with some emergency brake safeguards. The clear beneficiary of this part of the deal is Australia, because it is a major agricultural producer, gaining access to a much bigger market, and also because UK farmers already had tariff-free access to the Australian market. Now, of course, all trade deals are trade-offs, and hopefully mutually beneficial ones. But with such a major concession on offer to Australia, it's regrettable that the UK conceded a potentially strong negotiating position by making its desperation for a deal so glaringly evident. One area where we could and should have insisted on more progress is with regard to the Environment chapter. While there are certainly positive aspects to this chapter, for example, as the report notes, the RSPCA's evidence to our committee has stated that the language on the conservation of marine ecosystems was particularly good. Nonetheless, overall, stakeholders viewed the chapter as at best a missed opportunity. And certainly the contrast between the respective chapters in the New Zealand and Australia FTAs, which is highlighted in our reports, is stark, particularly in respect of fossil fuel subsidies, carbon pricing and trade in environmental goods. Notably, the Australia chapter does not include specific reference to the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement, which it's reported were taken out on the assistance of the then Australian government. Although the UK's impact assessment finds that UK-based production emissions should remain largely unchanged, our government does not seem to have taken enough account of the dangers of carbon leakage and the reliance of the Australian power sector on dirty coal. As the noble Baroness Lady Hayter has said, we urge the government in our report to take advantage of the election of the new Australian government to look at this chapter again. The evidence we received from a range of stakeholders indicated concerns about the precedents that this FTA could set in future trade agreements with trade partners with low environmental standards such as the United States and Brazil. The lack of an overall trade policy means that the government doesn't seem to be gaming the impacts that concessions to achieve quick-fix FTAs like this one will have on our future negotiating position. It is hard to imagine the US, for example, agreeing to a future trade deal that had more onerous environmental demands than those agreed with Australia. Nor, my lords, did the government take advantage of the opportunity to conclude agreements on green technology and on green energy cooperation. Particularly, one area where we might have looked at is in the area of green hydrogen. This is an area where mutually beneficial agreements might have been arrived at, given that the UK is the home to cutting-edge technology. We have in Sheffield ITM Power, which is the leading manufacturer of electrolyzers, one of the world's leading manufacturers of electrolyzers used in hydrogen production. And Australia has huge interests in hydrogen production through solar and wind. But these sorts of opportunities seem to have fallen victim to the desire for a quick deal rather than a comprehensive deal. Given that the UK's net zero commitment is a legally binding obligation on our government, it follows that it must be its central policy objective over the years to 2050. But somebody needs to inform the Trade Department of this fact so that environmental objectives are not seen as a nice to have, but are regarded as central to our trade policy. My lords, as a liberal free trader, I conclude by welcoming this trade agreement despite its flaws. However, I hope that as our first full trade deal post-Brexit, the government will take the time to absorb the negotiating lessons it has learned, and in particular, that it will recognise the need in future not to appear such an eager, if not desperate, suitor. And I hope that in his reply, the Minister will reflect on which lessons the Trade Department intends to take on board as a result of these negotiations, the first, as Lady Hayter said, by our government since 1973. I hope the government will also recognise that improving our trade position will require much more than a flurry of quick-fix trade deals. It requires an overarching policy, as Baroness Hayter stressed, that has a strong focus, not just on concluding trade agreements, but also on trade promotion and building the enduring relationships with business and with countries around the world that help sustain and nurture trade and investment. At the moment, too many nations regard us as an unreliable partner, unwilling to enter into real partnerships or to engage on equal terms. My lords, our country and our economy are in deep long-term trouble. Productivity is stagnant, GDP growth is anemic. In the G20, only Russia's economy is predicted to fare worse than ours, and our trade position has deeply, deeply deteriorated. None of this will be fixed by the fantasy economics that most of the Tory leadership candidates seem determined to peddle. Unless we are able to restore our trade position and provide a concerted solution to the structural problem of low productivity, we will find ourselves an ever poorer and more unhappy country.
My Lords, I draw attention to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests. I am involved with a number of organisations that are Australian-facing, not least of which is as a non-executive director of the Australian Chamber Orchestra. Having said that, I don't look at the situation in terms of our trade deal with Australia through rose-tinted spectacles. And I'll come to some of those points as we go on. But I also want to pay tribute to our chair and to our previous chair, Lord Goldsmith, and to the team of civil servants and of advisers who have been very, very helpful in some of the complexity of this, because we're doing these trade deals for the first time in a very, very long time. Let me begin by saying a week is a long time in politics. The shenanigans of the past week affect all of us, and it's not for me on this side of the House to cast aspersions elsewhere, because everyone who is involved in the political process has suffered as a consequence of what has happened over the past few weeks. And that spotlight on British politics that affects all of us, there are questions about professionalism, about integrity and competence. And every one of us have now to show that we live by the Nolan principles and that our partners can deal with us, knowing that we are not just competent, but we are ethical as well. And that's why we have to adopt a serious and informed view on trade deals such as this. Now, my first point is to get rid of the hyperbole that has surrounded the publication of this deal. It is historic. Okay, it's the first one, so that's fair enough. But frankly, if a Conservative government in the United Kingdom could not do a deal with a Conservative government in Australia, no doubt with some Australians who actually have a right to British citizenship, but more of that later, then they should give up the ghost. And hyperbole comes up when we discover how much has been left out of the bill or the agreement. The points on the climate emergency referred to by previous speakers, notably Lord Oates, the problems with animal welfare brought up by the noble Lord, the Duke of Montrose, are really serious ones. And I agree with much of what the noble Lord, the Duke of Montrose, has said. Standards are lower. And one funny story, which my colleagues will know I'm going to tell, I made the point that we have limits on how long a beast can travel. And as the noble Lord, the Duke of Montrose, pointed out, in Australia, a beast can travel for 48 hours in heat that makes today look a little bit cool. You know, you're talking about heat above 40 degrees. The response was, Australian cows are tougher than British cows. Now, I thought it was a joke, and it was perhaps a mistake for me to laugh at it. But there is, what is also extremely interesting is one of the big holes in this deal is around climate change. The deal was being done with a climate sceptic government. That government no longer exists. And it was voted out to a very large extent because of the position that it takes on climate change. And back to hyperbole again. It's important to notice that this country is 10,000 miles away and has a population of about 25 million. So the impact that it can have on our economy is limited. And an awful lot of people, and I know my noble friend, and he is a friend, Lord Goodlad, has a postcard that shows the United Kingdom as part of one county in New South Wales. It's a huge country with economies of scale, particularly in relation to agriculture, that we can't even conceive of. And I agree that the point that was made by both Lord Oates and by our chair, that GDP is estimated to go up by 0.008% by 2035. Now that's £2.3 billion, which the MOD and the Scottish Government could probably spend in a morning. because these are not the kind of sums that we are looking to see coming back to our economy. Now, the NFU, throughout all of our hearings, have been particularly critical of this deal, bearing in mind the economies of scale that Australia can have. The government claims that UK consumers prefer British products. Well, if you go into a shop and you only have £1 as part of the cost of living crisis, you're not going to spend it on British products. At £2, you're going to have to buy what you can afford. And that is one of the consequences of the cost of living crisis. People are not able to choose what it is that they want. They have to buy what they can afford. And the growing cost of living crisis will affect that. And the real fear among the farming communities is that the Australian deal could undercut the UK industry, especially if Australia is frozen out of Asian markets. And that could happen. There is a dispute, a very intense dispute, between Australia and China. And there is a real risk that Asian markets could be opened up. Why did the government not insist that increased access to the UK market should mean adherence to the core standards that the Duke of Montrose talked about on the environment and on animal welfare? And back to hyperbole again. I am sceptical about the CPTPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is a deal that has been done with countries who have agreed a set of principles, not all of which are aligned to what we in Britain would seek to have. And it's at the other end of the world. We're joining it because we left our neighbours. Our neighbours were in a deal that we had contributed to, and now we're saying, oh, well, we want to sign up to the CPTPP. So I'm going to have to get a whole lot of new evidence that the CPTPP will work for us, and also that we will be accepted into it. The deal on acceptance may be completely different to anything that we can sign up to. During the negotiating period, the UK signed up to AUKUS, the nuclear submarine deal. So where is that going to fit into the deal? The rumours are that the US is going to get the lion's share of contracts. But one of the most exciting things that has happened in the past 6 weeks is the new government in Australia is not climate sceptic. Has contact been made with the new Australian government to reopen these discussions on climate change? Maybe even getting them to commit to limiting the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Like here, as in Australia, no government can bind its successor. That is something that we should be moving on now and not at some point far into the future. The Rudd government signed the Kyoto Protocol within days of being elected in the mid-2000s. Why could the Albanese government not have been asked to reopen the climate change sections that are so absent in the existing deal? Now, coal is a driving force in Australia. We in the UK are establishing a real lead in carbon capture, storage and use. And years ago, development programmes took place in the Latrobe Valley in Victoria. Why is that not included in the deal? And some years ago, a carbon capture and storage international programme was started in Australia long before the climate sceptic Morrison government came on the scene. There are opportunities there for British business, and I should say that I am president of the Carbon Capture and Storage Association here in the UK. We are in a position where we can move into the leadership on carbon capture and storage, and there are many jobs tied up with it. You will be delighted to know that there are some parts of the agreement that I am actually very happy with. I'm very happy with the professional services deals. Hopefully many new opportunities will be opened up to British business. We benefit particularly here in London from many Australian professionals, many not needing visas as they have dual nationality, which is very popular in Australia, except in Parliament where only Australian citizens may sit. And frankly, the Home Office is a very busy time before elections, while everybody who's a candidate revokes the British citizenship, and a very busy time after elections when those who haven't won go and take up the British citizenship again. So that is how close the relationship is, and I hope that that's something that we can build on, and that's one area where hyperbole is uncalled for. With Australia, we are, as Baroness Hayter pointed out, we are among friends. But the flowery language used to justify a trade deal that could have been so much better is uncalled for. Now, with a new government in Australia, it's time to get that deal augmented without resort to hyperbole. It's a deal that we can work on, but the government has to have the commitment to look hard at what Britain really needs, not headlines about doing the first trade deal.
Yeah. What a pleasure to follow Baroness Liddell. Always trenchant, always expert, extremely popular in Australia when High Commissioner there, popular at this end too. I follow her part of the way. I certainly follow her in her tribute to Baroness Hayter for conducting our debates with such skill and style, and as usual, pinching all the points that I was going to make today. Sorry to tell the House, I'll make them all the same. I'd like to pay tribute to Lord Grimstone of Boscobel, whose dialogue with us, though it wasn't always very deep, was carried out with impeccable courtesy at all stages. I also had the feeling that he might know what he was talking about, and that he might have liked to tell us a bit more than he was allowed to. So I myself hope that he will be back in order that I can test my theory. If this report is a good one, and I think it is a good one, that owes a great deal to the help we in the committee had from our clerks, from our policy analyst and our clerk, Jennifer Martin Colmorgan, and Anita Nino Meyer. My thanks to them. I'm less critical of this agreement than most of those who've spoken so far. The key point to make for perspective, I think, is that it is no big deal. The government themselves maintain that its economic effects, though probably positive, trade liberalisation usually is, will be extremely marginal. It isn't, in my view, a bad deal. Liberalising is generally a good thing to do, and I think there are genuine gains in this agreement for UK exporters of services. On goods, of course, there's absolutely no doubt that the deal favours the Australians, massively. But principally because their own tariffs were already very low. It was hailed in Australia as splendidly asymmetrical. Their negotiators were congratulated on achieving the impossible. And they do believe that the greater market access that they have secured here for their agricultural producers will result in economic gains to them. So they do share some of the views that the noble lord, the Duke of Montrose, put forward this morning. They would argue that the hill farmers in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland are right to be concerned about this deal. I think the hill farmers are right to be surprised about this deal because there was no attempt to prepare the ground. It did come as a shock to them, but I myself don't believe that they will be hard hit in the end, because for Australia, the Asian market will always be the principal market for farm products. It's a pretty inexorable rule in trade, in goods, that trade halves as distance doubles. So overall, I'd say this deal is no big deal, but also no bad deal. I would like to hope that the Minister replying to this debate will be brief to reply to some of the questions we raised in our report. The two that I'd particularly like to hear an answer to are the question we asked in paragraph 34 on data adequacy and in paragraph 42 on investor-state dispute settlement, where the policy of the government simply isn't clear to me. But my concern about the agreement was actually more about what it didn't say than what it did say, and more about the unsatisfactory features of the process that produced it. I'd like to make 3 points, one specific, one general, and one purely about process. First, the environmental chapter. Of course, Lady Hayter is right, Lord Oates is right, Lady Liddell is right. The environment chapter is extremely disappointing. I agree with Lord Oates that the contrast with the New Zealand deal is quite striking. The New Zealanders signed up to work with us on carbon pricing and the reduction of fossil fuel emissions. There is nothing comparable in the deal with Australia. And yet we were, as has been discussed, conceding in other parts of the agreement quite a lot to the Australians. I think not necessarily very damaging, but the concessions were seen in Australia as considerable. I don't know what price we got for them. It certainly doesn't look as if we got a price in the environment chapter. And I don't understand why we pressed ahead to do the deal with the Morrison government, who had demonstrated at COP26 that they really didn't attach a very high priority at all to reducing carbon emissions, attached a higher priority to maintaining a massive coal export industry. So why, as Lady Liddell has said, when the polls showed that the Morrison government was in trouble, the election was coming up, the polls showed that the wildfires had caused the Australian public opinion to be more concerned about global warming, more concerned about emissions reduction. Why? Well, maybe we did try to extract a price, but why did we give up? Why did we not wait to see if the polls were correct and the Labour Party were going to come in with a very different approach to environmental policy? I don't know the answer to that. It looks to me like a mistake, but I hope the Minister can elucidate. Of course, it's not possible now to make our concessions in this agreement contingent on Australian action on the environment. The deal is the deal. It's written down. There's nothing we can do about it. And one of the oddities of our scrutiny system is we are only allowed to debate it when we can do nothing about it. Still, that is that is where we are. But I echo Lady Hayter, Lord Oates, Baroness Liddell, in saying that I hope we are nevertheless in discussions with the Albanese government about whether in addition to this agreement, there can be some new UK-Australian agreement to work together on climate change. My general point springs directly from that specific one. I don't think any of us knows what view the government takes on linking trade deals to wider non-trade policy objectives. We don't know because the government haven't published a trade strategy or any hierarchy of priorities. We can deduce one or two things. We can deduce from what has been said in other contexts that the government's #1 priority in trade deals is securing greater access for service exports. I don't disagree with that. We can deduce from what's been said in other contexts that the government wouldn't do a trade deal with a country demonstrating egregious contempt for human rights. Okay, that's about as far as we can go, I think. I was puzzled to see the outgoing Prime Minister saying in April that he wanted a full free trade agreement with India done and dusted by October. In other words, with remarkable speed. He said that in April. In other words, there was no question of any linkage to Prime Minister Modi's policy on the Ukraine. The Indian government refused to criticize the invasion, which happened in February. The Indian government refused to join in any sanctions. And yet our Prime Minister in Delhi in April was saying, let's go steaming ahead and do as wide a free trade deal as we can by October. I do genuinely think that the government need to tell us to what extent trade policy is to be joined up with foreign policy, environment policy, energy policy, human rights policy, development policy. I think they need to be mutually supportive. I think the general view in this House would be that they should be mutually supported. I'm a free trader, but I don't think that trade liberalisation can be ring-fenced, overriding all else. Napoleon was wrong. We aren't just a nation of shopkeepers, but I do think we need to demonstrate that with a strategy which links our trade objectives to wider objectives and sets out a hierarchy of priorities. Last point, as Chapter 8 of this report points out, something still isn't quite right in our trade negotiators' relationship with the devolved administrations. It's well illustrated by the alarm in Edinburgh, Cardiff and Belfast at the tariff reductions on farm products which so alarm the Duke of Montrose. The Welsh Government said to us that as the setting of tariffs is a reserved matter, limited information is shared with all governments, and we were unable to have meaningful discussions with the UK government on this issue. This lack of discussion makes it difficult for us to ascertain whether our interests in this area are being protected as negotiations proceed. I think that's a very fair point, and I think that the UK government owes the Welsh, the Scots say much the same, an answer. The friction with the devolved governments clearly wasn't a priority for the outgoing Prime Minister. I hope it will get more attention from his successor, and that the government will drop the absurd objection which is encapsulated at paragraph 147 of our report, where the government say that sharing information on tariff liberalisation could jeopardise overall negotiations. That's the reverse of the truth. It's not just wrong, it's absurd. It is extremely useful for a negotiator to be able to point out that a proposed concession could cause serious problems back home. It's extremely useful if one wants to reject it. It's even more useful if one's aim is to extract a higher price for it. Having an informed, instructing constituency back home strengthens one's negotiating position. It doesn't weaken it. It also avoids surprises of the kind which clearly struck the hill farming community when the deal with Australia took place. I believe that devolved administrations should have been represented in the negotiating teams that negotiated with Australia, at least on farm products. And I believe they should be represented in the teams that negotiate, if such negotiations happen, on agriculture with Canada, Mexico, Uruguay, Brazil, and of course the United States, if that ever happens, because these countries, which are much closer, will therefore offer much greater competition to our farmers if tariffs come down. I think it would also make sense for wider reasons to heal this running sore in Whitehall's relationship with Belfast and Cardiff, and particularly Edinburgh. I'm sure that the noble Lord, Lord Younger, will take this point more than most, and I very much hope that he'll take it back to Whitehall.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble Lord Kerr, or Carr, I'm never quite sure, Kerr? Carr, whichever, with whom I used to sit on this committee. We sparred a little bit. He particularly didn't like my suggestion that smoking in the committee should be banned, even when it was on Zoom. But never mind. I think other members of the committee will understand that. I, like him, am broadly, philosophically, a free trader. Not totally, but broadly, philosophically one. I thought I'd be the first person speaking in this debate to welcome the free trade agreement, but the noble Lord Oates did welcome it, albeit with quite a few reservations. I do welcome it wholeheartedly. And the report also, which I've read, is mostly, and this is not meant to be condescending, is mostly extremely sensible and raised some very reasonable points. I was on the committee at the beginning of the investigation. It was extremely well chaired by the noble Lord Goldsmith, and I regret the fact that he's felt the need to stand down from the House of Lords because of rather controversial issues about declarations. I thought he was a really good chairman, extraordinarily balanced. I'm sure the noble Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town is similarly balanced and a good chairman, but I have no experience of that. I will just explain why I left the committee. Slightly illustrated by this debate, actually. I left because I was too often the sole voice on the committee that wanted the trade agreements to work. And I'm afraid too many on the committee wanted to see post-Brexit trade deals fail because they wanted Brexit to fail. And I found this actually extremely sad because I'm interested in the good of this country, not in party political or whatever machinations. Now, this UK-Australia trade deal is far from perfect, and we've heard a lot of the defects in it. But please show me a free trade agreement that is perfect. When we were in the European Union, the EU agreements were extraordinarily tortuous, extraordinarily slow, and often reaching no conclusion at all, because not least they were trying to satisfy 26 or 27 members of the EU. They were looking after French farmers, for instance, which is more important in the EU than the benefits to consumers and society as a whole of a free trade agreement. Now, I am a farmer, as declared in the Register of Interests, and I know things can be very hard. But interestingly, I'd like my noble friend to confirm this when he sums up. I understand the current quotas of beef and lamb into the UK from the Antipodes are not nearly filled. So this free trade agreement will not make things worse. I have to say that some of the arguments being advanced have echoes of the Corn Laws debates. Now, this common agricultural policy, of which we all have experience in one way or another, is very expensive, extremely destructive to agricultural communities, and, frankly, madness. Surely it's better to be out of that. I'd love to hear somebody that's going to speak later defend the common agricultural policy. It has hugely harmed the agricultural sector in so many ways. Perhaps it needed sprucing up, I'll agree with that, but nevertheless, it really has. Now, climate change has been much mentioned. I have been banging on about climate change and environmental issues since I got into the House of Commons 30 years ago. When I first mentioned climate change, it was thought to be a rather eccentric obsession. It isn't anymore. But I have to say, I think the report is somewhat nitpicking on this issue about Australian coal. And I agree with the sentiment. But first of all, to those with nostalgia for our imperial past, they may not have realised that Australia is a sovereign country now, not one of our colonies. So it's up to them to decide what they do. And of course, yes, we can lobby for it. But hold on, how many of us are not wearing something, in my case it's my socks and my shirt, that were not made in China? Sure? Check where your shirt was made. Perhaps Jermyn Street only. But look, China is belching forth fumes from coal-fired power stations, and yet we have the Belt and Road Initiative, which is pouring goods into our country from China. And we don't hear very often people saying, well, we can't possibly let those in because the Chinese are using so much coal. Anyway, I'm going to tell one illustrative story about the committee, which explains perhaps why I left. Tony Abbott was an advisor. He seemed to have fallen by the wayside, but he was touted as an advisor anyway. And at one meeting, this was mentioned, and he was roundly slagged off for not knowing anything, and even worse, for being conservative. I think it was the next week, George Brandis, the High Commissioner, came to speak to us. Now, I did a bit of research and knew that George Brandis had been in his cabinet. So I asked, innocently as always, whether George Brandis thought that Tony Abbott could add anything to his advice to our free trade agreement. He said, Tony Abbott, fantastic guy, absolutely brilliant. He knows so much about trade and so on. And if it is possible on Zoom to see crests falling, I can promise you there are a lot of crestfallen faces around. Now, in summary, I found being on the committee a less than edifying experience. I'm sorry about that because I thought it would be really interesting. But I do think the report is fairly balanced. It makes some very good points. It's a pity there's not greater enthusiasm in the report or on the committee for a free trade agreement, however imperfect, because like Lord Kerr, I think free trade benefits everybody. And it was reached quickly, perhaps too quickly indeed, but it was reached quickly for the benefit of this country and for its people and for the benefit of Australia as well.
My Lords, I will restrain myself from commenting on the published taxation proposals of candidates for the Conservative leadership. Safe to say that Charles Dickens might have wickedly asserted that there was a smell of an Eatanswill election. I am pleased to tell the House that I am not aware of any personal taxation temptations in this agreement. However, this is an important agreement with Australia, the first trade deal from scratch post-Brexit. My first question, my Lords, is, have we prioritised speed of the negotiation at the expense of the UK's leverage to negotiate a better outcome for the environment? Could we have had some influence on Australia's use of coal? Has an agreement, my Lords, and the report by the committee on which I serve been overtaken by a change of government in Australia? And will the government use the joint committee to explore possible changes in the environmental and climate change provisions in the agreement? It is an important issue. The machinery is there. Do they intend to use it? Secondly, although hitherto the amount of beef imports to the UK have been small, there is no guarantee that there will not be an upsurge in the future. Other provisions criticised by the farming organisations and referred to in a trenchant speech by the noble lord, the Duke of Montrose, are they sufficiently robust to deal with what may happen over the next 10 to 15 years? As in the report, I declare my non-financial interest in the occupation and livelihood of many members of my family. Some Australian commentators have called the agreement as a win-win result for Australian agriculture, with some envisaging prospects of a tenfold increase in beef exports. My Lords, proximity and practice has meant that hitherto Far Eastern markets have been more attractive to Australia, but I note a recent 38% decline in beef exports to China for political reasons. Has the government taken this possibility properly on board? I would not wish, as a former MP and a representative of consumers for 41 years, to be unduly protective. But it is obvious to some that if this agreement is used as a template for an agreement with New Zealand, then British agriculture could be adversely affected. It is beyond argument that there is nothing in this agreement for British agriculture, and I'm sure the noble Duke would agree with me on that. My third point is more specific, whether the agreement will be used generally for our entry into the CPTPP, the Comprehensive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Will it be the template for general negotiations? Frankly, I am much more concerned with the dangers of substantial increase in New Zealand lamb inputs, however desirable this might be, to cushion gaps when our lamb is not available. As always, the danger lies in untimely and unregulated excessive imports. In the post-Brexit era, there is a case for a proper agricultural policy on imports, which would both ensure the prosperity of British agriculture and take advantage of cheaper imports for the British housewife. Livestock rearing, I would assert, is more important in the devolved nations than in many other parts. I compare the size of the average farming units in the Antipodes with those in this country. The advantage of size and climate change and climate should make us wary of uninhibited imports. And I repeat, and the noble Lord Kerr has referred to it already, I repeat my dissatisfaction expressed in earlier debates with the degree and manner of the government's involvement with the devolved governments, and my rejection of the government's defence for not forwarding the views of the devolved governments because of the danger of jeopardising the government's negotiation with other parties. Hence, the committee has been driven to seek the views of the devolved nations directly. It is not on at all to operate in this way when agriculture has been devolved, when any negotiations in this field can have a tremendous effect on the culture, nations, of the nations that I am interested in, and I believe the government have to start afresh in their views, in taking views of the devolved nations into account. I would suggest that if they maintain this defence, that they would jeopardise their negotiating position. Could we not be told in confidence? And then the committee could be able to make proposals and make their views known so that the House could take their view. I believe there is no basis whatsoever for this defensive attitude. My last point is to welcome the government's commitment to produce monitoring reports of the agreement every 2 years, as well as an evaluation report after 5. I hope the House will give consideration to my reservations to some aspects of this agreement.
My Lords, I pay full credit to the Department of International Trade for having rolled over 66 EU bilateral free trade agreements in time before the transition period. And as President of the CBI at that time, I was proud to have played a role in helping to make this happen, including the Canada deal. The UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement is the first trade agreement that the UK has negotiated from scratch since leaving the EU, and was signed on the 16th of December here in the UK, and of course, because of the time difference, 17th of December in Australia. And of course, it will always remain to be seen how these trade flows will be affected once the implementation of this agreement takes place. And that is where we have to make sure, I'm sure the government will agree, that it's one thing signing a free trade agreement, it's another thing ensuring that businesses in both the countries actually make full use of them and are aware of all the provisions and improvements of the FTA, and what plans does the government have to communicate these benefits to businesses here in the UK in particular. And I think organisations like the CBI will have a major role to play in that. The report, The Scrutiny of International Agreements, UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement by the International Agreements Committee. I congratulate the Noble Lady Baroness Hayter and her committee on this, and it very clearly says that imports from Australia will lead to greater consumer choice, which is welcome. Consumers could also benefit from lower prices from imported goods. And of course, the Secretary of State for International Trade, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, has described this agreement as historic. It sets new global standards in digital and services, I quote her, and creating new work and travel opportunities for Brits and Aussies. Of course, it would help create new opportunities for businesses in both the UK and Australia. It gives, if I just give for example, guaranteed access to bid for an additional £10 billion worth of Australian public sector contracts, allows young people, and now young has been extended 18 to 35, to work for 3 years unrestricted in each other's countries. And of course, New Zealand, and now the New Zealand Free Trade Agreement also has this provision, which I'm delighted here. And it's for the first time UK service suppliers, including architects, researchers, accountants, lawyers, scientists, will have access to visas to work in Australia without being subject to Australia's changing skilled occupation list. This is more than Australia has ever offered to any other country in any free trade agreement. And of course, the big thing about this is it removes all tariffs, making it cheaper to sell our products, including Scotch whisky, to the Australian, of course, Australian wines coming over here. And service is a big aspect of it, and I don't think people appreciate that the UK has traditionally been the second largest services exporter in the world, so this is very important for us. The other point about this free trade agreement is it is, in my view, the most comprehensive free trade agreement in the world. It covers so many different areas, which I will go into, including 32 chapters from trade in goods, trade remedies, rules of origin, trade facilitation, customs procedures, financial services, investment environment, trade and gender equality, dispute settlement, impact assessment. I mean, it's the first ever dedicated innovation chapter in any free trade agreement in the world, which is fantastic news. The government's impact assessment estimates that this could increase trade between the UK and Australia by over 50%, which is fantastic. That's over £10 billion in the long run. And of course, this increase is driven by reductions in regulatory restrictions to goods and services trade, tariff reductions, income and supply chain effects as the economy grows. And of course, other speakers have mentioned this. Of course, the impact on our GDP is relatively modest at 0.08%. The restrictions, the concerns about agriculture There's the 15-year phasing in that is there for beef and sheep. And of course, Anne-Marie Trevelyan again says that she said that only a small fraction of the UK's overall beef imports and 0.1% of Australian beef exports went to the UK last year. And she felt it would be relatively unlikely that large volumes of beef and sheep will be diverted to the UK from lucrative markets in Asia, which are much closer to Australia. I think it's important that we are debating this because this is a forerunner to future agreements. So there's a New Zealand one that's just been agreed. There's the India Free Trade Agreement that is being negotiated. There are other agreements that are now being upgraded. Of the 66 bilateral agreements rolled over from the EU, we're starting to upgrade some of them and make them bespoke to ourselves, such as Mexico. And of course, the CPTPP was also mentioned, which I will come to later. We've got to also, when it comes to digital and data provisions, the question is, how will it ensure that UK citizens' personal data exchanged under the agreement will be protected? Could the Noble Lord the Minister perhaps address that? And what commitments will there be that the digital data provisions in future FTAs will not risk losing the UK's data adequacy decision with the EU? The Commission reports findings that the UK-Australia free trade deal was unlikely to result in a substantive increase of food in the UK that had been produced to lower standards. This has been a concern for many people, including about animal welfare, but of course the government needs to continue to monitor the levels of items. For example, pesticide residue on import goods from Australia. Would the government agree with this? It's also going to be really advantageous. There's a chapter on SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. But how do we encourage SMEs to export more? At the moment, only 10% of our companies export, and of those, only 14% of them are super exporters that export more than 10 different products to 10 different countries, compared with a country like Germany, where it's 40%. So the export strategy is absolutely vital. And we need to do much more to promote exports. When it comes, going back to my role with the CBI, I personally, the CBI, played a major role in helping this particular free trade agreement at various stages, including helping it get over the line, working with not only the DIT on our side, but also with Dan Tehan, the Australian Trade Minister, who at that time was Vice President of the Accession Committee to the CPTPP, and of course His Excellency George Brandis, the Australian High Commissioner. And we've been working similarly with the New Zealand High Commissioner and the New Zealand Trade Minister and the New Zealand High Commissioner, Bede Corey. This way of working, getting business organisations like the CBI, helping the government to get these deals over the line and bringing the stakeholders face to face with both sides has worked extremely well, and I would recommend that for all future negotiations, including the Indian negotiation that is continuing now. Baroness Little expressed some scepticism about the CPTPP. Well, I think the CPTPP is going to be a fantastic thing for Britain. It covers 13% of the world economy. If you include the UK, it's 16%. It's giving the UK access to the fast-growing Indo-Pacific region, and we'll be with allies of ours. We will have huge benefits, modern digital rules, eliminating tariffs, and of course the Australian FTA is a big stepping stone to the CTPPP, and I would imagine the government would agree with that. It will allow us to eliminate tariffs on UK exports more quickly. For example, whiskey can come down from 165% duties to 0 in Malaysia, reducing car duty to 0% in Canada by 2022 if we complete these negotiations. So these are huge benefits to us if we can. And of course, we have the rules of origin as well, allowing content from all CTPPP countries to be accumulated. So if a good has at least 70% CPTPP content, they qualify for preferential tariffs. And that's great, that 70% can come from any combination of CPTPP countries. So I think Could the Minister confirm at what stage are we at now? We've got bilateral with the CPTPP agreement. Will we gain accession by the end of this year, which was the target? We already have now, including New Zealand, 9 bilateral agreements with the 11 countries, which leaves only Malaysia and Brunei that we don't. 110 billion pounds worth of trade for the UK. That's higher than China, which is just under 100 billion pounds. This is one of the largest free trade agreements in the world, and I think is key for the success of global Britain. It's members of the fastest growing economies in the world, with expanding middle classes, an appetite for British goods, products and services. They respect brand Britain, and for the UK to remain competitive, it must position itself as a trading partner of choice in that particular region. And just very quickly, the environmental provisions, the FTA refers to the Paris Agreement, but has been criticised for the lack of explicit reference to limiting the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. When it comes to Northern Ireland Protocol, here the interaction between the protocol and the FTA, could the Minister provide some clarity on this? It appears that exports from Northern Ireland to Australia will benefit from the FTA, but goods entering Northern Ireland, including from the UK, there are complications. And of course, this is further complicated by the protocol. And I would say to the government, please, 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 let us sort out the Northern Ireland Protocol. Let's deal with practicality. I've gone and visited CBI members on the ground in Northern Ireland. They just want to get on with it and get this protocol resolved using a practical mindset. Because once we resolve the protocol, we can then work on the biggest trade agreement that we have, which is with our neighbour at our doorstep. 45% of our trade is the European Union, and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement needs to be upgraded in a huge way, and we cannot do that unless we sort out the protocol. Similarly, the Horizon project, which is so valuable for research between European universities and British universities, that is really a threat of losing Horizon unless we sort out the protocol. There is an urgency over there. In terms of the integrated review that the United Kingdom published, our first ever integrated review on the 16th of March in 2021, talking about a tilt to the Indo-Pacific. If I may, Policy Exchange, of which I'm now proud to be a trustee, was ahead of the game. They produced a report, a very British tilt towards a new UK strategy in the Indo-Pacific region in November 2020. And it is so sad that the foreword of this report was written by the late Shinzo Abe. The professional services and recognition of qualification in the FTA is very important because it provides, this is a hugely important, provides a pathway towards a mutual recognition of professional qualifications, which will be again very useful for our services exports. Legal services, it provides an agreement allowing UK and Australian lawyers to advise clients. If only we could have this in the India Free Trade Agreement as well. Temporary entry for business persons, once again, very, very useful for us. And of course, youth mobility, which I've referred to. The agreement also includes provision on market access for investors. Digital trade is covered as well, which is fantastic. Digital facilitation, data governance and data protection, technologies and data innovation, consumer protection, and intellectual property. This has got a very strong intellectual property chapter. I would again advise that we have the same in the India deal. Procurement as well, and of course the areas of beef and sheep meat that I've touched on earlier. That said, the government's impact assessment shows a negative effect of the FTA on agriculture, forestry and fishing, and the semi-processed food sector. Would the government agree? And that is why the FTA is generally regarded with concern by the farming sector, including the NFU warned that the agreement could have a significant impact on UK farming, with livestock and sugar particularly affected because, of course, the lower cost of production in Australia compared with the United Kingdom. And to conclude, my Lords, security and trade go hand in hand. Australia is a member of Quad along with Japan, the United States and India. I have suggested that the UK should join Quad, making it Quad Plus, thereby encircling the world. We have AUKUS as well, and with the speed of this deal, 1 year was fantastic, 1.5 years by the time it was actually signed. India signed a UAE and Australia deals in less than 90 days, but they were much lighter in content. I think it's very important that we do it in a thorough manner, and I think we have done that over here. And the final point is, with trade deals like this are all very well, but we've got to continue to be a magnet for inward investment as a country, and we cannot do that if we have the highest tax burden in 70 years. That also comes into play. But all in all, I'm all for this deal. Congratulations to the government on securing it.
My Lords, I'm delighted to follow the noble Lord, Lord Billamoria. I'm just wondering if that is his pitch to be the next leader of the Conservative Party asking for lower taxes. I'd like to start off with the comments that he made about the Northern Ireland Protocol, which clearly needs to be revised, but one word of caution, it is a fundamental part of the UK-EU withdrawal agreement, and we need to treat that very sensitively indeed. I'd like to add my congratulations to the noble lady Baroness Hayter and her committee for not just preparing the committee report but bringing the debate to the House this afternoon. I'd also like to add my thanks and pay tribute to the noble friend Lord Grimston, who I think was extremely assiduous, charming and generous with his time at every stage of every debate that he participated in. So I would like to pay a personal tribute and wish him well. I'm sure we haven't seen the last of his interventions as a minister. My approach to this free trade agreement is cautious in nature, and I think highlights the fact criticisms have been made by others, noticeably the report before us this afternoon, but also the EFRA committee next door and others. I think also, which has been criticised in previous debates, the fact that the Trade and Agriculture Commission can only examine agreements once they've been signed. I think we would all sign up in Parliament to the fact that the Commission should actually be able to really intensively scrutinise and make recommendations on each agreement before they've been signed. So I hope that's something that the government might keep under review. So I think in that regard, these agreements are seen to fall short in both content and scrutiny. And I would add to that my criticism that there appears to be a lack of strategy in negotiating trade agreements, shown in particular in this agreement. And I'm grateful that the committee has annexed to the report in its Appendix 3 the extract from the UK government's strategy for the UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement. And essentially what they're doing here is publishing their public negotiating objectives for a free trade agreement with Australia, but there doesn't seem to be an overarching strategy. And I would like to single out in particular the two paragraphs that relate to sanitary and phytosanitary standards. I think we all need a break. I think we're all going slightly insane as we approach the end of term. Here, these two paragraphs, the government commits to, and I quote, uphold the UK's high levels of public, animal and plant health, including food safety, and enhance access for UK agri-foods to the Australian market by seeking commitments to improve the timeliness and transparency of approval processes for UK goods. So my first question to the Minister and the front bench is, how can we hold the government's feet to the fire on these two issues of sanitary and phytosanitary standards? Because it strikes me that, and I'm not the first to mention this in this debate, but this agreement is yet another asymmetrical deal, and I'm sure the noble Lord Purvis will agree with this, because he actually has made this same point in debating other agreements as well. But it benefits the other side, the Australians, much more preferentially than the UK. And I would also point out that it only adds value to the UK of 0.02% to the UK economy. So I really have to hesitate before we congratulate ourselves too warmly in this regard. Now, the government was elected, what seems like a long time ago, in 2017, I think it was. No, 2019 even, 2019, on a manifesto which committed to maintaining high standards of production. And in particular, animal welfare, environmental protection, food hygiene and safety. And indeed, not long after that election, the NFU and a very successful campaign persuaded 1 million people in this country to sign a petition calling for these standards to be maintained. And yet, as the Great Yorkshire Show starts tomorrow and runs for the rest of this week, the farmers are going to explain to all those, including one of the leading negotiators within DEFRA, who is looking at the future farming policy in this country, Janet Young, as to how vulnerable farmers particularly feel at this time. And I would entirely endorse the comments made by my noble friend, the Duke of Montrose, in this regard. I would add as well that it is the hill farmers and the uplands of the north of England which are suffering, as well as other parts of the UK. We've seen rising energy costs, we've seen higher fuel prices, we've seen an acute lack of labour, a shortage of labour, which has meant that many fruit and vegetables, including salads, will simply not be picked this year, as we're about 40% down in the labour that we would usually have through seasonal workers, partly through the fact that the Ukrainians can't come and help, but we simply have not attracted enough seasonal farm workers this year. And I do hope that that is something that will be put right in the SAWS agreement, seasonal agricultural workers, next year, 2023. If we don't resolve these issues, particularly as regards the suckler cows and the spring lambs in the hill farms and the uplands of the north of England and other parts of England, as well as the United Kingdom, we will have the most severe social crisis for generations in our countryside. That is the backdrop against which the Great Yorkshire Show will be meeting this year, and I hope that these pleas will not fall on deaf ears with the government. So I would like to conclude by asking my noble friend the Minister as to what he feels this particular agreement, which is the subject of this report this afternoon, will offer us over and above what we would have had in the rollover agreements, which is the particular to benefit UK farmers and other industries in this country.
My Lords, I'd like to begin by paying a tribute to Lord Grimston, who I think was a very good minister and always attempted to answer our questions and treat members of Parliament with seriousness. I think he approached his job as a minister, if I can say this, with a level of seriousness that some members of the cabinet would have done well to follow. Secondly, I'd like to pay tribute to my friend and noble friend and colleague, Baroness Hayter, for producing this report. It's a very good report, a very balanced report. It's a bit kinder to the agreement than instinctively I am, but I think it's an important job of scrutiny well done. The only tragedy about parliamentary scrutiny is that what we don't have in the British Parliament is what exists in the European Parliament, which is a trade committee that actually follows the negotiations by the Commission at every stage and comments them on every stage. It's not much use only having scrutiny when the whole thing's over. So I hope that we will press that point about future scrutiny and continue to press it. My general view of this is, well, if we are outside the EU, we have the ability, we have the ability to conclude our own trade agreements. This is what we should do, so it's in the national interest to do it. But there are, in this agreement, and this is the central point I really want to make in my remarks, I think we're heading for a post-Brexit political economy, which I'm not particularly very enthused about. a political economy based not on a European model of high standards underpinning our society, but a model based on Britain becoming Singapore-on-Thames and being part of a deregulated Pacific community, which I think could have catastrophic consequences for the British people. So that is my worry about this agreement. But first of all, let's examine its practical content. I'm an instinctive free trader, like I suspect most of us in this room, and I've always thought that consumers do well out of cheap goods, and that therefore free trade and competition is a good thing. However, when I worked in the cabinet of Lord Mandelson when he was Trade Commissioner, I did learn a few things about how others approached the question of trade negotiations. And certainly in Brussels, I remember asking questions of senior officials about this, and they said, well, Roger, what you've got to do is you've got to work out, first of all, what are your offensive interests in any trade negotiation, and then you have to work out what it is that you're going to defend to the last as to what the other side will want. I think that Britain has interpreted its offensive interests in a simple way, that we have a strong interest in service liberalisation, and I think that that is correct. This is where our great competitive strengths are. But the question is whether, in order to pursue modest gains in service liberalisation, we are prepared to make large sacrifices in what, you know, in terms of the common external tariff which we used to have with the EU, which to a large extent we've taken on ourselves, whether we're prepared to cut our tariffs in order to achieve these gains in services liberalisation. And of course, that policy pursued to its logical conclusion will be pretty ruinous for British agriculture, and will also be ruinous for large sections of our manufacturing that will have very little protection. And so when you're thinking about Britain, as opposed to London and Singapore-on-Thames, you have to ask yourself whether this pursuit of services liberalisation above everything else is going to fit with the levelling up objectives of our much-lamented Prime Minister. Now, when we actually look at this agreement, I actually went and tried to find out what academics thought about it. And there's a trade policy observatory at the University of Sussex, and their conclusion on the basis of their modelling is that the deal will boost Australian exports to us 6 times more than it will have benefit the other way to the UK. That's a considered academic view, and I'll give you the numbers. It estimates that the UK may see an increase in exports of 0.35%, while Australia's exports are simulated to increase by 2.2% once the full free trade agreement is in force. And that's why, of course, the forecast gain to our GDP of 0.07% is so small. So actually, the practical benefits are not that huge, and we ought to bear that in mind. We have given a lot away, it seems to me, for not that much in return on services. But it is a modest step, and therefore one shouldn't be too critical, I suppose. There are some aspects of it that I really like. I think it's great that the Working visas are going to be expanded for people under 35, whereas previously it was only 30, from 2 to 3 years. I think that that gives young people a tremendous opportunity to work in another country. And I only wish the TCA with the European Union had a similar agreement. And I think if it had, a lot of the problems to do that we're presently witnessing in the creative sector with young people who are doing touring around Europe and all that would just disappear. But this is a model, of liberalisation of visas for young people and enabling them to work in order to pay for their stay in another country, which I think we should try to extend more generally. Now, coming on to my reservations. I think the government sees, and I'd like to know whether the Minister, Lord Younger, agrees with this, they see the main benefit of this agreement as unlocking the door to our membership of the CPTPP, of the Pacific Rim Trade Agreement. Now, I think this is the wrong post-Brexit political economy for Britain. It's true, it plays to our economic strengths, which are in services. It's true that Asia is an area with tremendous potential for growth. But I believe that within this economic area, there is very little concern for standards, that the predominant view is deregulation. There is and this is particularly true of environmental standards. I think the deal with Australia on that point is absolutely shocking. At present, we are looking, along with the European Union, this is one area where there is alignment, we are looking at the question of whether we should impose a carbon border adjustment mechanism on countries that don't stick to their climate change commitments. This deal with Australia has absolutely nothing to say about those questions, yet this is a pretty fundamental point for the future. And I think it would not be that our ability to use our economic strength in Europe and Britain to force other countries to take their obligations seriously. I believe that is going to be very important in tackling the climate crisis in future. And I worry that this trans-Pacific thing is an obstacle to that. I also worry, as a Labour man, about labour standards, about whether trade unions are recognised, whether there are minimum wages, what standards are imposed. Are people working in safe and reasonable conditions? I think those are questions. They're questions that, if we keep alignment with Europe, as we were promised by this government in all the negotiations on Brexit, if we keep alignment on these questions with Europe, there will be at least some minimum standard. But are those minimum standards going to be included in this Pacific agreement? I don't know, and I have doubts. And it seems to fit in with the tilt to the Pacific that was included in the recent defence review. But, with the war in Ukraine, do we really think our central security interests are in the Pacific? Is that what people really think? My friend Rowbottom over there? Surely our central security interests remain in Europe.
Actually, I agree with the Noble Lord, and thank him for raising me. But I don't think it's an either-or. I don't think it's binary. I mean, the issue of the Pacific is huge, as is the issue of Europe.
And I agree with that as well, but there is also a contradiction about this focus on the Pacific, which is that The reason it is an economically dynamic area is because of the dynamism of China. It's China that drives the Pacific area. Yet if we with one hand are saying we want economically to be beneficiary of this, but with the other hand we think there is a major security threat here, I don't know quite where we're going to end up. And I just raised that as a question, but it seems to me to be an important one. So I have doubts about, I'm not saying I rule it out, but I do have doubts about whether this Pacific tilt is wise, and I worry that, of course, any trade agreement that we make that doesn't meet European standards raises issues about trade with the single market in Europe, which is still by far the most central part of our economic interests.
My Lords, I stand, I think, as one of the few to welcome what is a landmark deal, and it is an ambitious one, and I think quite an exciting one, because it is the first of the new form of deals that are being struck. It's also a rekindling of our historic and important relationship with Australia through free trade. And it's part of our post-Brexit journey, and also a moment when we can go back on what we used to have with that country and those relationships which were so brutally terminated when we joined the EU. We have a real chance to develop this further, and I will talk about the CPTPP in a minute. But it is all about global Britain and the opportunities that exist. In speaking, I want to just draw attention to my interests, which are declared in the Register of Interests as in my work for HSBC Bank. I also want to thank Baroness Hayter for getting this debate. There is another thank you I want to make, and that's to Lord Grimston. And I think it is very sad that he has given up as the Trade Minister. I am one of the few probably in this room who have seen him at work actually negotiating, and he was an impressive operator, and he will be a very, it will be very difficult to follow him, and he's going to leave a real gap.
Yeah.
The report, which is before us, rightly points to the identification of several risks. However, I want to observe that in our long and very proud history of an island, trading nation, I can't point to a single moment in time where we entered in good faith into trading arrangements without there being some element of risk. Our task is to scrutinise FTAs that come before Parliament, and they should not focus solely on some Brexit-loathing commentators would have on risk alone. For our task is to weigh up risks against the opportunities that will come and seek to hold the government to account on how they unlock these opportunities to the benefit of every part of the United Kingdom. My Lords, a lot has been said on the topic of agriculture. Indeed, the National Farmers Union, amongst others, have tried to peddle a myth that this agreement fails to deliver for British farmers and that our standards will somehow be eroded. I want to put it to your Lordship's House that such assertions are wrong, as the government has been successful in achieving significant safeguards for British farmers, namely through the tariff rate quota, the product-specific safeguard, and the bilateral safeguard measure. When it comes to food standards, it is worth noting that the FTA does not create any new permissions for imports from Australia, and that our stringent world-class import requirements and independent food regulations all remain. Perhaps, my Lords, it is for some an inconvenient truth, or it simply goes against the Brexit-bashing narrative to which some have become accustomed to accept, and we should all proudly accept, that the UK is already globally renowned for its agricultural excellence, our animal welfare, and our food safety standards. My Lords, there is nothing in this agreement that farmers should fear, and like most other sectors, could do well to ignore the Brexit doomsayers, who will always try to spread fear in the hope of overriding the largest democratic mandate in British history, and the sound decision of the British people to seek a new global outlook, free from EU protectionism. I fully confirm with the views of the Honourable George Brandis, who in an interview with the Financial Times called for farmers to be more open to the benefits of trade and international competition, and for the culture of fear of global trade to come to a swift end.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just want to ask my noble friend, does he not share my concern that there should be a level playing field so that any imports into this country from Australia should not be produced with pesticides which are banned in this country or the rest of the EU, and should not be maintained, raised to standards which we would not accept and British consumers would not accept. Because otherwise, I think, if that is the case, then I think he will share my concerns about the agreement as negotiated.
Well, I'm afraid I don't agree with this, because I actually do think that the standards that exist in Australia are not that different to the standards here. And I also would suggest that certainly on animal husbandry, that there are many other countries in the world where people will have a lot more difficulty than they do with Australia. And indeed, I can think of parts of Eastern Europe where probably the standards are well below those which we are currently getting from Australia. I would also go on to say that the deal is our gateway for joining the CPTPP. And with demand for beef and lamb increasing in the Asian markets, there is an unprecedented opportunity for our farmers to capitalise on what is going to become exports of very high quality British meats. But of course they are going to have to be of a standard, and they are going to have to be marketed in the right way. The deal supports British farmers, my lords, protects our standards, it advances animal welfare through non-regression clauses, and creates new and incomparable opportunities for our food and drink exporters. Our free-to-trade agreement with Australia will not only unlock over £10 billion worth of additional bilateral trade, but as the global economy increasingly centres on the high-growth, high-tech Indo-Pacific region, as I mentioned just now, we must remember that our accession to this agreement is an integral component of the United Kingdom's journey to joining the CPTPP. The importance of this, my lords, cannot and must not be downplayed. For our accession to the CPTPP, we give the UK access to a free trade encompassing 11 strategically important states with a combined GDP of some £8.4 trillion. My lords, it is estimated that there are currently 15,000 UK businesses who are already exporting goods and services to Australia, and through breaking down regulation, protecting innovation, enhancing consumer protection, and creating new visa pathways, this agreement has the potential to deliver for each and every one of them. The government, my lords, will be tested on how effective they are in supporting UK businesses to make the most of this landmark agreement. And I would welcome comment from my noble friend the Minister on what work is being done by the Department of International Trade to ensure that UK businesses are engaged, they are ready and waiting to unlock the ultimate potential of an FTA. I further welcome, my lords, how this agreement will create new opportunities for the UK's world-class legal profession. It is universally acknowledged that our legal, financial and other professional services are amongst our greatest exports, and I commend the way in which Her Majesty's Government has sought to protect and enhance the UK's interests here. For providing UK law firms with legally guaranteed access to Australian government contracts for legal services, to improve the mobility of lawyers, to enhance their experience and work abroad, I stand encouraged by the way in which the government has listened to the sector and hope that the support shown for our professional services sector in this agreement will set a precedent for future FTAs. And I'm further pleased, my lords, to note the success of Her Majesty's Government in achieving their negotiation objective of digital trade across all sectors of the economy. I concur there is still a lot of work to do in fine-tuning the regulatory framework and putting this into practice on the ground, and that I would welcome some reassurances from my noble friend that the Department is undertaking further work in this area. My lords, the opportunities for this free trade agreement should motivate and it should excite us. Whether you want to see the UK's high-tech industries of AI and space exploration thrive, or perhaps if you're a young person who is seeking exciting opportunities down under, or even, if I dare, I predict that you, like many of your lordship's house, are simply consumers who are looking forward to tariff-free wine or Vegemite. I conclude, my lords, there is something in this agreement for everyone, and I wish the government Godspeed in making sure this FTA delivers for everyone and for part of the United Kingdom's journey towards the CPTPP.
Yeah. Lords, the noble Lord's observation has led me, or leads me, into two regrettable observations. Trade, my lords, is one of those nebulous facts of life that require a greater degree of attention. Just today, however, a senior trade writer at the Financial Times newspaper poses this question, and I quote, "Will any of the candidates as Conservative Party leader improve British trade policy?" We certainly hope so, my lords. Additionally, I was dismayed to receive a message today from an exasperated exporter, and I quote, "I have a problem getting any information about the procedure and protocol from DIT on matters relating to my business. These are issues that require urgent attention." Current limbo does present an opportunity to underpin the contribution of Parliament on governance, and generally across the board, by the by, and not just in relation to FTAs. My lords, the committee's comprehensive report has met with varying degrees of support. Wherever one stands on the content of this FTA, and our first from scratch post-Brexit, it does have significant implications in key policy areas, including food standards, animal welfare standards, environmental standards, and procurement. It also sets an important precedent for how similar such agreements will be negotiated and ratified under the government's future programme. This is important as it also represents, as has been pointed out, the first out-of-the-blocks forward-thinking to the CPTPP discussions. Although we tend to go around this in circles, as delay in ratification is the norm of the day, many conclude that this ratification process is not adequate. Completing agreements with New Zealand, India and the Gulf Cooperation Council in the coming months is the goal, but it should be said there has been little opportunity to debate the government's original objectives, including not having received comprehensive negotiation updates. Parliamentary colleagues in Australia say that their government will not establish their standing committee on treaties until end of July, at which point they will embark on a scrutiny process lasting around 3 months. What is the rationale, therefore, for pushing it through in the UK in the face of calls from across both houses in Westminster to delay, and thus putting pressure on the 21-day Cragg period to be used effectively for comprehensive scrutiny in both houses? There is still no clarity about whether the government will grant time for a vote or even a debate on the UK-Australia FTA during Cragg in the other place. What is to be the process that Parliament can secure a vote on a trade agreement? Cragg suggests that members in the other place should resolve against ratification to allow further time for scrutiny, but there is no clear precedent in what form this might take. Possibly we ought to consider delay ratification and so be in line with Australia's timetable, giving a period to consider some of the differing policy issues
that have been touched on this afternoon by Noble Lords from Australia's perspective, but also forthcoming from the UK.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Viscount, as I frequently do in these debates, of which I enjoy his contributions, and I enjoy the debates, and I will touch on the substantive point that he made in a moment with regards to the scrutiny period, because his comment, combined with that of the Noble Lord Kerr, where we discuss the quality of the horse breeding after it's bolted in these issues, then I am, unless the Minister is able to be reassuring, I am willing to table a motion that we should extend the scrutiny period beyond the 20th of July. I have done it before and I will do it again, because we do, in both houses, we do need to properly discuss these issues. I pay tribute to the committee for its work. I've done so before and I will continue to do so. The committee's reports are for debate in this House, but they inform this House and they inform the public, and they do a great constitutional service. As with my noble friend Lord Oates, we are literally liberal free traders, and we therefore welcome the agreement and the elements within it, especially on services and professional recognition of qualifications, on the movement of people, as the noble Lord Liddell had indicated, and in doing so, of supporting free, fair and open trade, then many of our debates are more about non-tariff barriers rather than tariff barriers, and particularly interest of Australia, that was the case, as has been mentioned in the debate, because their tariffs on UK exports were already low. Therefore, the regulatory elements of alignment are really very important. It raises questions when it comes to services support and facilitation, such as data transfer, where the committee had highlighted that there isn't data equivalence with Australia, and may have difficulties when it comes to our combined services trade with those that we are seeking equivalence agreements. So I hope the Minister might be able to say whether we expect to take forward the discussions in a meaningful way to have data equivalence agreements with Australia to support the reassurance of consumers as well as trade facilitation. But I also enjoyed the debate because there are a couple of elements of where there wasn't simply total unanimity of the view. And the noble Lord Robertson was the case in point for that. I enjoyed his very own personal resignation statement. He'd obviously felt left out, and I agree with him on the remarks of China. I did flippantly say that I do know where the cloth is from that I wear. I was an ambassador for the Scottish College of Textiles in my former constituency. These are important issues. But the point that he raised in the Noble Lord Liddell with regards to where we are now geopolitically with our agreement with Australia and on New Zealand, which we should be discussing, and the fact that one of New Zealand's oldest trade agreements is with China, and at the same time that the UK now has the biggest trade deficit of any country in our nation's history, of over £40 billion of trade deficit in goods with China, means that we do need to debate these open-eyed. But I did smile. He seemed so envious of the French power of doing harm to our farmers, that he wanted that to be brought back so we could do harm to our farmers. And with output of our beef, and I'm sure if the noble Lord wished to do it.
As a farmer, I definitely don't want to do harm to farmers, but I've seen the harm done by the Common Agricultural Policy, which I'm sure he thinks is a marvellous thing.
No, but we didn't see output of beef and hill sheep meat of 5% going down and 3% going down with any individual agreement, which we've seen with the Australia agreement. So perhaps for those Brexit supporting farmers, they now see the reality is this is the government's own impact assessment. The output has gone down 5%, it's gone down 3% over 15 years into these sectors. And the fact that I represented a hill farming former constituency I think that it isn't simply the case of doomsayers. These are genuine issues to do with the sustainability of our farming industry. I not only pay tribute to the committee, also to the Noble Lord Grimstone, who has resigned from the government. And I enjoyed being his Liberal shadow. And I look forward to the 7th Trade Minister that I've shadowed in this place when she or he takes office. So I can reassure the noble lady, Baroness Hayter, it isn't her, it's me. But I agree with the overarching twin themes of the committee's report. First, that this agreement was negotiated in the absence of a wider trade policy. And I would add that it sits slightly in certain areas alongside the government's export strategy, which I did welcome, but I haven't seen too much read across yet between the two. And secondly, that the desire to move fast, to secure some boosterism and some headlines between our Prime Minister and Australia's, between, as the press reported, between Bojo and ScoMo at the time. I think we can reflect that neither are in office just months later, and therefore we can question why there was such a rush. Lord Grimstone, when he introduced the Queen's Speech debate on trade, wanted to reassure us that all parts of the UK, I think Lord Udny Lister said there's something in it for everyone, all parts of the UK will benefit from the 0.08% bounty over 15 years from this agreement. But when I raised the fact that there had been perhaps some overselling of it, then I was wafted aside. It was quite harder for, as it appears, the government to dismiss the Regulatory Policy Committee. The Regulatory Policy Committee is tasked with reviewing what the government says in its impact assessments. And it was interesting to note that the government had to bring forward a second impact assessment after the Regulatory Policy provided its initial review. And I wanted to quote what the Regulatory Policy Committee had said on page 5 of its review. And I quote, "As originally submitted, the impact assessment was not fit for purpose, as the results in the impact assessment were presented in a way that disproportionately emphasised the beneficial impacts, with very limited discussion of the risks, disadvantages, impacts and potential mitigations. In addition, the IEA did not adequately describe a range of significant risks and uncertainties associated with the impacts and did not contextualise the estimates sufficiently. The IEA suggested a greater degree of certainty and accuracy to the projections than was supported by the underlying evidence and modelling." Well, in a way, that neatly sums up how this government sells its trade policy. And presenting the higher case, not supported by evidence, means that when we scrutinise the agreements, subsequently, they turn out not to be as promised. But there seems to be that approach across the government, and one part of the government, well, I say the government, but it does seem as if we have more than one at the moment. Liz Truss, the free trade fighter, or Anne-Marie Trevelyan at DIT, breaking WTO rules to have protectionist steel tariffs. Ministers, on the one hand, and I'm sure the Noble Lord Viscount Younger will say this will be the case in his speech, that we are seeing developing standards in nature, biodiversity and animal welfare. Other ministers, apparently in the same government, I quote from the Foreign Office Minister Lord Goldsmith from yesterday, quote, "Rishi Sunak has evidently agreed to make Mark Spencer the DEFRA Secretary of State. Mark was the biggest blocker of measures to protect nature, biodiversity and animal welfare. He will be our very own little Bolsonaro. Grim for nature, but great news for political opponents." So it would be helpful if the Minister could outline what measures had been blocked by the Treasury, because if a serving Minister says it, we should know about it. Now, this is in the context of, as the Noble Lord Little and others have indicated, we now see the evidence as being very clear that our trade with the European Union has declined. And it means that the concern that was raised by some of the witnesses to the committee, that some of the benefits with the Australia agreement might simply be displacement rather than new and additional trade, is very relevant. Because that even means that the issue that the consumers might see cheaper prices is not necessarily going to realise. And it means that the issues that have been raised by some, including the noble Lady McIntosh of Pickering, that we're not going to have a level playing field, and we would be preventing some of our agriculture industry from using certain materials and certain practices which will be permitted from shipped in products from Australia. The noble Duke Lord Montrose raised this. Then that is relevant for our consideration. It is not protectionism, it is realism. But one area where it is just striking to me, which is astonishing given what Liz Truss had previously said, and every minister in the department, is that the UK failed, as the committee had highlighted, to secure any protection for those goods that are from geographical indicators. Why is this the case, Minister? We've heard during the trade bill and elsewhere, time after time after time, that GIs would be protected. They're not. And this is from Liz Truss. I mean, she made her name from championing cheese in that famous speech, and now she's raised the white cheesecloth on supporting geographical indicated products. And we're now fully entered the wonderland of Alice, because we will only be able to protect those products that have geographical indications should Australia sign an agreement with the European Union, because then the European Union would be providing the protection. Give back control, I think the term is. But if this is a landmark, according to the government statement and the noble Lord Ridley Lister, my understanding are landmarks are so called because they are followed. But I think that the committee, from reading its report, struggled to get clarity from the government as to whether this will set some form of precedent into the other areas. The government will no doubt say, because I've heard it say it, that each agreement is negotiated on its merits, etc. But at the same time, we hear government saying that this is a gold standard landmark agreement, and therefore questions about the impact on diagonal accumulation for developing countries, uncertainty as to the policy, on ISDS, uncertainty as to the policy, because it's not in this, it was in Canada to be reviewed, and the situation with Japan. Lord Grimstone had been a supporter of ISDS. Will any new minister have the same approach? The question over the standards, which I've raised previously, is it the case as far as genetically modified products or the use of pesticides, that it is okay to bring in produce that banned products have been used to rear them, but simply because they're at a low level, then they'll be approved for our consumers? The government should be clear about its intentions. And the final point which had been raised, which is a very relevant one, is regarding Northern Ireland. And there's still the lack of clarity as to when there would be sufficiently strong guidance for those operating within Northern Ireland. My Lords, we support this agreement, but we are not blind to the realities that for certain sectors it will have a negative impact. And we certainly think that involving Parliament with less of the boosterism, less of the headline grabbing, and more of the serious work of proper consideration of what trade policy would look like in the future under trade policy, they will actually be stronger agreements, less rushed, and more sustainable. And ultimately, they'll help the British economy. So it wouldn't be 0.08%, it would be considerably more.
Yeah. My Lords, like nearly all others this afternoon, I'd also like to congratulate my noble friend and pay tribute to Baroness Hayter of Kentish Town and her committee for the detailed and balanced report that has been debated this afternoon. And I share Baroness Pickering's overall analysis of cautious in nature. I think that is fair. After leaving the European Union, it is of course vital that Britain seeks free trade agreements across the world. But there are standards that these agreements must be held to. The deals that we negotiate must benefit the UK interests, UK workers and UK businesses. And as we've heard, the UK hasn't negotiated from scratch a full FTA free trade agreement since 1973. I think Lord Purvis was very young then, not even born. Unfortunately, I was 4. This in itself should not have been an issue, but analysing in detail the Australian agreement raises very real concerns about what has been negotiated and what hasn't. Parliament has been virtually neutered in the whole process. The Australian agreement was signed in December 21, New Zealand in March 22. We are now in July with just over 1 week before Parliament rises. Yes, it has been examined by the IAC, the International Agreements Committee, and the International Trades Committee, the ITC, in the other place. But it will then be laid before Parliament similar to that of any other statutory instrument. I do wonder, as many other noble lords have this afternoon, if better parliamentary scrutiny would have led to a better, fairer, greener and more equitable agreement. And there's a paradox at the heart of the Australian deal. The government's own impact assessment estimates that our farming, forestry and fisheries sectors will take a £94 million hit, and our semi-processed food industry will take a £225 million hit. Yet again, by the government's own predictions, overall trade will increase by less than 0.1% of GDP by 2035, whilst there is real fears of real damage to some of the UK's most important sectors. I worry, as many other noble lords have this afternoon, that the prize of the deal, the prize of the headline, the prize of being first was more important than to the government than the detail of the agreement itself. As my colleague Nick Thomas-Symonds MP said in the Commons, other countries in future negotiations will look at what was conceded to the Australian negotiators and take it as a starting point. UK exports to Australia as a result of this deal are supposed to rise by 53%, but I can see no great basis for that optimism. Few trade deals have ever had that kind of impact, and certainly not those between two countries where there is already a good trading relationship with historically low tariffs. The 53% is also somewhat higher than the original estimates. Could the Minister explain this leap in optimism between the original estimates and the secondary estimates? As we've heard from the Duke of Montrose, Baroness Mackintosh of Pickering, Lord Liddell, the Labour, Environment and Animal Welfare chapters are pretty weak and don't necessarily focus on UK interests. Would the Minister care to elaborate on any specific improvements negotiated which will bring to our labour, our environmental or our animal welfare standards a positive benefit? Minette Batters, the NFU President, said, "The government needs to level with farmers about the commercial reality of this and ditch the sound bites that lost as any meaning some time ago." She continued, the government needs to set out detailed agri-food export strategy with complementary policies that will enable UK farmers to compete and adjust. And those were some of her more measured words. But she's right. As always, agreements include carve-outs. How confident is the Minister about the predicted rise in exports given the protections to the Australia's service markets? And this is in stark contrast to the lack of protections to the UK food sector in the tariff schedules. With regards to the carve-outs, can I also ask, were any of our devolved authorities, devolved nations, involved in adding to our 12 pages of those carve-outs? As I understand, the Australian states were consulted and state protections included. Were any of the UK's devolved authorities' concerns recognised and incorporated into our carve-outs? I do fear that the Australian agricultural corporations will not be held to the same high standards as our farmers. Animal welfare standards have been mentioned a number of times, but what the government have agreed is a non-regression clause. To be clear, that does not mean that the standards will be the same in both countries. What will actually happen is that the meat produced to lower animal welfare standards will get tariff-free access to the UK markets. So much for the promise that the government had no intentions of striking a deal that did not benefit British farmers. Australia's former negotiator said, "I don't think we have ever done as well as this." Could I therefore ask the noble Lord, the how much engagement the NFU, the National Farmers Union, had after the agreement in principle was published? Were the NFU given the opportunity to raise concerns or make counter-proposals? But more importantly, were they able to assess the true impact of the FTA before it was finally signed? The UK granted Australia generous agricultural market access. Why was this not leveraged to press Australia for more ambitious commitments on climate change? As we've heard, there is no reference to the temperature goals which were fundamental to the Paris Agreement, nor to reducing Australia's reliance on coal, which was addressed in the Free Trade Agreement with New Zealand. As my noble friend Baroness Liddell and Hayter have said, we now have a Labour government in Australia, so there is an opportunity to revisit it. With the Energy Security Bill making its way through Parliament, this feels like a missed opportunity for the government to show leadership on the world stage on an issue that is increasingly global, instead of taking an insular approach. Tariff-free access to our UK markets is a prize ministers should not give away easily. However, looking at the concessions made by this government, are we not right to worry? So this was a deal the UK government was advised it had to do for the bigger prize of the CPTPP accession. I would like to hear the Minister's views on that. But to return to my opening point, and I can't put it any better than Lord Kerr of Kinlochard, with regards to this Australian deal, we are only allowed to debate it, but do nothing about it.
My Lords, can I just start by acknowledging the opening remarks from the noble Baroness Lady Hayter, who paid tribute to my noble friend Lord Grimstone of Boscobel, and indeed other lords, including the noble Lord Liddell, who made some generous comments about him. I too regret that he has made the decision to step down. Lord Grimstone worked very closely with many noble lords in this House to advance and explain the government's free trade agenda. and this was acknowledged within the report from the IAC that we are debating today. My noble friend gathered a number of considerable achievements under his belt while working as the Minister of Investment. Notably, he shepherded the Trade Act onto the statute book, and noble lords, myself included, who took part in the debates on that legislation, know that that was no mean feat. Beyond his work in Parliament, my noble friend will leave, I believe, a lasting legacy through his efforts to transform the government's approach to investment. The success of the inaugural Global Investment Summit, not to mention the significant sum of overseas investment secured under his tenure, offer no better evidence of his effectiveness in the role. So I suppose I come in today from extra long leg to bat. I will be batting, I think, but I will hopefully be doing some bowling. And yes, I did spend some of the weekend reading through this excellent report. So I would like to also join other noble lords in thanking the noble Baroness Lady Hayter, Chair of the IAC Committee, for having secured this debate and for providing the opportunity to discuss this very important subject. I'd also like to thank her for the report, of course, that she's produced. And I'm pleased, let me start by saying, my lords, that the committee has welcomed this FTA today. And it is good to have what I would describe as a reasonably positive feedback, including from the noble Lord Kerr, noble Lord Oates, and perhaps more effusively by my noble friend Lord Robotham, the noble Lord Millamore, and my noble friend Lord Udney Lister. And I'm particularly pleased that the committee has formed the view that the Department for International Trade has conducted scrutiny beyond the statutory commitments set out in CRAG. I'd like to place on record the positive and constructive engagement the IAC has had with the DIT, culminating in the exchange of letters in May, which pools all the government's transparency and scrutiny commitments into one document. And I'd like to, at this point, just to address some points that have been made about the devolved administrations as raised by the noble Lord Kerr and my noble Lord McNichol and indeed the noble Lord Morris. DIT officials continue to work closely with their colleagues in the devolved administrations to ensure that their views are considered in the formulation of the UK's trade policy. Let me make that opening statement. Our chief negotiators provide regular updates on the progress of negotiations. For example, during the Australia negotiations, our chief negotiator or deputy briefed the devolved administration officials multiple times on all aspects of the programme. And this is in addition to sharing draft text for consultation with the devolved administrations and regular policy forums at official level and discussions at ministerial level. And I'm sure that I could give some more reassurance on that particular point.
I agree with the statement made a few weeks ago by Lord Grimston that the devolved administrations are dissatisfied with the manner that negotiations have been conducted and their involvement.
Look into this, but I don't think I agree with that point, because as I said earlier, I do think that the devolved administrations have been kept on board with the negotiations that have been going on board. I really do, and I would certainly like to reassure further on that particular point.
I'm sure they were informed in the sense that they were told there had been a round and various things had been discussed. But it is quite clear that the result came as a surprise. That there should be such an asymmetrical deal in relation to farm products. I don't myself believe that's a disaster, but it certainly came as a surprise. Would the noble lord agree that it would be better if the documents that the government publishes at the start of a negotiation, the negotiating objectives documents, were a little more specific? They are cast in such broad brush terms that it is very difficult to deduce from them what a likely outcome might be, and therefore the risk of a surprise is quite high.
Well, I would like to park that. I'm not going to be drawn into that, but what I would like to do is to move on to discuss scrutiny, which is probably along the lines of the question from the noble lord, because this is an important matter that was raised by the noble Viscount Lord Waverley, the noble Lord Purvis, and the Noble Lord, Lord McNichol. And I hope, again, I can give some reassurance on this, because the government has made extensive commitments to support the robust scrutiny of new free trade agreements. As the International Agreements Committee acknowledged in their report, we have upheld those commitments. In particular, the government committed that we would ensure that there would be at least 3 months for Parliament to scrutinise the agreement and for select committees to produce reports before the formal scrutiny period under CRAG. In fact, there was 6 months of scrutiny time prior to commencing CRAG, and I was very pleased to receive the IAC's report on the 23rd of June. In addition, we published the advice of the Trade and Agricultural Commission on the 13th of April, 2 months before commencing CRAG, and our own Section 42 report on the impact of the agreement on relevant domestic regulatory standards on the 6th of June. And of course, I'm delighted that we're here today taking the opportunity to debate the agreement as part of that scrutiny process. In total, by the end of the CRAG period, the agreement will have been under the, if I could just conclude this statement, under the scrutiny of Parliament for over 7 months and benefited from the formal views of 3 select committees.
I thank the Noble Viscount. Might he consider that there may be a possibility that there could be 2 new policy decision-making in play here, coincidentally coming into play at broadly the same time? A new Conservative policy circumstance, but also a new government in Australia. Is there any possibility that maybe the period that is being discussed ought to take into account any policy changes that should be included actually in the final draft?
The Noble Viscount makes a good point, and I will certainly take that back. And I'm going to say 1 or 2 points about the new Australian government in my remarks. I'd also like just to address the point raised by the Noble Lord, Lord Purvis about extending CRAG in this respect. And again, I'd like to row back on what he was really saying, because the Noble Lord asked if we would extend, and this, of course, is a decision not for me, but for the Secretary of State for International Trade. But I do think that I can say that we are confident that the existing arrangements we have put in place for scrutiny are robust. The agreement has been under scrutiny for over 6 months now and benefited from 3 very valuable reports from parliamentary select committees, including the International Agreements Committee in this House.
The Minister will know that the Liaison Committee in the House of Commons has written formally to request an extension of the scrutiny period. Has the government responded to that? And what is the government's position with regards to the concern that was in the Commons that the Secretary of State has not met with the committee in order to respond to the very questions that we've been raising in this debate today?
I'm not able to say whether we have responded. I will certainly get back to him to find out exactly where we are in terms of that particular process. The ISE's report acknowledged that the government has upheld its commitments with regard to scrutiny to this particular agreement. The committee did, however, can I acknowledge the points that the committee has made on scrutiny. First, that there is dialogue with committees prior to mandates being set for future agreements, and secondly, that we notify the IAC of all significant amendments to FTAs made after ratification. So we are carefully considering the IAC's report and will, of course, respond in due course. And this hopefully leads me to answer a question raised by the Noble Lord, Lord Oates, in terms about lessons learnt, and I think he made a very valuable point there. I'd like to move on to the agreement itself, and could I just say, in terms of the remarks made by my noble friend Lord Udney Lister, that not only, and he is right, not only is this the first FTA negotiated from scratch by the UK government since leaving the EU, it is also the first trade deal to be signed by the UK as an independent, free-trading nation in nearly half a century. Since the Secretary of State for the Department of International Trade put her signature to the deal in December, she has gone on to sign an FTA with New Zealand and a digital economy agreement with Singapore. So this means that we now have secured trade deals with 71 countries on top of the trade deal with the EU. And together, these countries accounted for £808 billion worth of UK bilateral trade in 2021. So we believe this is an immense success story. This FTA was negotiated quickly and efficiently despite the turmoil brought about by COVID. And this FTA shows the world what a global Britain can genuinely do as a truly independent nation. And I do say to the Noble Lord Oates that we would not have been able to negotiate this agreement as a member of the European Union. Having left the EU, we are pursuing arguably the most ambitious programme of free trade agreements with this country that this country has ever seen. As we speak, the Department for International Trade is conducting FTA negotiations with India and Canada. Negotiations have also been launched with Mexico and with the Gulf Cooperation Council, a customs bloc of 6 countries made up of Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Negotiations will soon be underway with Israel too. And the Department of International Trade has a packed programme of FTA negotiations coming down the track. So, my lords, what we have achieved through this agreement, the UK-Australia FTA, is just the beginning. And the Noble Lord Billamoria has described this deal more eloquently than I'm able to do so just now. But can I just say this, that this is a world-class deal between 2 like-minded nations, friends and allies that will bind us together for years to come. And Australia is already an important trading partner for the UK. Last year, our trading relationship was worth £14.4 billion. But the ties, my lords, between our 2 countries go far deeper than that. It is a relationship forged between a shared history and a common language, and a relationship that has an unyielding belief in democracy, liberty, and the rule of law. I also just wanted to attempt to answer a point that was raised by my noble friend Baroness Mackintosh and indeed the noble Lord Kerr. I won't be able to answer this in full. I may need to write a letter in terms of a very fair question is whether we have a trade strategy. We do indeed have a trade strategy, and we have communicated it publicly through several publications such as the Integrated Review, the Plan for Growth, and strategic cases for each trade partner we're about to enter negotiations with. And I think I need to probably write a letter, but the headlines are, what type of trading nation we want to be, what are our aims for UK trade policy, how we're going to try and achieve these aims, the connections to the export strategy, and the strategic case for FTAs. So we believe it's all there, but I think I need to put that in writing for this particular House. Moving on to the benefits, and which were questioned, by the way, by my noble friend Baroness Mackintosh. We believe that this FTA that we have agreed will ensure that future generations continue to benefit from this relationship in more ways than one. We will be able to work together like never before to tackle existential challenges such as climate change, health pandemics, and threats to global security. This deal will deliver benefits to people, businesses, and communities in every corner of the UK, playing a key part in levelling up our country. And the deal is expected to increase trade with...
I'm very sorry to interrupt my noble friend. I'm grateful for him giving me... Before he sits down, I see a peroration coming. Does he have the figures for the amount of beef and lamb that are given as a quota through the European Union, and how much has actually been imported into the UK from the Antipodes?
I do indeed, and if my noble friend will allow me to, I'm going to come on to that. Yeah. So just to continue my so-called peroration, the deal will increase trade with Australia by 53% and boost the economy by £2.3 billion. Now, I take note of the rather negative view raised by the noble Baroness Lady Liddell, but I would like to go on to explain what the extra benefits are for this particular deal. It will enable the 15,900 businesses who already export goods to Australia to sell their products in ever greater quantities, while opening the door for thousands of other businesses to start their exporting journey. And this means exciting new opportunities for Scotland's world-renowned whisky distillers, Wales's fintech companies, and Northern Ireland's leading medical and pharmaceutical firms, as well as the North East's car manufacturers and aerospace companies in the West Midlands. And my noble friend Lord Udny Lister asked about the reach of this agreement, which again is a good question. And let me just mention SMEs, because this deal will benefit businesses of all shapes and sizes, not least the UK's SMEs, the backbone of Britain, which comprise more than 99% of all private sector businesses, employing 16.3 million people and generating £2.3 trillion of income. Let me just move on to investment. The deal will unlock further investment potential between our two countries too, with UK investors able to benefit from broader and deeper market access than Australia has ever guaranteed in a previous trade agreement. And this will allow us to build on the £37 billion already invested in Australia's economy. That figure is 2020. And of course, for consumers, there will be benefits for UK consumers who will be able to enjoy more of their favourite Australian products, such as Jacob's Creek and Hardy's wines or Tim Tam's biscuits. Now, the subject of services was raised, not least by the Noble Lord Liddell, and I was pleased to read the comments made by the IAC in its report, welcoming the provisions that have been secured. The services sector, as we know, is of a huge importance to the UK. And we believe we've negotiated a deal that does play to these strengths. So I do say to the Noble Lord Liddell that Australia has gone further than ever before in granting access to its market in several areas, with unprecedented levels of regulatory transparency. UK services, from architecture and law to financial services and shipping, will be able to compete in Australia on a guaranteed equal footing. And this could increase exports of UK services to Australia, which were worth £5.3 billion in 2021. The Professional Services and Recognition of Professional Qualifications chapter will support work towards mutual recognition of professional qualifications. And this could lead to professionals such as lawyers, engineers, and accountants, no longer having to re-qualify in order to practice in each other's countries. Moving on to mobility, as raised by the Noble Lord Liddell, and he's right. I think this is a good part of the agreement whereby there is a way in which our people between each other's countries can have good movement. For the first time, UK service suppliers, including architects, scientists, researchers, lawyers and accountants, will have access to visas to work in Australia without being subject to its changing skilled occupation list. I also wanted to acknowledge the point that the Noble Lord Billamoria made about innovation. And this agreement contains the world's first dedicated innovation chapter, and underlying the important role that innovation will play in the future. And we want to take full advantage of this, particularly in terms of technological developments. Now, on agriculture, which I definitely want to come to, the committee itself noted the concerns of the farming community, specifically that the agreement may lead to potential surges in agricultural imports to the UK. And I want to provide some reassurance. We have secured a range of measures to safeguard our farmers, including tariff rate quotas for a number of sensitive agricultural products, product-specific safeguards for beef and shipment, which were raised today in the debate, and a general bilateral safeguard mechanism providing a temporary safety net for all products. As the Noble Baroness Lady Hayter said, we should remember that Australia's focus is on exporting to lucrative markets in the Asia-Pacific region, and it is relatively unlikely that beef and sheep will be diverted to the UK from Asian markets in very large volumes. But I do take note of the slightly pessimistic view that has come from the Noble Baroness Lady Liddell. And in terms of finally answering the points that have been made by my noble friend Lord Rowbotham, our estimates in terms of the statistics are that we suggest a reduction in gross output of around 3% of beef and 5% for sheep meat as a result of liberalisation relative to the baseline. And these estimated impacts will be felt gradually over the staging period, and it is likely that the increase in imports will primarily displace beef imports from the EU and sheep meat product imports from New Zealand. Further testing suggests, in the case of a strong consumer preference for UK meat, gross output could fall by as little as 1% in beef and 2% in sheep. Turning to the environment, which was raised as one of the themes raised by the Noble Lord Oates, the Noble Baroness Lady Liddell, Noble Lord Kerr. And I do take note that there was some disappointment expressed. But can I just say, my lords, to come back to Noble Lords on this, that we have secured the most substantive climate provisions that Australia has ever committed to in an FTA. The deal also recognises our right to regulate to reach net zero and affirms our mutual international environment and climate commitments, including the Paris Agreement. And there's a lot more I could say about that, but I want to move on in terms of moving towards finishing
right to the end of it. The Minister hasn't responded to my question about geographical indicators. There's no protection for Scotch beef, Scotch lamb, Welsh lamb, Stilton cheese, Cornish pasties, clotted cream, the very long list. There's a side letter to the agreement which states in categorical terms from Dan T and the Minister that there is no legal protection for any of these protected products. Why?
Okay, so that's a series of questions. I'm going to agree to write to the Naval Lord on that particular point because time is running out and I just want to cover a number of other particular issues. I think when it comes to animal welfare standards, I particularly want to address remarks raised by the Noble Duke, the Duke of Montrose, and the Noble Baroness Lady Liddell, because I want to quote from the agreement. So, each party shall endeavour to ensure that its laws, regulations and policies provide for and encourage high levels of animal welfare protection, and shall endeavour to ensure that to continue to improve their respective levels of animal welfare protection, including through their laws. So I do hope that not just in this debate, but in other debates, we have given reassurances on animal protection. On ISDS, in terms of the point that was raised by the Noble Lord, Lord Kerr, I note the committee's recommendation that we clarify our position on ISDS, and I'm happy to confirm that in light of our investment relationship, the UK and Australia decided it was not necessary to include ISDS in this new agreement. What we did do was negotiate a dedicated state-to-state dispute settlement chapter. This is a central pillar of our agreement that will provide an effective method for enforcing commitments made in the deal. Very quickly on CPTPP, there's a lot that I could say to that, but I do believe that this is a historic deal, a very important deal, and will lead into this, as Noble Lord Billamoria has also particularly said. I think I should conclude on that. I do feel that there's a letter that the House is due from quite a few questions that have not been answered. I think I should finish, if I may do this. So,
on the specific point of his letters, could he give no assurance to the House that all these letters will be received by members of this House before the end of the scrutiny period?
I will guarantee to write a letter. I'll write one letter, I think, on the basis of this particular debate, and I can't guarantee when it will come. If that's the question that he's asking, as soon as possible, I will write a letter. Okay. So just to conclude, my Lords, this is a bold and ambitious FTA that will carry both the UK and Australia forward into a bright new future, and we all look forward to it being brought into force.
Well, the Minister for batting at such late notice, and also particularly thank all speakers, especially, of course, Baroness Liddell, Lord Oates, Lord Kerr, Lord Morris and Lord Udney Lister, who serve on the committee, and indeed the former member, Lord Robotham. Lord Purvis and I are in competition of how many minister scalps we've taken, but he hasn't got a member of the committee resigning before the chair took her place for the first time. His place was, of course, taken by the noble Lord Astor of Hever, but very sadly he is going to be leaving this House. But I would like to take this opportunity of thanking him for the time that he then followed Lord Robotham and spent on the committee. I'm not going to try and cover the whole debate. The Minister's tried his best, but I think it is true to say there was broad support for this deal, albeit, Lord Kerr said it's a no great deal. Could have been better, says my noble friend Baroness Liddell. Cautious, says Baroness Mackintosh, welcome to it. Lord Liddell was perhaps less kind. As he said, it's not huge, gave away a lot for services, I think he said, with not a lot in return. Noble Lord Purvis said, support but not blind to its inadequacies. And I think that sums up actually what our committee was saying. There are some inadequacies. My noble friend Lord Nicholl said, the fear was the prize of speed. meant it was at the cost of quality. It may not have been quite his words, but I think that was the spirit of it. Clearly, agriculture is the big divide. The consumers, as some said, will benefit. I thought the Minister was scraping the barrel to talk about biscuits as the great up that was going to come, but there you are. But there are undoubtedly worries on the agricultural side about standards and about the impact, as I think the Noble Lady Baroness McIntosh said, on our communities. Agriculture is not just like any other good. It is about communities. It is about support for a way of life. And it seems to me, and maybe Lord Kerr said this, that had the DAs been involved all the way through, then greater sensitivity to that might have achieved something that would have perhaps led to fewer worries. I think the Duke of Montrose basically was asking a very broad question about whether the remit of the TAC was too narrow. And Baroness McIntosh asked whether earlier scrutiny would have helped. The environment has been mentioned by a number of speakers, Lord Oates, Baroness Liddell, Lord McNichol and others, on a range of issues on which more should have got. My noble friend Lord Morris says that he hopes that the new government will now use the context of the joint committee to perhaps move further on some of those shortfalls on environment. And as the noble Lord Viscount Waverley reminded us, it's not just a new government over there, but we're about to have one over here. Let us hope that the combination of those two move forward. So finally, just on this broader issue of scrutiny, to which we're going to have to return as a House, I think. Lord Kerr said we can only debate when we can do nothing about it. And Lord Waverley asked whether even the period of the way we're doing it is sufficient. I think there is something really important about this. It is how trade fits into our security, our defence, our foreign affairs, our development, as well as our domestic agenda. But also just looking at trade itself. What is it that this government wants? We just saw a wonderful example of it. We were asked about the question of standards by my noble friend Lord McNichol and others. But I thought one of the most interesting exchanges was between my noble friend Lord Liddell and I think it was Lord Udney Lister on CPTPP. If this is the push for this particular agreement, and we hear that there may be real questions about that Pacific tilt, some very supportive, some saying, have you really thought about this? Then surely that is a debate that should take place in this chamber, but it is also a debate that should take place and be on the record from the point of view of government. It's so important, not just how trade fits into other things, but on whether we have the right focus for trade. I think, therefore, that although this particular debate is about the particular deal with Australia, and as I said at the beginning, perhaps it's very good that it was with a friendly ally with whom we do much work already. I think it has raised some very broad issues, both for government and for this House. For the moment, may I thank everyone who's contributed, and I beg to move.
Does this motion be agreed to? May I ask the second content? Country not content, or content. So I'll pause before the next business to let people leave the chamber. My Lords, M56 motorway junction 6 or 7 variable speed limits regulations 2022 regret motion. Baroness Randerson.
My Lords, I'm pleased to see that the noble lady, the Minister, is still with us to answer this debate. There were times last week when I began to wonder if she would be. because in these surreal days, it's reassuring that she will be able to bring her experience of this issue to bear on the debate, because we've discussed the issue of the safety of smart motorways before. My Lords, an essential part of my weekly reading is the emailed report from the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee, whose work I cannot praise too highly. Their weekly reports are focused, specific, and they pull no punches. And the Minister will know that the Department for Transport legislation features rather too often in those reports. Now, firstly, to the detail of these regulations. They permit variable speed limits between junctions 6 and 8 on the M56 as part of all-lane running, known as a smart motorway. This is near Manchester Airport and will be operational from the 12th of September, with the hard shoulder converted to a running lane with emergency refuge areas. The decision to press ahead with this came as a surprise because the Secretary of State back in January had made a very firm statement that he would pause the rollout of future smart motorway schemes until a full 5 years of safety data is available. And that commitment, that very welcome commitment, was made following the Transport Select Committee's report on smart motorways last November, in which they concluded that, and I quote, "The scale of safety measures needed to effectively and reliably mitigate the risks associated with the permanent removal of the hard shoulder on all lane running motorways has been underestimated by successive administrations, the Department for Transport and National Highways." And they go on to recommend that the Department and National Highways should retrofit emergency refuge areas to existing all-lane running motorways to make them a maximum of 1,500 metres apart, decreasing to 1,000 metres where physically possible. Now, the strange thing about this SI is that the explanatory memorandum makes no mention of the Transport Select Committee's critical report or of the government's commitments to deal with safety issues. This is, my Lords, legislation in a vacuum, and the Secondary Legislation Committee refers to it as inexplicable. It is at the best shoddy and at worst an attempt to lull us into thinking that this is an insignificant routine measure that we don't need to worry about looking at in detail. The government's commitment to pause the development of new smart motorways came with a caveat that those over 50% complete would proceed. But that caveat came with a promise that there would be retrofitting of existing schemes to reduce the distance between emergency areas. Apparently, this scheme is one of 6 where development work will proceed. The Minister's reply to the committee chair eventually spelled this out and includes schemes on the M1, the M4, the M6 and the M27. So the letter of the Secretary of State's promise is being adhered to even if the spirit is broken. So what of the promise that the frequency of emergency areas will be increased? Because that's at the core of safety concerns. The original concept of smart motorways envisaged the emergency areas at around every kilometre. And the Transport Committee recommendation, accepted by the Secretary of State, was for between 1 kilometre and 1.5 kilometres. But the Minister has confirmed that this new stretch of motorway on the M56 will go ahead with 4 emergency areas every 2.5 kilometres on average. At least this is the figure in the original Department for Transport response. But the Minister then later wrote to the Chair saying that they are on average 1.07 miles apart. That's 1,721 kilometres apart. The Department for Transport does seem to be taking on board the advice of Jacob Rees-Mogg and has moved back to imperial measurements, which might confuse us, but looking at it in metres, there is still a very significant difference between the original DFT response and the second one. So my first question to the noble lady, the Minister, is to ask her to clarify exactly what is the distance between the two emergency areas on either side of the M56 between junctions 6 and 8, because of that vast difference between her two answers. I am surprised that the government isn't taking the opportunity to build these two new sections of smart motorway up to the full safety standards from the start. Given that they've decided, and I understand that decision, to go ahead and finish the job they had started, why not improve them as they do it? Surely it will be cheaper and less disruptive to the traffic to do the job properly and to maximise safety from the start. What feasibility assessment has been made and what cost assessments have been made of the additional costs of improving this stretch after it's been opened? And will the noble lady, the Minister, give us a commitment that the distance between emergency areas on this stretch will actually be improved, as promised by the Secretary of State? I note that the Minister's letter talked in general about large sums of money and neatly avoided specific commitments to this scheme. And what about the 5 other schemes on the list that are being completed? Can she give us similar commitments on them? The Minister's letter also claimed that smart motorways are safer than ordinary ones. But again, there's a whiff of casuistry here. The government's own stock take of safety, ordered in October 2019, showed that the risks of vehicles stopping in a live lane and of changing lanes dangerously increase on smart motorways, while other risks, such as driving too fast, decrease. So none of that detail is spelled out in the letter, and it becomes even clearer that frequent emergency areas are the key to safety when you take that into account. My Lords, I put down this regret motion for 2 reasons. I had greatly welcomed the Secretary of State's commitment at the start of the year, and I really regret the failure of the government to implement the clear spirit of the commitments he made by ensuring that this stretch of the M56 is not brought into use without a safe number of emergency areas. And I also put down this regret motion in order to express concern at the continuing poor quality of some Department for Transport legislation, or at least the EMs associated with them. And I look forward to hearing the noble lady, the Minister's additional explanations of why this SI is flawed in the way that I have pointed out.
Question is this motion be agreed to?
I rise to support most of what the noble Baroness has said in introducing this short debate. It's when you start hearing that the government is changing metres into feet or miles or something. That's completely irrelevant, and I think, and I suspect, as Noble Baroness said, that this particular regulation and the policy, if you can call it that, behind the regulation is going to cover the whole of the country before long. I believe that there's 236 miles of smart motorway already in existence, and 200 more miles are planned. So I'd just like to say a few words about safety, because I mean this is what it's all about. The distance between the places where you can get off the motorway must relate to what happens to your vehicle and the fact that you need to stop. And the Noble Baroness mentions a variety of distances between 2.5 and 1,000 metres. But there are going to be situations where even 1,000 metres isn't long enough. Depends on the gradient and the speeds and everything else. I think it's relevant that the AA has banned its recovery crews from dealing with cars that are broken down on the smart motorway because it's too dangerous. But there has to be a solution. I don't know what the right distance is. I think it's very sad that the government hasn't actually got some proper data on all this, probably over the 5 years that the Noble Baroness suggested it should be and the Transport Committee suggested it should be. So we've got some information to talk about and to see how the safety is affected. But there are two things which I think are pretty obvious. The first is the enforcement of speed on these motorways. There may be variable speeds or not, but it needs to be much more effective and consistent. And I think the electronic thing which is called the vehicle detection machine, which is supposed to be the government's flagship. In other words, if a vehicle breaks down, not on a lay-by, so to speak, but on the left-hand lane, then immediately variable message signs come up and say, slow down, lane is blocked. But the figure I've seen is that this only works in 62% of the examples where a vehicle has stopped in the near side lane, presumably. Now, that's much, much too low, because it means that for the other 38%, there's a good chance that the vehicle behind will run into the one that stopped. I can't see why that can't work properly, and I do think that the government should avoid to try and introduce any more of these or bring them into effect until it can get this vehicle detection system working. But I'm looking forward to the response from the Minister. As the Noble Baroness said, I'm pleased she's here because she actually has got a lot of experience on the road and transport. But this is a terrible mess, and frankly, for the government to ignore the House of Commons Transport Committee's very sensible report, and also to get the comments that the Noble Baroness mentioned in the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee report, it's as if the government just wants to ignore the whole lot and bat on regardless. I hope I'm wrong.
My Lords, I think the Noble Baroness raises a very serious and very good points. But I'd just like to make a gentle reminder of how these smart motorways came to pass. And I recall my time in the European Parliament as the transport spokesman, obviously covering road, rail and aviation maritime, and the huge push for smart motorways
came from the regulations and directives in the European Parliament some years ago. This wasn't just about the UK, but we found that many member states were having problems with capacity, obviously with the growth in traffic, and it was trying to look at a way where we weren't having to build motorways in different parts of the country, but we could actually just expand the ones that we have. Now, I fully acknowledge that there have clearly been some awful accidents due to the fact that there was no hard shoulder. And what was, I think, paramount when motorways were built in the first place, that there could be a risk of accident. Obviously, there's always a risk of accident, and there needed to be a safe space to go. I also understand that in some cases where there have been accidents, it's been very much a technological failure in terms of the notification on the lane that the lane was closed or the X wasn't showing, and people have then got confused. And of course, some of these results have been appalling. There are also appalling accidents, even for the miles of motorways where we do have hard shoulders, and I think this is why we've tried to make sure that people are alert if they pull in, to tell people now to make sure they get out of their cars and don't sit there, notwithstanding the size of the lorries that sometimes have to pull in. So I think, if I may just ask my noble friend, is are they looking at how, for example, the technology can work? Notwithstanding, we have spent millions expanding these motorways. I use the M6 with great frequency when I drive down here. Obviously the M56 too, my noble Baroness has mentioned. And we have miles of 4 lanes where we are doing 60 miles an hour. And actually, when we've had years of this expansion, obviously for infrastructure, for all the right reasons on the motorways, to get the capacity, and we've been under terrible restrictions with roadworks, it is even more infuriating now that we have the 4 lanes and we are all crawling around half of the time. So notwithstanding, as I said, the issue on technology, which clearly needs to be seen to be working, not only be seen to be working, but be working properly so people have confidence, and the organisations too. I look forward to the response now from my noble friend, because I think we need to move this on. And as the noble Baroness opposite said, where there are clearly a need for more lay-bys, obviously to be able to access, I think this will take some time, of course, because you're then having to start more roadworks again. But it's obviously imperative that these can be put in place as quickly as possible.
My Lords, the government's failed rollout of smart motorways costs lives, which is exactly why members of this House have long warned of the serious flaws. It is a tragedy that lives were lost before action was taken, and only thanks to the dedication of bereaved families that the rollout was paused at all. It is therefore beyond belief that the government is still pressing ahead with new introductions. Even in their current form, smart motorways, coupled with inadequate safety systems, are not fit for purpose, and there is clearly no adequate explanation yet offered for their further introduction. Unfortunately, the reality of this new scheme is even worse. The emergency areas in this new scheme have average spacings of 2.5 kilometres, which is much greater than the recommended separation of 1.5 kilometres. Before pressing ahead, the Minister needs to offer proper reassurances on the monitoring of CCTV, further reviews of the evidence, and improved distance between refuge areas at the very least. Aside from the well-noted safety concerns, there are also serious issues with the scrutiny afforded to these changes, not least the fact that the explanatory memorandum does not address any of these obvious issues. I hope the Minister can provide such assurances today and address the points made in the Noble Lady's motion.
My Lords, I'm grateful to all noble lords who have spoken in today's debate. I'm also fairly grateful to still be here. I have enjoyed being the Roads Minister for the last 3 years, and I do know a fair amount about smart motorways, so I will try and answer as many questions as have been raised, but of course I will very happily write with more detail, because I suspect that I won't be able to get through everything. But it is an opportunity as well to remind noble lords about the commitments we made in response to the Transport Select Committee report. Noble lords will also recall that the second anniversary progress report was published in March 2022, so earlier this year, and that set out the progress that we are making with regards the action plan that we set out in 2020 about smart motorways, and that was when issues around their safety first sort of really came to the fore, were very much picked up by the media. The Secretary of State and I did an awful lot of work around that to ensure that smart motorways are not only as safe as they possibly can be, but also that they feel as safe as they possibly can be. They are the type of roads that gets the greatest amount of scrutiny in our country, and I will also note that this country does have very safe roads relative to pretty much any other country in the world. And actually, interestingly enough, these motorways, these smart motorways, are also the safest roads that we have in the country with regards killed and seriously injured figures. So we are talking already about roads which are very, very safe. Compare them to your average rural road, and I'm afraid this lot, are far, far safer, and we must always recognise that. But the government does remain determined to continue to make people safe, but also to feel safe on these roads. So that is why we did agree to the Transport Committee's report and all of the recommendations therein, and this included an agreement to pause the rollout of all future all-lane running motorway schemes until 5 years' worth of safety and economic data is available for those schemes that open before 2020. We did, in our response, also clarify that we would continue with those roads that were over 50% complete. And it's worth recognising, why did we, many years ago now, start the Smart Motorways programme. We do need greater capacity on our roads, and this was noted by my noble friend Lady Foster. We do need greater capacity on our roads, and smart motorways do offer a way of getting that. We get improved reliability, reduced journey times, smoother traffic flows, which is absolutely key for safety. And we also, and much of this doesn't appear in the safety stats for these particular roads, is we do shift traffic from less safe roads onto these roads, because the capacity on the road increases, and so some people using less safe roads will necessarily move onto these roads. They require much less land take, and so they have a lower environmental impact and also on biodiversity. They cost 50 to 60% of the same amount that would be spent on a traditional widening scheme, so a significantly less call on the taxpayer there, and of course they can be done more quickly. And the A56 is no different. It was included in the June 2013 spending review, which seems like a very long time ago now, and it was confirmed in the first road investment strategy in 2015. And the main construction works on the scheme began in November 2020, and as Noble Lords have pointed out, it is due to open later on this year, and it's well over 80% complete. Now, the M56 scheme is 4 miles long, and it does have 4 emergency areas on it. And here we get to the problem that we had in the explanatory memorandum. And I can only apologise that the wording in the explanatory memorandum is incorrect. The spacing of 2.5 kilometres or 1.6 miles refers to the maximum spacing between places to stop in an emergency. That was the design standard when this scheme was designed. But actually, in reality, there is an emergency area every 1.7 kilometres or 1.07 miles on average on this stretch. And so it was built and designed to the design standard in place at the time, which I think all noble lords would expect, and actually has emergency area spacing far less than the design standard that was in place in that time. We may well go on to include further emergency areas on the M56, but this will be considered as part of the emergency area retrofit programme, which will be available later on this year. As with all smart motorway schemes opening now, this scheme will open with stop vehicle detection. This is the technology that is radar-based technology, and I will come on a bit more later to the further elements of this. But essentially, what it does is it looks at the road and it sees where vehicles have stopped, and then provides the alert to the regional operating centre, and then various things that happen as a result of that. Now, let us think about the smart motorway safety data. The latest data we have available is for 2020. That's quite an important thing to bear in mind. So the data that we have available is before any of the interventions that the government set out in the Smart Motorway Action Plan back in 2020 could have been put in place or could have had any impact whatsoever. Okay? So this is before the government had really got into the interventions that we have now committed to do. A conventional motorway has 1.45 killed and seriously injured per 100 million vehicle miles. So I would encourage noble lords to keep that in their heads. 1.45. An all-lane running motorway has 1.38, so 0.07 fewer. It is safer when it comes to killed and seriously injured. And that is before wide-scale rollout of stop vehicle technology. It is before the commitment to retrofit the emergency areas. It is before the signage improvements that we have committed to and put in place. It is before the recent communications campaign which told everybody to go left. It is before the upgrade to the HADEX cameras for REDX enforcement. It is before all of the 18 measures that the government said it would do in 2020. Now, I am fairly convinced that those 18 measures will improve safety further. So on the basis of the 2020 data, an all-lane running motorway is already safer than a conventional motorway when it comes to killed and seriously injured. So for all these people who say, put back the hard shoulder, let's go back to conventional, I don't know really on what evidence that would even remotely be the right thing to do. Now, if the evidence changes, of course we should look at it again. But I cannot see at this moment in time, and after how much scrutiny, that the evidence exists to even contemplate ripping out these motorways, removing the capacity, putting some of those people on less safe roads, and also for the people that do stay on the motorway, making them slightly less safe. Can't see it myself.
Explain why all this evidence was not contained in the explanatory memorandum, which she personally approved.
Yeah, I will absolutely, very happily explain that. Well, all this evidence that I have just outlined was, of course, in the progress report. It was, and as I said, there's an enormous amount of scrutiny. Now, if I had my time again, would I have put all of this evidence in that explanatory memorandum? No. Because we're slightly getting to the stage now where explanatory memorandums cannot possibly end up including every single bit of evidence that the government has made a policy decision on. The M56 variable mandatory speed limit SI is very standard. We've done, I can't even begin to tell you how many. However, what I do wish I'd done is perhaps had a little paragraph with links to all of the different reports that we have already done into smart motorways. There is a balance between providing sufficient information and links and ending up with an explanatory memorandum which frankly becomes unwieldy. But I think we can do that.
My recollection, I may have got it wrong, but my recollection of the standard for explanatory memorandum requires them to be easily understood by a person with no previous knowledge does this, the arguments which may or may not be persuaded that she has revealed to us are not there, available to people with no previous knowledge?
Yeah, and so that is exactly why, as I set out, we will update that explanatory memorandum. Am I going to regurgitate everything that's in the progress report, the response to the Transport Select Committee, the progress report from last year, the original 2020 action plan and stock take? No. It would become a document of several hundred pages. So we have to, I agree, be selective, but I do think that we can put in links to, if I may, I do think we can put in links to other reports to explain to people. But let's also be absolutely clear. This is an SI which all it does is allow a variable mandatory speed limit to be put in place. Is that going to have any impact on road safety for that stretch? No, it won't. It's just allowing a mandatory speed limit to come in. It'll probably make it safer. So if then the government is then required to do an entire sort of explanatory memorandum about the much, much broader policy, then I think we're going to end up with some very, very lengthy explanatory memorandums.
But the noble ladies illustrated that it can be done in a reasonably concise way. She's just gone through all the arguments. I can't say I'm yet convinced, because I can't see it all put together on a piece of paper, but the length of her speech is not that long compared with the paucity of information in the explanatory memorandum.
I mean, I can speak about smart motorways forever, and I haven't finished yet. But I will very happily, in a letter back to the House, set out exactly where all these links are. I'm sure the noble lord really does know where they all are, but I will do it and I will make sure that that's in the library, to just sort of summarise all of the data that is out there at the moment. And I'm sure that will be incredibly helpful. So I'm just going to move on from the focus of the safety data. And I think, the Transport Select Committee did agree with the government that reinstating the hard shoulder and going back to a conventional motorway was not in the best interests of our economy, or indeed of the safety of people using our motorways. And we were very pleased that they reached that conclusion. Now, in terms of the opening, the ones that we are not pausing, the noble lady Baroness Randerson noted that there are 6 schemes that will continue because they are more than 50% complete. We feel that if we left the traffic management in place for any significant period of time, the disruption it would have caused, the challenges to road safety, because roadworks can be quite unsafe, it would have caused, would make it not a viable option. And of course, with roadworks being in place, many drivers would have used less safe roads other than that motorway. So therefore we did take the decision to continue those which are over 50% complete. However, it is the case that we did say that stop vehicle detection would be in place for all of the smart motorways that we are opening, and that is indeed the case. And I didn't obviously mention cost in that as well, but the cost of reverting a motorway back to where they were before, it would have been fairly significant. So just to cover a couple of points that noble lords have made and have asked clarity on. So I think I have been able to set out about the explanatory memorandum. Again, I do apologise that the original memorandum was incorrect. We have put in various safeguards to ensure that people not connected to an explanatory memorandum do read it. Clearly, in this circumstances, even then, it didn't pass the sniff test. So we are going to get better. We really are. And in terms of more frequent emergency areas, this is a very interesting topic. So as noble lords will know, the spacing on emergency areas has come down since 2011 is 1.5 miles, 2017 we said a mile, and then the new one is 2020, which is 0.75 miles, and obviously they have maximums in there as well. Now, does that necessarily mean that the roads built to a more recent design specification are more dangerous than those built to the previous specification. My lords, the jury is still out. It's really interesting. So one of the things that we said that we would do in the stocktake is put in 10 more emergency areas on the M25. That has been done, and they've been in place for well over a year now. And the data from those in terms of how many live lane stops there were and what the impact on safety has been is being collated at the moment. But I'm expecting it to be inconclusive. Go figure. But one has to look at the evidence. So it will be... Okay, the noble lady's signaling that I should get on with it. I agree, let's get on with it. So just a couple of points that the noble lord raised. The AA does respond on smart motorways. Of course it does. No recovery operator is allowed on the smart motor whilst it's still live. But of course they can go to the emergency areas. So traffic officers are responsible for the lanes when they're still live, but the ditto on a conventional motorway. So the AA is obviously will come to your rescue if you end up in an emergency area or indeed on a hard shoulder. And in terms of the points made by the noble Lord Berkeley, I'm absolutely focused on the technology. As I said, the safety data that we have to date is not based on with the technology there, so therefore this technology will only go in one direction in improving things. But for the smart vehicle, the stop vehicle detection, of course we want it to work as well as it possibly can. Will it ever identify 100% of all stop vehicles? No, because it's radar, and so therefore it won't do that, but that's not what its design characteristics are. But we are very, very keen to make sure that all of our technology works as well as possible. We have actually commissioned the ORR to review all of the technology on the smart motorways, and and we're working very well with them on setting all of that up, because I think it's important that we have their expert insight to make sure that the technology is as good as it possibly can be. So we're very, very grateful to them for their help. So I'm sure I've forgotten various things, but I sense that the House possibly wants me to wind up now, so I shall.
Thank you. I would like to thank those noble lords who have taken part this evening, and in particular to thank the noble lady, the Minister, for her response. Of course, I recognise that safety on smart motorways is a complex issue. It relates to emergency areas and also to response times and response detection. But I have to comment that the Minister's response has at times been at odds with the government's own stocktake and with the evidence that the Transport Committee received on safety. And whether she agrees with that or not, she has to recognise, I think, that there is widespread public concern about safety. And that might be perceived rather than real, but that's probably because most of us find driving on smart motorways an extremely stressful experience. And that is an indication of the perception of the safety of those roads. And I do think that when the noble lady comes to review the tone of her response this evening on certain of these issues, she may recognise that she is not doing her argument any favours with the general public. There needs to be a realistic assessment of this situation by the government. But of course, I recognise that this is a very specific issue, and I beg leave to withdraw the motion.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that the motion be withdrawn? The motion is by leave withdrawn. I'll just let the front benches change over. Motion for debate, Public Services Committee report, Children in Crisis, the role of public services in overcoming child vulnerability. Baroness Armstrong of Hilltop.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to introduce this report to the floor of the House before the recess. The report does make clear that the UK faces a crisis in child vulnerability. In England alone, over 1 million children are growing up with reduced life chances, and children paid a very heavy price during the pandemic. The national lockdowns, while necessary, had a severe impact on their education and their mental health. But things were bad long before the outbreak of COVID-19. And the last decade has seen our most disadvantaged children and young people being let down. We've seen cuts to early years and early intervention support, despite the raft of research which shows how important it is to a child's long-term educational success and life chances, with rising child poverty, criminal exploitation and gang violence, while the gap in attainment at school between the richest and the poorest children has continued to grow. Our children deserve better. Spending on early help for families such as Sure Start and children's centres, family support and youth services was cut by 48% between 2010-11 and 2019-20. Our report found that this had a devastating impact upon communities across the country. In 2019, before the pandemic, the Children's Commissioner's Office for England estimated that 1.6 million children were living in homes with serious parental mental illness, addiction, domestic violence or other concerns, but found that support for these children was either patchy or non-existent. They also found that 829,000 of these children, 829,000 of these children were completely invisible to services. And this has got worse over lockdown. But this decimation of family support services has not only damaged the life chances of disadvantaged children, it also makes very little economic sense. If children and families are unable to access the support they need when they need it, then small problems can escalate into full-blown crises, such as joining a gang, being expelled from school, or ending up in care. And as a result, councils have been forced to spend far more on crisis management services, such as youth justice services, safeguarding and looked after children in the social care system. In fact, almost 2 billion more since 2010, 2 billion a year more since 2010. Ironically, the decision by successive governments to slash family support services has therefore resulted in an unprecedented increase in the role of the state in family life. In 2015, 69,000 children in England were in care, but by March 2020, the figure was 80,080. Josh McAllister, who gave evidence to our inquiry, warned in his recent independent review of social care that a failure to radically reset services for vulnerable children and families would lead to record numbers of children going into care. And research commissioned by the County Councils Network found that the number of looked after children in England will likely reach almost 100,000 before 2025 unless action is taken. This growing crisis does demand bold action. That's why I have to confess I was rather disappointed to receive what was such an uninspiring government response to our report. In fairness, the response did point out to the did point to the Department of Education's Family Hub programme and additional funding for the early years and the Supporting Families programme. And we agree that these are steps in the right direction. Our report did find that family hubs are an effective model for providing early help and supporting parents to meet their children's needs. In the small number of areas where they've already been established, we saw how family hubs play an important role in improving early intervention support, in facilitating integration and data sharing among public services, and enabling voluntary sector partnerships. Also, whilst most Sure Start centres only offered services for children up to the age of 5, family hubs help parents with children up to the age of 19, and that's undoubtedly the right approach. However, the money announced for the early years and family hubs to date nowhere near compensates for the 1.7 billion that has been cut from Sure Start and other family support since 2010. There are currently only 150 family hubs in England, and this falls far short of the vision put forward by Andrea Leadsom, the author of the government's early years review, that all families should be able to access a local hub in their community from pregnancy. Our children and our country simply cannot afford for the government to continue to underinvest in family support. This failed approach has undermined families' resilience and has made them more reliant on late, very costly intervention by the state, which is bad for children and ultimately bad for the taxpayer. So that's why we need a radical new approach to early intervention. And we need that for vulnerable families, not only to boost outcomes for children, but to support families to be independent and reduce costs in the criminal justice and social care system. We also need support for the estimated 1 in 6 children with unaddressed mental health needs to ease pressure on the NHS. During our inquiry, we were presented with a wealth of evidence from the Early Intervention Foundation and other organisations, as well as academics and researchers, about the impressive real-world impact that existing early intervention programmes are already having on the lives of children. The Incredible Years programme, which has impressive track record in improving cognitive outcomes for children. The Preparing for Life programme, which was found to narrow the disadvantage gap in school readiness, and the recent evaluation of the Family Nurse Partnership, which demonstrate a significant impact on children's health and education outcomes. I think that if the government is really serious about levelling up, this is where it should start. The national rollout of some of these programmes, delivered through a comprehensive family hub network, would unlock the full economic potential of our country. For too long, vulnerable children in our most disadvantaged areas have not been given that fair start, and research carried out by Pro Bono Economics on behalf of the committee found that cuts to early intervention have fallen most heavily in our poorest areas. So spending on early intervention in areas of England with the highest levels of child poverty was cut by £766 million between 2010 and 2019. And it doesn't need to be like that. The LSE, London School of Economics, estimated that the economic cost in a single year of failing to invest in the early years is over 16 billion. We've got to get our priorities right. Funding alone, however, will not solve the child vulnerability crisis. Every relevant part of local and national government, the public and the voluntary sector must be mobilised if we're to tackle this once-in-a-generation challenge. And that's why our report called for a national strategy on vulnerable children with family hubs at its heart. Government didn't agree. They said something I agree with, that things are best done locally. Of course they are. But nonetheless, we heard from several people, young people, where there hadn't been the collective action, the coordinated action from across public services which actually tackled the family problems, and it left them very vulnerable. And we fear that without a national vision to bring together the NHS, police, social care, schools and the voluntary sector, or milestones and targets to hold ministers and local services to account, then little progress will be made to improve things for some of the most vulnerable children. So I hope that the incoming Prime Minister, whoever that may be, and their Cabinet will take a different approach and make a strategy on child vulnerability a priority. Any national strategy must also address data sharing. I think some other colleagues from the committee will address this a little more than I have time for, but the government ignored, in my view, the evidence in their response on the ground that data sharing, when they said that data sharing is already supported, referring to requirements for safeguarding. The problem is too many children don't quite reach the threshold for safeguarding, but services need to work with them together so that they're not all missing out and falling through the gaps. The Information Commissioner acknowledged that there's a problem with existing data sharing guidance on children, too much emphasis placed on the risks to a child of sharing information with third parties, which disincentivised well-meaning frontline workers from sharing data that could improve a child's outcomes. So a clear strategy from the centre to ensure that NHS, social care, schools, police, other local services do not view each other as third parties is really critical. It's time I was finishing. I want to say a real thanks to everybody in the committee. I've been incredibly lucky to chair this committee. Great people. We lost some, and I'm delighted that a couple of them are going to be able to nonetheless contribute to this debate. I have to say 2 of our members, at least, are not here, had to remove their names because they've got COVID. And it's a real problem in this House because we can't do hybrid anymore. That we've not had a meeting of the committee in the last 2 months where there hasn't been somebody missing with COVID. But I also want to thank the staff. We had Tristan Stubbs and Mark Hudson working with us, and also Claire, our admin assistant. Tristan and Mark moved on as we were finishing this committee, and we have 2 new people working with us, Sam Kenny and Tom Burke, and they've all been really supportive and helpful in getting us this far, and we keep coming back to some of the issues that are raised. But also, I want to pay particular tribute to all the parents, children and young people who bravely shared their experiences with us. Vulnerable families still recovering from the impact of COVID on their education, mental health and personal finances now find themselves in the midst of the worst cost of living crisis in decades. All the pressures children face at home, described in our report, such as witnessing parental domestic violence, addiction or mental ill health, these are likely to intensify in the coming months. If we don't act, the consequences for these children on their education, on their future employment prospects and life chances will be catastrophic. We cannot allow difficult times to distract us from this task at hand. If now is not the time to address the crisis facing vulnerable children, then when is it? I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, it is a privilege to be a member of the Public Services Committee, so ably chaired by my noble friend Lady Armstrong, and a pleasure to speak in this debate along with other colleagues and indeed former colleagues from the committee. Our inquiry was both illuminating and distressing, all the more so because many of us have worked in the area of child protection for many years and found the same old problems of lack of recognition, lack of coordination, lack of a comprehensive strategy, lack of collaboration between agencies with which we have been unfortunately familiar for too many years. It was, to say the least, dispiriting. To all these old problems were added the pandemic. 1 million children growing up with reduced life chances, as my noble friend has said, and public services offering too little too late. And local services undermined, not only through lack of funding, but through lack of the information which would enable them to protect vulnerable children. How many young people took up caring roles, for example, as support services were withdrawn as the pandemic progressed? We have no accurate figures about that. In my brief remarks tonight, I want to concentrate on two particular areas where we found failings, but which could provide, if addressed, some early wins and huge steps forward to protecting vulnerable children. The first is a lack of proper engagement with users, with children and families when services are being designed. The evidence we received from users of services was the most powerful of all the evidence we received. 6 focus groups and 7 evidence sessions with parents and children really brought home to the committee the problems faced by families and shaped our recommendations. In short, services must be responsive to individual needs and services must be co-produced. I quote from Emma, "I feel that public services just ignore children's voices. When my mum was going through issues with her mental health, they asked her if she needed any services and she said we were fine. I felt like I needed help, but nobody listened to me. Nobody wanted to hear my voice." Emma had been a young carer for her mother for a very long time. In our first inquiry, we argued that involving disadvantaged groups in the design of services makes public services more responsive to marginalised communities' needs. But like Emma, many of the children and families reported to us that statutory agencies too often deliver support without listening ever to the people who use their services. We heard that services for vulnerable children and their families to be successful need to be responsive to individual needs, and therefore they must be co-produced. That's the word we heard very often, co-production. The Cabinet Office, we did see some interest in co-production, and the Cabinet Office certainly issues quite strong guidance about how good it is to engage in co-production. But I'm afraid all too often the experience of one of our witnesses told us that the use of co-production in children's social care is limited. She said that children in the care system regularly requested kinship care when a child lives with a relative or family friend rather than with a foster family or in a care home, but they were often ignored. She called for children suffering from the consequences of family breakdown to have a greater say in their future. And the best way of doing that is through co-production and having young people, kinship carers and families working with the local authority to co-produce a kinship, family and friends care policy. Unfortunately, this does not happen. We heard too many depressing examples of where it doesn't happen, but I must say we did hear some. For example, Cheshire East Council, where the local authority commissioned an organisation to co-design a service with young people, their families and the community. They designed a programme and lo and behold, they had some very good outcomes. They halved the re-referral rate into social care services from 23% to 12%. They reduce the average social worker's caseload by 30%. They reduce reliance on agency staff, which, as we know, costs too much. And they achieve 95% engagement from families. I've often said in your Lordship's house, my Lords, that if people do work with the users, they actually get some very pleasant surprises. Because when you really engage with users, they often ask for far less than you think they're going to want if you really address their needs, rather than having their needs addressed by somebody who doesn't really understand their situation. And that brings me, my Lords, to the second of the issues on which I want to concentrate, which is to highlight the very inadequate engagement and collaboration with the local voluntary and charitable agencies. The way to engage users is nearly always best done through a local voluntary organisation, and this was pointed out to us in our evidence sessions. I will never forget Maria from Birmingham, who said to us, the police dismissed what happened to us. They said, it's just your husband's behaviour, and I was told to manage my fear and my children through counselling, but I needed more support with my daughter. She was easily triggered by the violence that she had witnessed and would hurt herself, and I couldn't cope. Maria was fortunate to be referred to a small charity, We Are, in Birmingham, that forms long-term and meaningful relationships. And she received group therapy for them, enabling her better to support her children. And now, as she says, her strength has been passed on to her children, and they're doing much better in school as a result. A common theme that emerged from our focus groups and evidence sessions with parents and children was that voluntary sector organisations were often far better placed than statutory services to identify and respond to needs and to co-design services more effectively. We heard that the voluntary sector was able to engage voluntary families with vulnerable families who that statutory services simply couldn't reach. I always remember, my Lords, when I was working a lot with young carers, the young carers and the families were terrified of being referred to social services for fear the child would be taken into care, instead of trying to resolve the family situation in which they found themselves. So it's hardly surprising that marginalised families are reluctant to request state support, because they fear that involvement with family life will mean that kind of intervention, which is not what they want. Leah, for example, told us that her mother didn't want any help from statutory agencies with her addiction, and it was mainly because she was scared of social services taking me and my sister away. Fortunately, the family was supported by an addiction charity, and as Leah said, they deal with these things more often. They have a better understanding. They know how to help, and they've been doing it for a long time. They've seen loads of families come in and with all sorts of problems. I feel that they can help on so many levels. So we had some good examples like those I've quoted, but there were too many where the ability of the voluntary sector to create and deliver innovative services was ignored because of a lack of trust, being called in too late once decisions had been made, not treated as proper partners, and of course deprived of funding. Funding underlies so many of the problems we've identified, so it's very important that public services do not ignore but make the very best possible use of two of the most important resources available to them, the users themselves and the voluntary sector. If both of these are treated as equal partners, co-producers, public services would do a better job of supporting vulnerable children than was evidence to the committee in this inquiry.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Keithley. And I begin by saying it was a genuine pleasure to serve on this committee during this inquiry, and I pay tribute to my very knowledgeable colleagues on the committee, but in particular to our chair, the noble Baroness Armstrong of Hilltop, who carefully steered us through this, and to the clerks at that time, who amongst other things gave great guidance and worked extremely hard to ensure that we obtained the best evidence, and I might add that there was an awful lot of it available with regard to this particular inquiry. The report is wide-ranging and, as can be seen, covers some important aspects, far too many to mention. Two particular aspects of the inquiry triggered an interest with me. Firstly, the use of data, and secondly, the enormous benefit of family hubs. One of the more fundamental aspects of the inquiry, as detailed in the report's introduction, demonstrated the lack of coordination by central government. No news there, you might say, but it was a lack of coordination by central government and national regulators, which we were told undermined the ability of local services working with families to collaborate effectively, to intervene early and share information to keep vulnerable children safe and improve their lives. And of course, my lords, this was not helped by the barriers created to sharing data on vulnerable children. We heard from various sources where we were informed, for example, that if they wanted to access help, they would have to go through avenues where parents would be involved, and which of course could discourage them from sharing information with services. We heard from the Cabinet Office, who said that public servants faced a complex dilemma about their duty of privacy and how they contrast that with doing the right thing. Witnesses also suggested that the necessity for parental consent before data could be shared, and uncertainty among frontline professionals about thresholds for sharing data on at-risk children inhibited the sharing of vital information. The Family Hubs network supported witnesses' experience. It described how children and families were often bounced from one service to another and have to repeat their story again and again. We heard evidence that poor data sharing between government departments and local agencies endangered vulnerable children and their families by undermining safeguarding arrangements and preventing referrals for early help. My lords, this is quite extraordinary, and frankly, such data barriers are unacceptable in a modern, compassionate society. Moving on to another highlight of the report, and which really caught my attention, and which I believe could almost become the panacea for ensuring both safety of vulnerable children and a guiding hand for those parents in need of help. And I, of course, refer to family hubs. Family hubs aim to strengthen families by providing help with the countless challenges parents face, especially those which will hamper children's social, emotional and physical development and their educational progress. They provide families with a central access point to integrated services. So what did we learn in our inquiry about family hubs? We heard from Jade, who is from Doncaster, aged 23 and a mother of 2, with a 3-year-old son and a daughter of 8. Doncaster Borough Council told us that at first they were concerned about Jade's ability to care for her children. But Jade is now able to meet their needs, interacting more readily with professionals, other adults and families, and most importantly, her children as a more confident parent. And Doncaster, my lords, is one of just a small number of local authorities in England with an established family hub network. And it's worth repeating what Jade told us. She said that, "I've been attending the family hub for some time now. I was having problems with my son's dad. He was being abusive to me and smoking skunk in front of the kids. If it wasn't for the family hub, I wouldn't have been able to get out of this tough situation. The staff have always been friendly, helpful and reliable. I really enjoyed attending the sessions they directed me to at the local church." And this is important, my lords, because Jade told us that she learnt stuff that made me a better mum, like how important it is for kids to eat breakfast, healthy snacks and meals. I also learnt how to read and play with my children. My lords, family hubs can provide a base for communication and support for children in early years as they move through school, beginning at primary schools. The centres can include early childhood development and parenting activities, home visitation, home-based satellites, and early problem identification and intervention. And as family hubs say of themselves, they can also be a place to support parents to facilitate their child's learning. This can be through the provision of learning and mentoring support to help families provide a positive learning environment, and role models and mentors to support young people's progress in schools. We learned, however, that the government has spent a relatively small amount on family hubs, with a focus on trialling new hubs. Yet the professionals in the fields that gave evidence to us advocated a greater spend, comparing it to Sure Start, which accounted for 1.8 billion of public spending in 2009-2010 by today's calculations. Dame Andrea Leadsom MP, her early years healthy development review was clear when it said, It is our vision that all families can expect to be welcomed to their local family hub from the moment their pregnancy is confirmed up until their child turns 19. Family hubs will be open access and any parent or carer can drop in to their local hub where they need to, when they need to. For this reason, we envisage family hubs as being baby-friendly, welcoming for families and located in accessible places. My Lords, I do hope the Government pays serious attention to our committee's report and that the Government should commit to introducing a digital red book for children and young people aged 0 to 19 as advocated by Dame Andrea Leadsom, and referencing my earlier point regarding data. This health record should be made available to all statutory agencies, voluntary organisations working with vulnerable children and young people. Because if we fail to join up our thinking in relation to data sharing in this area, we will fail to help the most vulnerable in our society, our children.
My Lords, I'm glad to follow Lord Davis in this debate, and I'm immensely grateful to Baroness Armstrong and those who've produced this outstanding report. And one of the things that is most impressive about it is that one hears the voices of those who are so often not heard. I also think that the move from Sure Start to family hubs as a model for how we respond and also how the challenge to looking at the poorest and most vulnerable in our society today is such an important focus for us. I think the model of the family hub is an absolutely invaluable one because in lengthening the time over which a person might need encouragement and help beyond the 0 to 5 formative years, I think we are reminding ourselves that being human is not a problem that can be solved with a sort of quick fix of investment, but actually is a long-term story of investment and hope and failure and recovery. And I think that perspective of looking at 0 to 19 is a really important one. I was also very encouraged by seeing the recognition of an 18 to 25-year-old need as people move into young adulthood, still a very important area. When I was first ordained as a bishop and working in the north east on Teesside, the Sure Start Centre at Grangetown, one of the most deprived parts of Middlesbrough, was an incredible place to go to because it offered hope in contrast to so much that was derelict in life and environment around. And one of the things I saw happening there was that this was about families. This was about giving hope not only to children who were vulnerable, but also to the parents of those children who themselves didn't really know quite how to deal with this gift that they had. And seeing parents with very tiny children being given the option to, the skills to parent that child was incredibly moving. And very fruitful, of course, in terms of hope for the future. But one of the things which I also came across in that instance was somebody who had been, as a child, who had been victim of all the vices that he might have encountered in that area of Middlesbrough, who had fallen foul of the law and had ended up literally in the gutter, where he was picked up by a Christian woman and actually put back on his feet over a course of time. He established a small charity called Father of the Fatherless, a quotation from Psalm 68. And his work was talking to young male adults, teenagers, late teenagers, about what he had been, how he had failed, and how he had found life and hope and a potential for the future. And I think one of the things that in the interstices of this report I would want to point to is something that Lord Davis has already mentioned, and that is the role model. Where are the role models for those who are so often lost and most vulnerable as they grow through childhood into teenage years and early adulthood? And I remember being very struck in going to one of our schools, not a church school, but a school which had very close working relationships with one of our parishes on the edge of Middlesbrough, and seeing in this school, large primary school, all the staff All the teaching staff were female. The vicar of the parish, who had a marvellous role there, was also female, a very impressive female priest. But I also thought to myself, everybody who is in a position of achievement and power and authority here is female. The one person who was male was the person who was in charge of sport. Now, it's positive in its way, but it didn't say anything to the boys in that school about what their aspirations might be. Where do we find the role models? And in particular, I think the challenge to us as a nation, as a wider society, is a wider issue than something you could legislate for. But where are the role models for boys in particular to grow and to become mature and responsible citizens? I want to touch briefly on something that has already been explored by Baroness Keithley, and that's the voluntary sector and the relationships between that and the statutory sector. Again, when I was a curate, first ordained in Plymouth back in the 1980s, the probation service was in the lead in terms of partnership with the voluntary sector, and they invested from their own funding in the voluntary sectors that they worked with and in setting up voluntary charities. So, for example, they set up a garage where boys, again, who had got a criminal record or were at risk of offending through stealing cars and motorbikes, they set up a garage to teach them mechanics and to develop a skill which might give them employment. And this extraordinary partnership between the voluntary and the statutory sector was modelled in a variety of other ways as well. In the report, one of the questions that I had was the extent to which the initiative for forging those links rests with the voluntary or with the statutory sector. And it's not entirely clear where the responsibility there might be or just how far that relationship might go. In terms of looking at that relationship, it is relationship that I think is also at the heart of what is behind deprivation and vulnerability for children. And in terms of looking at the voluntary area, one of the areas that I think is not touched on here is once again the question of the extended family. Certainly on Teesside, it was probably the most important relationship, child to grandparent, as children went up through teenage years. And looking at how what we offer encompasses a wider community and builds on relationships, as I think has already been rehearsed in this debate, is very important. A few points finally, and one is on the business of information sharing and schools. It's certainly very important for information to be shared, and certainly schools are of enormous importance, and I valued the reference to education in the report. But I do also want to speak up for what I've seen in some of our church schools, both when I was in Yorkshire, on Teesside, but even in Sussex. And that is the pressure on teachers to take on responsibilities for which they haven't necessarily been prepared, and where information can be a burden and possibly also a trauma in terms of how they are then expected to respond. And how we prepare those who are working in education for this, what investment is made in supporting them, how we ensure that this aspect of work, which is increasing, I think, doesn't demoralise the profession as we see a rapid departure, actually, from our teaching profession, I think are important issues to be addressed in the application and implementation of some of the hopes in this report. Finally, I just want to touch on something which I mentioned earlier in terms of the perspective of family hubs and the age range, and that's the issue of loneliness. 18 to 25 as an area for support, the age range, strikes me as being a very important area which touches on what it means to be lonely, as many youngsters find in a world where our society is atomised and where you find reliable and safe space and relationships. There's a very, from Psalm 68, where a young man who is working with youngsters on Teesside has an interesting statement. God setteth the solitary in families. I think the loneliness of many of our young people does beg us to answer how we find the family in which they will find themselves valued and encouraged and given purpose for their lives.
My Lords, it's become customary to say it's a pleasure to follow the previous speaker, but it really is a real pleasure and an honour to follow the Right Reverend Prelate. And I thought there were so many interesting insights, but also challenges to the committee in that. So I do thank him for that. I need to start by drawing attention to my interests as set out in the register. In particular, my current interest as a non-exec at Ofsted, and I recused myself where necessary during the inquiry. My Lords, I want to start by paying tribute to the chairmanship of the Noble Lady Baroness Armstrong. I miss serving on her committee. It was a natural move for me to go over to the review of the Children Act 2014, so ably chaired by Baroness Tyler of Enfield. But I do just want to take a moment to say that Baroness Armstrong chaired this particular inquiry with real verve and sensitivity, and I think, she and I disagreed from time to time, but she never ever got into political point scoring, although some may say she's now got plenty of opportunity. But I've observed her throughout the pandemic and beyond, and she is somebody who has just continued to work tirelessly for people, for children, vulnerable children, women in the most horrendous circumstances, and I really thank her wholeheartedly. I hesitated, but I feel like I do need to say a few words about the wider context for tonight's debate. I'm very, very glad that my noble friend, the Minister, is the person to respond. I'm not sure how she feels about it. But she is also somebody who's dedicated a lot of her life to helping those in need. And she certainly doesn't need any lectures from me about how frustrating it is for many of us to debate this in the current circumstances. But we must plough on because we owe it to those people that we've heard about who gave evidence to the committee, sometimes in private and with exceptional bravery, and we need to ensure that their voices are heard. And as we've heard, one of the most disturbing realisations highlighted by many of the witnesses was the fact that the pandemic silenced many of those most in need of attention. And we've heard, again, about the number of vulnerable children who became invisible to services. And that is why there was such a sense of urgency to the committee's recommendations. I want to pay tribute to the millions of public servants and voluntary workers doing sterling work up and down the country, and we were very lucky to hear from many of them firsthand. But we did also hear of structural or systemic issues that mean services too often are piecemeal or almost impossible to navigate. And my Lords, what really struck me, and I'm sure other members of the committee, when we were taking evidence from people who had needed to access public services in times of crisis, the number of times the system had broken down due to poor communication or data sharing issues. And interestingly for me, I take all of the challenges on funding and I agreed with some of them, but a lot of the witnesses didn't come forward and say it's about funding. They said, something that seems very simple, such as changing GP practice, can then have a domino effect. And we heard one example that really stuck with me in the treatment of postnatal depression, where something that should have been handled quite simply, that could have been avoided, then had ramifications not only for the mother, but for the whole family, within of which, at the heart, sits the child. And I lost count of the number of times on the inquiry and on the one we did before on public services in COVID, when we heard from people who had faced really awful situations, and it's not people who sort of made mistakes or could have tried harder, it's situations that anyone in this chamber would have found, I'm sure, really incredibly difficult to deal with. And they said, again, I had to tell my story over and over again because the system was so disjointed. And it was bad enough when you were hearing adults telling you this, but when you hear young people and children say it, it's terrible. And despite the fact that we're hearing that, I think as Lady Keithley and others have said, still the voices aren't heard when the services are created. So I note that the government partially accepted recommendation 10 of the report on co-production and co-design. And I did think there were some promising examples on parent and carer panels. And I just wondered whether the Minister could set out how we're going to know whether these are being effective and what metrics are in place for those and the other examples that the government gave. Others have talked about family hubs, and I was going to go through them, but I have listened to every word, so I don't want to sort of replicate. So I'll just give my observation, which is that I actually think the government are doing a lot of good work here. I thought there was a genuine sort of acceptance that this was a good solution. I liked the fact that Minister Quince came with sort of great passion and said he saw them as sure start. I think it was plus, plus, plus. You know, all of that was there. I accept the need for evidence-based policy making, obviously, but I sort of had this nagging feeling the whole way through that there wasn't quite enough urgency around implementation and delivery, and that the government sort of recognised that there were problems in rollout, but didn't say what steps were being taken to try and cut through the complexity, which is the job of governing. So, again, I've sort of cut short the points I was going to make, but I would be grateful if my noble friend could provide an update to the House. And I think Baroness Armstrong raised that point as well. I wanted to talk very briefly about mental health again, because I expressed my concerns during the committee. And years before that, actually, with many others, including Baroness Tyler, who've been talking about the fact that this has been a neglected area for so many years. I think that the government, again, has done some good work here. I think they've taken a thoughtful approach over the years. I've seen some brilliant first-hand examples of mental health services delivered in schools by charities. And I'm a huge champion of early intervention, which was one of the core themes of the committee. But some children do need further specialist support. You know, not everything is solved at that earlier stage. And I don't think we heard from anybody, and I don't know anybody working with children in a professional capacity who isn't hugely worried about the pressure on CAMS. And I probed this at the committee, and I don't think we really got a sort of particularly strong answer from ministers. Although, you know, maybe I'm being unfair there. I just want to talk briefly about the fact that some commentators I know feel that we're in danger of medicalising what are normal anxious feelings or low feelings. And I do agree that there's a balancing act in early years when you're talking about, you know, emotions and sort of mental health and mental well-being. But I'm talking about young people who are self-harming, or young people who have eating disorders or suicidal thoughts, and this awful situation where, you know, thresholds, they're told they do, their parents are told they don't need the threshold, and the system to me seems very, very painful and difficult to navigate in the worst circumstances. So I wonder whether my noble friend could just kindly update the House on, you know, what assessment has the government made? Does she think I'm overstating it on the immediate requirements for CAMS? And what steps are being taken to address this, and both in terms of the crisis and immediate response, some of which can be blamed on the pandemic, and longer-term workforce planning. To sum up, I mean, as we've heard, all children faced a huge burden during the pandemic, but many or most of those will be able to move on. They'll recover without needing the support of public services beyond what anyone might expect. But as Baroness Armstrong said at the start, for those who can't, for whatever reason, we've got one chance to help them urgently, so please don't let us miss it.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Baroness Wild and to speak this evening on the committee's report. First of all, I just want to mention my non-executive directorship of the Cabinet Office to declare that interest. But first of all, I'd like to join in with everyone else. First of all, enjoying the company of the people who I shared time with on the committee. I learnt a great deal. And secondly, to pay tribute to our leader, who did a great job in showing that how to lead a group of very opinionated, strong characters, and showed all the skills she'd shown as the Chief Whip for the Tony Blair government, with those deft skills of keeping us all in control and guiding us in the right way while listening to everything that we'd said. So thank you for that leadership, and to Baroness Armstrong. I only want to really talk about two particular areas. The first is about the government's rejection of the committee's recommendation to have a child vulnerability strategy, a national strategy. And secondly, to talk about the recommendation, which was for more data sharing for the benefit of the vulnerable child, which, as Lord Davis said, remains a concern which probably we've both experienced in another sphere in our professional life, but continues to remain a problem even today. First of all, in terms of the government's response on the recommendation that they do not want to produce a national strategy, their argument was, first of all, it already was taking a strategic approach, and secondly, it argued a single strategy covering too broad an area of policy risks becoming unmanageable. I just thought both arguments were really weak. Firstly, because if the government has a strategic approach, then surely it has recorded it somewhere, and if not, then I would argue it will be applied inconsistently. But if it has been written down, then surely it could be published. So I really didn't think that was a very strong argument at all. And surely the point of strategy is that they are needed in broad areas of complex policy issues, such as vulnerable children. So this is crying out for a national approach with consistency, and also to make sure that the right priorities are addressed in the future. My positive reasons for needing a strategy are, one, it could provide a definition of vulnerability. None of the government's witnesses that we heard from could produce such a definition. This means that there are different departments having different definitions and priorities. Now, I do understand why a definition can be hostage to fortune. The difficulty is that if you exclude somebody from a definition and then someone later says they're vulnerable, then there will be a list that constantly gets increased. But the danger of not having a definition is that nobody really is clear exactly what they're talking about and the aggravating factors that make someone vulnerable. So really I think it's important that a definition should be provided, even if it means that you have to add things onto that definition over time. And number two for me is surely such a strategy should set out the evidence of what works in reducing vulnerability and improving outcomes for children who are vulnerable. At the moment, this evidence seems to be scattered between at least three departments: health, education and home office, and I'm sure it's across many other departments too. But there is a danger that what's working might be applied inconsistently across different departments for the same child and the same family, and that doesn't seem to be a very sensible way forward either. The third thing it would do, it would prioritise prevention in a way which our witnesses didn't really explain clearly that prevention was at the forefront of everything that was being done. There were some good examples of preventative work, particularly for the very young, but it didn't sound consistent across all the departments applied in a similar way. And then fourthly, everyone acknowledges that child vulnerability is a fiendishly complex problem. Each child can suffer unique consequences of such vulnerability. Central and local government's ability to respond is complicated by a complex delivery structure. In central governments, we have different ministries. Already I mentioned health, home office and education. Local provision is provided by different services. The compound effect of both working together is that it becomes even more complex. And surely such a strategy could simplify and prioritise resource allocation and delivery for those things that worked. Finally, and one obvious practical benefit of such a strategy could be the speedy rollout of, we've heard already this evening, of family hubs throughout the country. Not one of our witnesses was able to say the government had a policy to put family hubs so that they were available for everyone. What we were told was that more bid money was available for more rollouts. But the question for the Minister I would offer is, does the government want family hubs for everyone? And number two, if it does, then when does it estimate that this will be achieved? It may well have been Andrea Leadsome's vision, but is it government policy? We didn't hear that clearly, and it seems to me such an important issue that that should be addressed. In terms of data sharing, nearly every witness complained that privacy legislation, data protection and information commissioners inhibited the sharing of data for the benefits of vulnerable children. Now, the Information Commissioners, to be fair, did not accept this, although I'm afraid they were the only witness to do so, and you were in danger of saying, well, they would say that, wouldn't they? Because clearly they understood the law, they understood the definitions, they had a very clear grasp of the law. But what was clear is that if the strategic providers continue to be, the practitioners continue to be concerned about the risks of sharing data, then surely the system isn't working very well. The best piece of evidence I can offer that in fact it still remains an issue is that the MASHers around the country are still in place. We've already talked about family hubs, but MASHers are multi-agency safeguarding hubs. Just another acronym. The police use them, but also other people play a part in these. And the reason that they were created, usually based in police stations, was so that different agencies could share information gathered in each of the agencies about the vulnerability of a child. And it was the only way to overcome the problem about data sharing. Was that someone from education said this child didn't turn up at school yesterday, someone from health said that this child attended casualty last night, and the police said, well, that's interesting because we attended a domestic violence situation that last night, but we didn't see a child or we didn't see anybody who was injured. But the only way to overcome the data sharing problem was to sit everyone in the room with their computer and ask them to share it once they built up some trust between them. That can't be the right way, surely, if we have to go to that extent to make sure that it's not only costly, it's not the most effective way of doing it, but if those measures were created to overcome data sharing problems, they still exist. So why have people still got them if it's so easy to share the data that the information commissioners say should be happening? And I do really think it has a time for action has come in this area. The whole point of data protection and privacy legislation is to stop the sharing of data. And is it not time to challenge that presumption in this narrow area at least? So could the Minister please comment on my suggestion, which is that one, if a public servant who is acting in good faith, intending to improve the health or safety of a child, then they will have a defence in law to an act which otherwise would have been unlawful. And I cannot see why that would challenge the proper sharing of data or make the child less safe, and hopefully would reassure professionals that they were doing the right thing and they would have a defence, not an absolute defence, but something that they could properly claim if they found themselves being challenged by a commissioner for the improper sharing of data. Because I'm afraid at the moment all the advice and the codes that are available doesn't seem to be getting through. So I think sometimes cultures can change not by 1,000 pieces of legislation, but sometimes by significant acts. And I would argue a legal defence may be one way of making a difference. Just finally, it just seems to me that if we know that, as Baroness Armstrong made a very clear list at the beginning of the volume, the size of this task, it's a massive task, and it seems at times it's getting bigger. But surely there is one group in particular that we would all agree of vulnerable young people who, if we could make real progress, then we would have made a great deal of progress which might be applied more widely, and that's for those in care. The outcomes for those in care at the moment are pretty awful, either going into the criminal sphere, employment, a lack of employment, poor health outcomes from alcohol problems, drug problems, and creating, sadly, more broken families along the way. And surely if we could get it right from them, but all the evidence at the moment is it's not going well. And finally, just to reiterate my earlier point, which is that it seems to me that if we had a national strategy, this would be a very clear priority within it.
My Lords, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak briefly in the gap. It was a real privilege and pleasure, as others have said, to be a member of the Public Services Committee under the admirable leadership of Baroness Armstrong when this very important inquiry was being undertaken. And as we've heard, the report contains a number of very important recommendations, and I've been very pleased to be able to pursue some of these issues relating to kinship care, mental health and other things in my new role as Chair of the Select Committee conducting post-legislative scrutiny of the Children and Families Act 2014. My Lords, as we've already heard from the noble Lords, Lord Davis, Lord Hogan Howe, the report contained, I think, some really important recommendations on information and data sharing, and I just wanted to add a very small postscript here. My Lords, I was I thought it was such an important issue that we highlighted in the report, how legislative and practice barriers meant that vulnerable children were already falling through the gaps between local agencies, invisible to social services, the NHS and the education system, and agencies feeling unable to share the data they needed to determine which children needed their help. So, my Lords, I was very pleased to be able to take forward some amendments to the recent Health and Care Bill, very much inspired by the work we've done on this committee, and particularly actually highlighting the need for a consistent child identifier, sometimes called a unique identifier. And I'm really pleased that as a result of those discussions, the Health and Care Act now commits to the government laying a report before Parliament within a year, setting out the government's policy on information sharing, etc. I know that a review and a report in a year might sound like perhaps a slightly modest step forward, but I actually think it's important. It's something which parliamentarians and charities, many have been campaigning on for many years, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that report next year. And I don't know if the Noble Lady, the Minister, can say anything about progress and timing of that report. Just finally, my Lords, the report also set out, I thought, a very powerful case for early intervention and preventative services for children and families in need, particularly to prevent poor outcomes, be they education, health, social, and also, I think, very critically, and we've already heard, to try to prevent more children going into care. And of course, this whole thrust was reinforced very strongly in the recent independent review of children's social care, led by Josh McAllister. So I very much I strongly support the notion of a national strategy on vulnerability to promote greater collaboration and coordination, and indeed multi-year funding allocations for early intervention. And I have to say, disappointed by the government's response in this area. And finally, as others have said, the report contained, I think, some very important recommendations on family hubs. I'm a supporter of family hubs. I recognise that the government in the budget has committed investment to, I think, a further 75 family hubs, and that's welcome. But in my view, we need a commitment to a national network of family hubs as soon as possible to make sure that every community has somewhere where families can go to access both universal support, family and parenting support, as well as targeted support for families with the greatest need. So I will just conclude by saying that, for me, a key test for the government's levelling up agenda will be whether it improves outcomes for children and families, particularly vulnerable children. And I do very much hope that an incoming Prime Minister will give this issue the priority it deserves.
My Lords, it's been an excellent debate with many issues raised, questions asked, challenges given, which I'm sure the Noble Baroness, the Minister, will be able to respond with her usual careful consideration. This is an important report that starts by reminding us that over 1 million children are growing up with reduced life chances. And this stark reality has negative implications for us all, not just those children and their families. For the children concerned, it may lead to lower educational attainment with a knock-on impact on their life chances in employment, just as one example. When policymakers, as they often do, focus on skill levels that are not meeting our current needs, then they should be required to consider the evidence in this groundbreaking report. The report demonstrates that too many of our nation's children are raised in family circumstances that restrict their development. And the sad fact is that intervention by the state is too little and far too late for many of these children. Worse still, the evidence gathered by the report points to the colossal waste of public funding by the failure to intervene early in these children's lives. At which point, I want to record my thanks to the Chair of the committee on which I was lucky enough to serve, Baroness Armstrong of Hilltop, for her leadership, her persistence in following the evidence, and then finally gathering us all together to agree, which was not always easy, in the production of this, I actually do sincerely say, this invaluable report. I want to focus my contribution this evening on funding issues, and this is where I shall disagree with the noble Baroness Lady Wilde. I think funding and the lack of it is at the heart of this. Lots of other issues are very important and have been raised about data sharing.
I don't think I said I didn't think funding was important. I said that some witnesses had said that money, well, had not pointed to problems that I thought were necessarily directly related to funding. They were about communication issues and join-up. And indeed, at times I myself have called for extra funding for early years. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
And thank you for doing so, and withdraw any criticism that I've wrongly made. The numbers of children who are likely to benefit from external support from local services are staggeringly high. We heard in our report that 1.6 million children, that's an awful lot of children, were helped by local authority children's services in 5 years between 2012 and 2017. In addition to that, the Children's Commissioner's Office estimated that as many as 750,000 children were known to social services but received no support. And further, an additional 800,000 children were deemed to be completely, as we've heard from other contributions this evening, invisible to services, although likely to need help because of the circumstances in which they were living. The committee was mindful of what I thought were the wise words of Martin Lennon from the Children's Commissioner's Office, who said, and I quote, "Not all vulnerable children are poor, and not all poor children are vulnerable." End quote. However, what he then went on to make clear was that there was a definite correlation between poverty and children being and becoming vulnerable. Since the report was completed, families are now having to contend with the cost of living crisis. And those families who are just managing now will have very considerable additional costs for basic essentials. And all commentators expect that there will be even more children living in poverty with the consequences enumerated by this report. And the challenge for government is what are the most effective and the most cost-efficient ways of supporting vulnerable children for theirs and our benefit. The committee heard from many witnesses that the key to cost-effective support is to provide help as early as possible in a child's life. Obviously, that means funding for early intervention is critical. However, early intervention funding is not statutory. Admitting children into the care of the local authority is a statutory reaction in response to family in crisis. And this is at very considerable cost to the public purse. Foster care rates are, for example, between £140 and £200 a week, depending on the age of the child. And that's for local authority foster care. It's considerably higher for agency foster carers. As the report concludes, early intervention is a key to enabling better lives for vulnerable children. Unfortunately, local authorities saw 1.7 billion yearly reduction in early intervention programmes since 2010. And those communities in highest need experienced the largest cuts to these services. Councils with the highest levels of deprivation saw reductions of over 50% in real term spending, on average, therefore, a per child average of £141, where poverty is highest. And from 2010 to 2019, those with least levels had budget cuts of only £182 million per annum. Early intervention is based on supporting a family in their own home. Later interventions, such as foster or residential care, as I've explained earlier, are much more expensive. Yet the report found that while there was a 48% reduction in early intervention services, there was a 34% increase to higher intensity late interventions, which, as the evidence from Bernardo's showed, despite being vastly more expensive, the outcomes for children were worse. And one statistics clearly shows this failure of public policy. The number of children looked after in England has risen from 65,520 in 2011 to over 80,000 now. Andrea Ledsam's review of child health inequalities quoted research by the LSE that £16 billion of public money was spent in a single year on children and young people who have serious problems, all of which could be traced back to their early experiences. Her review stated that, quote, "You can certainly argue that you will save a good portion of that by investing earlier." The government has made some welcome moves towards the provision of early intervention in the form of the creation of family hubs, but much more needs to be done, as the report recommends at paragraph 60, and I quote, "To underpin a strategy on child vulnerability and its ambitions for levelling up, the government should restore ring-fenced funding for early interventions to its pre-2010 levels." I agree. Other noble lords have highlighted the other key recommendations in the report, such as listening to the voice of the user. What a powerful experience that was, and a privilege actually to hear the voices of the users, and how great their contribution could have been to improving the qualities of the services that they needed. For the government to develop an effective strategy. I mean, it's appalling to me that there isn't one, because that's what was apparent. There isn't a strategy for helping 1 million of our children. And from all the evidence we heard, saving lots of money at the same time. Why don't they get it done? Thirdly, the importance of working with the professionals, working with the users and the voluntary sector to the benefit of children. I just do hope that this really excellent report has the impact on decision makers that its quality deserves.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
My Lords, I would just like to start by, as others have, including Baroness Pinnock, paying tribute to Baroness Armstrong and her committee for the work that's been done on this report. I don't think it is groundbreaking, actually. I think it's depressingly repeating things that we kind of already knew, that we've heard before, that reading her previous report on public services during COVID and what can be learned, that we're just not learning these lessons. Nobody in this chamber hasn't heard the argument before about data sharing and information sharing, about early intervention and prevention, about the need to work across government. We've all heard it 100 times, and yet it seems so fiendishly difficult for the government to implement. And I share their disappointment at the government's response so far, but there is always hope, obviously. The LSE estimating that failing to invest in early years is £16 billion, the cost of this, as Baroness Armstrong said, and this is just a social and an economic failure, as we all know. So it is good that we've got this opportunity to have this discussion this evening, and as I am getting to know the Noble Lady, the Minister, a little bit better over various things that we're having to do, I'm pretty confident that she would share many of the things that have been said by Noble Lords this evening. I would also like to welcome the Noble Lady this evening. She's been remarkably stoic, I think, in recent days. She's had the filleting of the schools bill to deal with and the resignation of fellow ministers. She's still here and she's still smiling, and we're very pleased to see her. And so, regardless of the drama happening at the other end of the building, it's really good to have this opportunity to discuss this report from the Public Services Committee. Perhaps the Noble Lady the Minister could let us know whether she's had a chance to discuss any of these issues yet with the new Health and Education Secretaries. I do know that with 3 Education Secretaries in the last 3 days, it's not exactly a normal week, and we are realistic about what focus they will have been able to give, but we can't carry on like that. These issues are urgent and we need to attend to them as quickly as we possibly can. This report reminds us that the number of vulnerable children was increasing, though, even before the pandemic, and calls on the government to publish a national strategy on child vulnerability alongside long-term protected funding for early intervention and prevention. The central point the committee makes isn't a new one. It's that there's too little coordination. There's also insufficient sharing of information across government, inadequate planning, and a lack of focus. And I think, as I've said already, we have all heard this before. It's depressingly familiar, and these are not things that the government has to avoid. There are things the government could be doing now to approach these things far more effectively. In its response to the report, the government said that, and I quote, "providing the right support at the right time for children and families is a priority across government. This focus must and will continue." While these words are welcome, it is striking that the government isn't as forthcoming with the means that the government suggests would make a difference, such as Lord Hogan Howe and Baroness Tyler said, there really should be a strategy. It's all too easy for the government to say that it agrees that early intervention is the best way to support vulnerable children. But if that's true, why did successive Tory governments dismantle the support that was available in the form of Sure Start, early help and youth services? The most stark paragraph for me in the report is on page 4, which reads, "Investment in early intervention services in the areas of England with the highest levels of child poverty fell by £766 million per year between 2010 and 2019. In those areas with the least child poverty, spending was reduced by only £182 million. Walsall, for example, has some of the highest levels of deprivation anywhere in England. Their early intervention spending fell by 81%. By contrast, Surrey, with much lower levels of deprivation, saw funding drop by only 10%. Now, as Baroness Wilde says, and she did caveat this, I know, funding isn't the only thing that matters. Absolutely, it isn't the only thing that matters, but it does matter. It really does make a difference. And it might interest the Bishop of Chichester that early intervention spending in Middlesbrough, where he worked, reduced by 64% between 2010 and 2019. Now, I know Middlesbrough very, very well. My family's from South Bank. And, when you read statistics like that and you know that community, you do have to wonder what on earth was going on that a decision like that could have been made. Now, we know why that happened. It's because there wasn't a strategy. Because if there had been, decisions about local government spending would not have been divorced from decisions that were made about child poverty in the Department for Education. These things just haven't been joined up. And when local government finances were squeezed from 2010, and when local government was responsible for many of the early intervention services we're discussing this evening, what did ministers think would happen to support for the most vulnerable children, often provided by their local council? In their response to the report, the LGA said that funding announced by the government in the spending review to invest in children's health and well-being and parenting support was helpful. However, when spiralling demand on children's local services and future cost pressures in children's social care set to increase by an estimated £600 million each year until 2024-25, councils still find themselves in the unsustainable position of having to overspend their budgets. And this is not the best way to encourage child-centred, cross-government support. This is important because support for vulnerable children isn't just about the Department for Health and the Department for Education. It requires leadership from local government, Home Office, MOJ, DCMS, DEFRA, DWP, probably others as well. And as Lord Davis said, coordination among regulators would also help. I don't know how you get this without a strategy. Working across government, as we are witnessing, as the government has proven, doesn't happen organically, especially at a time of cuts in public spending. It takes leadership from the centre, a clear vision, priorities and a plan. And what we have are multiple and to an extent complementary initiatives and plans and programmes, but we lack the energising leadership that government intervention always needs if it's to be sustained and if it's to be effective. Vital too is the role of the private, voluntary and charity sectors. And we heard from Baroness Keithley that local statutory services should work closely with the voluntary sector to identify and understand need, and that that's important, and I agree with her. And I would be interested to know what the Noble Lady, the Minister, with her invaluable experience that she brings to this role, what she can say about how the government can make this happen. In my experience, voluntary and community organisations are particularly good at building relationships of trust with parents that can help encourage positive engagement in health and other services. Could the Noble Lady, the Minister, also comment on why it appears that the government is not adopting the recommendation for a local authority duty to evaluate early intervention programmes? We agree that it is essential to assess the effectiveness of locally provided services, and that this isn't always straightforward, especially in the case of early intervention, given the length of time sometimes needed to demonstrate impact. But doesn't this make it all the more valuable for practitioners to agree sensible ways to regularly assess and evaluate programmes? Or better still, how about an approach that allows co-production so that interventions have the best chance of success? On the issue of family hubs, the government says it welcomes the committee's feedback and thoughts on family hubs, which we will consider carefully. It's not really saying anything very much. So has the government really thought about what the committee has had to say on family hubs? I do not accept that family hubs are a progression from Sure Start. Hubs followed the decimation of Sure Start. The reason Sure Start focused on the very youngest is that that is where the biggest impact is made. If the choice is hubs or Sure Start, I wish it was a choice for us, I'd have Sure Start every time. Hub coverage is just not comparable. But if the government could extend the reach of hubs to cover the 20% most deprived communities, then that would be a very good move. The committee praised the fact that family hubs supported families up to the age of 19, and I agree that that is a really good idea. That is a very good thing to do. The committee also went further, though, in proposing that each hub should include domestic violence and addiction services, mental health support, and parenting classes. And I think that those are sensible suggestions, and I'd be very grateful if the Minister could let us know whether she's going to take that away and think about that. And what plans, could you let us know too, does the government have to speed the rollout of hubs and to make sure that the most vulnerable children are able to benefit? It's really difficult not to compare family hubs with Sure Start centres that came before them. It's been devastating to see the closure of so many Sure Start centres. Sadly, most of them weren't around long enough for their full benefit to be known. The range of services, the inclusive ethos, the breaking down of barriers between communities, the understanding that everyone struggles from time to time when you've got a young child, the infectious enthusiasm and sense of mission of the staff, from the health visitors to managers to volunteer storytellers, it was irresistible. And as Baroness Wilde said, family hubs are supposed to be Sure Start +++, but she's worried about a lack of urgency, and so am I. This report doesn't only explain the inadequacies of the government's current approach, it highlights a way of doing government that isn't joined up, where words are not followed by deeds, individual plans are not supported by strategy. The Noble Lady, the Minister, should use the opportunity of a new Secretary of State and his desire to make an impact in his first cabinet role to explain this report to him so that he can reconsider the government's approach and commit to a national strategy. Will she do so?
My Lords, may I thank all Noble Lords for their very thoughtful contributions today, and to echo other speakers in thanking in particular the Noble Baroness Lady Armstrong of Hilltop for her leadership of the committee. And as your Lordships have reflected, the real test of any society is how it treats those who are most vulnerable within it. And I'm really welcome the committee's report for shining a light on some of the challenges that we face. And on a personal note, I'm extremely grateful to the generosity of the Noble Lady opposite and for her kind words. I'll turn now to many of the individual points made, but I just wanted to start by saying that, as our response showed, the government doesn't agree with every recommendation on how we should take things forward, but our direction of travel on what we should be trying to achieve is, we believe, very strongly aligned. But there is one of the elements of how that has come up a lot in the House tonight, namely co-production with vulnerable children and their families. And that is something which perhaps we need to talk a bit more about, because it is very present in a number of the policies that the government is pursuing. And I would also like to just thank the Children's Commissioner for the work that she is leading in this area and the example that she is setting. Turning to the committee's report on having a single cross-government strategy for vulnerable children, as the Noble Lord, Lord Hoganhow, described, we do have concerns about whether this would be a manageable approach and whether it would have sufficient focus to deliver, and also because of our preference to delegate authority in these matters to local areas, as the Noble Baroness Lady Armstrong pointed out. But I would say that since the inquiry reported, the Special Educational Needs and Disabilities and Alternative Provision Green Paper, the Schools White Paper and the Independent Care Review have all set out an enormous agenda that touches on these areas, one which is seeking to deliver a coherent education, health and care system that works in the interests of all children, but obviously in particular for those who are especially vulnerable. And we're working at pace to take those reviews forward, and we've committed to setting up an implementation panel in relation to the care review in particular, which we'll report later at the end of this year. So whatever language we want to use to describe it, we are thinking strategically about a range of policies in this area, and we are introducing as much independent scrutiny and challenge with the care review, but also obviously with the consultation on the Green Paper. And that will build on strong governance across all departments and plans for particular aspects of vulnerability that affect children. So just to share a few examples of this, we've announced a new child protection ministerial group to make sure that safeguarding is championed at the very highest levels. We've got cross-government strategies or plans in relation to serious violence, mental health and domestic abuse. And programmes such as Supporting Families and the Family Hubs show how we join up services locally, which I hope responds a little bit to the challenge from the Noble Baroness Lady Chapman. We also have departmental outcome delivery plans, and our plan in the Department for Education includes a priority to support the most vulnerable children through high quality education and local services so that no one is left behind. And so we're working very closely to deliver on that. Turning to the calls from the report for ring-fenced funding for early intervention, and that funding should return to 2010 levels, we absolutely accept, as the Noble Baroness Lady Chapman and the Noble Baroness Lady Pinnock pointed out, that local government funding has faced pressure in recent years. This year, local authorities have access to £54 billion of core spending to deliver their services, which is an increase of £3.7 billion from 21-22. In particular, to the Noble Lady's points, the most deprived areas of England will receive 14% more per dwelling than the least deprived. And so we remain cautious about the concept of ring fencing and prefer to leave discretion to local areas. We have been encouraging more focus on vulnerable children and early intervention via a step change in funding levels at the spending review, with over £1 billion for government programmes to improve support, advice and early help services from birth through to adulthood, including, as your lordships have referred to, the family hubs and the Start for Life services, but also the Supporting Families programme and the holiday activities and food programme. And this funding will help improve access, and we aim to put relationships at the heart of family support for all the reasons that your lordships described so eloquently, and those who gave evidence to your committee articulated about the anxiety that I think any of us might feel also when seeking help. In relation to the issues about working with the voluntary sector, I would absolutely support the points made by the Noble Baroness Lady Keithley and the Right Reverend Prelate the Bishop of Chichester about the important role the voluntary sector plays, and the government works very actively with the voluntary sector across many areas, including addressing some of the causes of vulnerabilities, including alcohol misuse, domestic abuse, and working with the voluntary sector to prevent children being drawn into crime. We've also renewed a £560 million commitment for youth services, and of course many of our partners in the holiday activity and food programme are also from the voluntary sector. I'd also like to thank the Right Reverend Prelate for his reference to loneliness among young people. It was genuinely an incredible honour to be the Minister of Loneliness, a posts that were set up, of course, in memory of the late Joe Cox, particularly during the pandemic when loneliness was so prevalent and so terrible. And I talked to many young people about that in that role. While talking about some of the underlying issues, my noble friend Baroness Wilde asked for an update on our commitment to improving capacity in mental health services, particularly for young people, and she will be aware that we've committed to increasing the investment into mental health services by 2.3 billion by 2023-24, and we believe this will allow access to services for an additional 345,000 young people. We're also increasing the number of mental health support teams in schools and colleges to around 400, which will support approximately 3 million students in England by 2023. Moving beyond the role of the voluntary sector and turning to the points raised by the Noble Baroness Lady Chapman in relation to local government and central government collaboration. And the committee was obviously keen to see a new duty on local authorities to collaborate to improve long-term outcomes. Local partners already have a duty to work together to safeguard and promote the welfare of children, and local authorities to promote cooperation to improve the well-being of children. And of course the challenge is, as we've heard tonight, is to make these work in practice. The reforms in the, from the Independent Care Review and the SEND Green Paper do have an important role to play in driving collaboration. The Care Review has got a real focus on improving multi-agency working, and the Green Paper proposes requiring local authorities to develop a co-produced inclusion plan. And I hope that's a helpful example of co-production in practice. This will build on existing mechanisms to evaluate the effectiveness of joint working, for example, the joint targeted area inspections of multi-agency safeguarding arrangements, and we're strengthening these through thematic deep dives, such as the effectiveness of early intervention. Turning to effective data sharing, as your lordships reflected, the sharing of information for safeguarding purposes is already supported by legislation, but the Data Reform Bill will change the law to make it even clearer that there's no barrier to sharing data where child safety is concerned. We'll also be reporting to Parliament on our plans for information sharing, including the feasibility of a common child identifier, which the Noble Baroness Lady Tyler mentioned. I can reassure the Noble Lady that work has started on that, and that actually there was a launch event last week. We also have an ambitious digital transformation agenda for health, with the rollout of the electronic patient records and the development of digital red books, which my noble friend Lord Davies of Gower referred to. In terms of the scale up and development of this, we're keen to start with infants and early years, so very young children, and make sure that that works really well before going any further. In relation to the Noble Lord Hogan has questions about why we still need MASHs. I spent in fact I lost many years of my life trying to set up multi-agency information sharing arrangements around the country, so perhaps he and I need a cup of tea to discuss this in more detail. But I think the serious point is information sharing in itself doesn't make children any safer. What makes them safer is people taking actions, having shared the information and understood the situation fully. And I think genuinely that's why people still need to meet. Turning to family hubs, we absolutely share the committee's interest in earlier intervention, which is better joined up. as part of the £1 billion of government programmes which I already referred to, we're investing £300 million to transform Start for Life and family support services across 75 local authorities across England. I think the Noble Baroness Lady Chapman asked for when we'd get to the 20%, so our commitment in the first stage is half the local authorities in England. We're making good progress on delivery. We've announced the areas that will benefit, and obviously the focus there has been on areas with the greatest deprivation levels. We're expecting the programme guide to be finalised soon, and local authorities will be signing up for the programme later this year, paving the way for family hubs to be up and running from next year. My noble friend Baroness Wilde asked about the evaluation of the programme. We've committed £2.5 million to the Family Hub Evaluation Innovation Fund, which is a 3-year commitment, and that also will cover funding for the National Centre for Family Hubs. And I think our aim is that we capture and learn iteratively through this process. The evaluations will focus on 3 areas. One, a process, so in terms of service implementation and performance. Second, in terms of outcomes and impact. And finally, an economic evaluation, which will look at value for money. In closing, my lords, as I set out at the start of my speech, there's a lot of common ground in relation to our aspiration for vulnerable children. We are ambitious in the reforms that we want to implement, and making sure that our delivery is effective is a vital prerequisite to any future scaling. We really thank all those who served on the committee, all those who gave evidence to the committee. I know that those of you your lordships who were on the committee felt strongly that you wanted to make sure that the voices of those who gave evidence were heard in the House, and I think we can all reassure you that that was the case. So I'm deeply grateful to the committee for its contribution.
My Lords, I want to thank the Minister for her responses. I was very relieved when I saw it was her responding, because I know, of course, and have discussed with her the work that she did before she came to this House, and indeed I'm sure she will understand. I had an email today from Safe Lives about this debate to make sure that the points that they have were also, I was also aware of them, and I know that she will be too. I do want to thank everybody involved. I did forget to mention one person in my speech who helped us enormously through the report and the evidence taking, and that was our specialist advisor, who was Anne Longfield, the previous Children's Commissioner. So we had a lot of knowledge and a lot of challenge in how we were doing things, and that was extremely useful. But the House will have recognised that I also had amazing people on the committee, and I was very confident that they were going to cover areas that I didn't have time for in my speech. And I want to thank Lady Keithley for really doing all of the, pushing the emphasis on the voluntary sector and on the voice of the child and the family. Throughout our reports, we have become convinced that if we weren't before, we are now, that listening and involving people who have lived experience is critical to both the design and the delivery of services across the board, and children's services are very much part of that, and I'm pleased that the Minister recognised that too. And the other issue is that for example, on mental health, and I'm really grateful for Baroness Wilde for spending some time on the mental health issues. We're never going to be able to train the number of psychologists and psychiatrists within the right time to deliver what we all want to be delivered. But that means we have to use the voluntary sector who work at an earlier, less intensive level, so that for those where the problems can be contained before they come to the sort of crisis level that Baroness Wilde was talking about, we actually can do that with many more people. But I do know from other work I'm doing at the moment that many young people now are really involved in what can only be called psychotic behaviour and do need very specialist attention. I was grateful to the Right Reverend Prelate for his contribution too, not as a member of the committee, but if he's interested, we're always interested in the bishop's benches too. And of course, he was able to talk about, again, somewhere that both my noble friend Baroness Chapman and I know very well, Grangetown. I actually visited that children's centre, that Sure Start centre myself. And they always were so great to visit because there was so much energy and commitment and determination to make things better. And I thank him for his contribution. There are so many things on this, but there is unanimity around the House that this is a crisis, that this is an issue that we haven't got right, although there are examples of where we can get it right. So this is not about saying we don't know what to do. The reality is we do know what to do. There are examples out there which show us that with the right sort of support at the right time in every community, things can be different. And I'm really my noble friend, the whip has left because she was leader of Leeds City Council when they, despite all of the cutbacks, managed to maintain their investment in Sure Start and children's centres across the city. And they therefore, while everyone else was seeing the number of children going into care rising, they saw a fall in Leeds. We do know what to do. The challenge for the government is making sure they pull together that knowledge and implement it. So thank you to everyone for a really interesting debate.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended.